God bless you. Hello, 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 hallelujah. This is the Reverend College Genesis reporting tonight from my pulpit, the College Genesis College Nation radio show. You can call me the Church of God, College Nation in Christ tonight because I'm Reverend College tonight, and I'm trying to give you heathens baptism, and cast those nigga demons out of you for the last thing I do, whatnot. So devil be gone. Woo! Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka. Anyway, we got a good show tonight. When we have a topic like Essence Festival controversy, the changing face of Black America, oh, it's going down tonight. It's gonna be a knockdown drag out. Tempers are gonna fly. Things are gonna be said and whatnot, and some feelings gonna be hurt. I don't mean to hurt feelings. I mean to say things that I really mean. But if it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but I mean what I say. Bottom line. You know, bottom line. So we're gonna have a good show tonight. I can promise you. Like I said, I start the show off and say, "Well, this be the one show Collar is not good." He says that every night, and I was right? You think, okay, this is gonna be the night Collar bombs? Nope, it never happens. I'm on a winning streak. So enjoy this live stream while it lasts. I'll be done at the end of the month, right? Then I don't know if I'll definitely taking the month of August off. You know, and September I might come back. I'll see. If I want to do live stream ever again. Because I don't see how I'm getting anything out of this. I thought that there was people out there that I could build with, and I could learn from and have intelligent conversation with. But it seems like all the intelligent people aren't online. I guess idiots. Morons. Yeah, I'm sick and tired of being the ringmaster. That's why I'm being Reverend Colin tonight. I don't want to be the ringmaster tonight. I want to bring salvation to our people. This is about salvation tonight. Tonight we're having a come to Jesus moment, as they say. The Essence Festival controversy, and I have a lot to say about it. It's going to really shock you what I have to say. People don't know where I'm going with this, right? But my opinion about this, if you think Carl's always xenophobic, blah blah blah, you'll be shocked when you find out what I really think about all this. You're going to be really shocked and surprised. I'm going to reveal it in a little while. But like, share, and subscribe, folks. I want to see the like buttons go up. Like, share, and subscribe. If you come in and whatnot, if you can't do anything else, if you can't put no money in the collection plate, like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. We're almost at 1,000 subscribers. But I don't think I'm going to make 1,000 subscribers before. If I make it, I'll stay. I'll stay on doing live streams. If I can hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of the month, I'll stay on. If not, I won't. That's how it is. So you guys gotta get me. If you guys want me to stick around, do some subscribers. I know I could count on For Righteous to help me build my subscribers up because she loved me, boy. Nobody loves me like For Righteous. She be loving me. She be loving me. All my usual suspects. Michael Lawale, Elvis. What are these people gonna do when I'm gone? Who are they gonna blame for their lame, miserable lives and whatnot? When I'm gone. When I'm gone, what are they gonna do? Like, damn, man. Kyle pissed me off, but man, we just sure like being when he was around, man. At least somebody stood for something. Yeah, I stand for something. You know what? People can't appreciate the fact that somebody stand for something, whether you agree or not. What can you do? What can you do? That's the world we live in. And I alluded to something today. I did some more research too. The Ebony magazine's Power 100. It went from most influential, then they changed it to the Power 100. That means the most influential Black people in America that had the ear and the heart and the pulse of Black America, right? Ebony magazine. If you wasn't on that list of 100 most influential, what you said really didn't matter. And Ebony magazine was. Be surprised. Let me tell you something. Between some of our institutions we had in America, Black America almost ran its own institution in society, like we had our own internal government in this country. With institutions like Essence Magazine and Ebony Magazine. That's why this taking over and redefining black culture is really, really detriment. For example, I heard that Madame Nior and these blogs that influence people on social media are owned by black immigrants, right? And so I'm saying to myself, okay, the whole idea of the reason why we entrusted Ebony Magazine, Essence Magazine, things because we trusted these institutions for generations to guide us. You know, we trusted people that was behind the pulpit. Now we got corporate churches like TD Jakes and everything. And so Black America is changing. It's changing. And it's not all like black immigrants. I don't want to be think that it's all black immigrants' fault. No, I think just that there's forces that was trying to dismantle black America, just like there's forces out there trying to dismantle America altogether, right? Somehow between white America and black America, there are forces out there trying to destroy both groups of people. If white America falls, we fall. We fall, white America falls. That's just the way it is. We're tethered to each other. It is what it is. So there's people attacking the very essence of black America, right? At the core, they're attacking America because they feel Americans are undeserving of the success and stuff like that. So people come to this country and they're envious, they're jealous, they think the misery and poverty that they suffer in their own country is somehow our fault over here. So therefore, the best thing to do is come over here and try to take over our institutions, stuff like that. I have a very controversial feel about that because on one hand, I don't like that. But on the other hand, what's up, Dark Migo? On the other hand, you have to look at Black America for the last, I would say, generation. Look what we let Ebony Magazine, Essence Magazine, BET devolve into. Before, I remember Earl Graves, right? The president of Black Enterprise Magazine. He used to do a thing called the Black Debutantes. It was like an upper class black society. Debutantes is girls, so, and Hal Jackson, it was Hal Jackson's debutante ball beauty pageant and debutante boy. Well, anyway, Eddie Griffith got out there, started saying these raw, raunchy jokes and whatnot. And Earl Graves went up there simply in the middle of his performance and took the mic from his face. That's the Black America we used to have. Do you know, as much as we like shows like Sanford Son, do you know those people that basically, well, I don't know what the hell a great tank top is, those people that criticize Red Fox's raunchy comedy, Richard Pryor's raunchy comedy, Eddie Murphy's raunchy comedy, it was never really accepted in Black America. Although, like I said, because we had gatekeepers in Black America, we had people saying that appeal to our better angels. So okay, we know Red Fox makes us laugh. We know Richard, but that's not right. That's not decent. The decency of Black America was basically cultivated in magazines like Ebony and Essence Magazine for generations. It told us who we were. Ebony Magazine used to have a African kings, Budweiser, Anna Bush, combined with Ebony Magazine to create the African Kingdom celebration. They had things like King Tenkemenin, Mansa Musa, and whatnot. They had illustrations. That's what really got me in the late '80s into Africa, right? Because Ebony Magazine is what got me on the path to Pan Africanism. Nothing else. It was Ebony Magazine. They talked about our past history. They talked about our present circumstances, and they talked about our future. They always was optimistic about us combining with Africa and stuff like that. Now you don't have Ebony Magazine, so that's why Black America is discombobulated, disoriented, and going to place. When they took down Ebony Magazine, weird people start popping up in the media. Who the hell was Michael Eric Dyson? Who the hell was Lamont Hill? Who's Boyce Watkins? Who's all these other people who's Claude Anderson? Who are all these people that were never on the be the Black Ebony Magazine Power 100? Who we used to have people that were powerful in our community, people that basically spoke and the Black community masses listened to them. because we knew they had our best interests at heart. That's what the Ebony magazine was, right? And that's what Essence magazine was about: uplifting black women in America, right? The women that were brutalized by slavery, torn down, made to feel like they were devalued because of their beauty, because of their aesthetics and their phenotype, whatever. They gave black women a place in the world, you know. And then next thing you know, you had gay men. Somebody said, you know something, that's not important no more. We got to be all inclusive, right? So I'm not going to talk about the inclusion of the black immigrants. That's not the problem, right? When they initially included gay white men and put it on Essence Fashion Fair, on a board of Essence Fashion Fair, right? Why? Because to get magazine advertisement and stuff like that, you got to compromise. You want this loan for your magazine. We know you incur a lot of debt, but here we got these guys right here. We want to include your fashion race too. Black. We want some white people on your fashion board. Your fashion makeup board. Fashion fair. They had gay white men up there on Fashion Fair. This is why when you see the changing face of black fashion in America, right? Why do you think it seems like even in men's clothes, black men's clothes, the stuff everybody started wearing tight stuff and feminist stuff and whatnot? What do you think they got? What do you think guys like Bill Porter come from? So let's not talk about the black immigrants. Let's talk about how the gays took over our institutions and everything like that and perverted them, right? And so therefore, the only thing left was the black immigrants to come here and clean up what happened. We let our guard down being too nice. We didn't put our foot down. We didn't like this. We didn't have people saying no. That LGBTQ shift does not belong in our churches. It does not belong in our institutions and all stuff like this. Black America is not going to change for to accommodate everybody. And so, therefore, since Black America did that, and magazines like Essence and TV shows like BET and everything lost the faith of the black people, the millions of Black America, right? Then, the immigrants, the other people stepped in, said, okay, we're going to come in and take over. And that's exactly what happened. That's why the black immigrants got Essence Magazine now, because we screwed it up. They ain't just come in and take it up. We screwed up. We chose to let our guard down. We lost faith in institutions like Essence Magazine, Ebony Magazine, and places like that. So it is what it is. Man, Kwame and freaking Dark Migo going at it already. God damn, man. Now, you brothers should be getting along. I was on Dynasty Show today. This guy Maximilian is a fucking clown, man. A clown and a half. I just don't like seeing black men, other black men. Look, nigga, all that. We're all brothers, blah, 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 man, shut up, And then a question I had to ask him, then I was on the road, so I couldn't really talk, right? So I had I lost signal, really, because I was out in the sticks. And I asked him a question. I said, does that only include black people in America? Because I see black immigrants saying the most vicious stuff about black America, right? You heard Michael Wally on the show tonight, many times, say he does not want no Pan-African. He does not want to do anything with black America. So why is that? You got him, Maximilian, people like Afro Think Tank telling us that there's something wrong with us. Look, bottom line, if some black people feel a certain way about the immigrants and taking over Essence, okay, I understand that. I'm not going to condemn them for that. I think they're wrong, but I'm not going to be the one to condemn them for that, for their xenophobia and their bigotry, whatever. I'm not going to be the one to do that, because sometimes, people feel a certain way, why is everything, we're losing everything? It's like anything else in the world, why do we basically lose everything to everybody else? Is anything that we have worth preserving? How come nobody sticks up for us? And then along comes somebody like Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed, and they're saying what a lot of people feel. Don't go blaming Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell. There's a lot of people who feel like that. And because what happens is our Pan-African people have sold out, and they always basically taking other people's side against us and whatnot. Oh, don't say nothing, man. You're being xenophobic. That's what the white man wants you to do. No, it's not that. You have a right to talk about your issues and everything like that. Uh, I say, what's your opinion thoughts? Look, I told you, Aquarium. I'm telling you my thoughts on that thing. I'm saying that I have no problem with uh, Richard Dennis and Africans involved with that because black people in America did such a terrible job in upkeeping that institution and everything like that. So them not being the focus of it no more, hey, they did it to themselves. They let Essence magazine get so ratchet and so ghetto over the years and whatnot that it lost its purpose. That's because we don't know how to tell the ghetto ass black people to stay the fuck with, stand down or stay away. I'm dead serious. I'll never forget that. Back in the days, we had this clown show called Yo MTV Raps, right? And you think about it, when you talk about MTV, you talk about something that's going in the homes of millions of people in America. So they get a couple of clowns, Ed Lover and Dr. Dre up there saying the most stupidest, the most ignorant shit, clownish, buffoonish shit that I ever seen in my life, whatnot. And the whole thing is there's nobody stopping, no one's saying, because what they do is this. It was a whole thing where like back in the 2000, we did this to ourselves. Back in the days, there was a lady called C. Dolores Tucker. She went on a campaign. She comes from the good side of Black America. Some people say bougie, whatever like that. She was educated. She was leading a campaign against the negative rap, stuff like that, the vile stuff in Black culture, right? The Black community, even people that should know better, because no one wants to be the outside. See, the difference is between me and everybody. I don't give a flying fuck what you think. I don't care about being cool, and you know me. I don't care about fucking being liked. I don't care if I don't care about being proud. I just know that I'm right. Black people, black men turned their back on this woman, right? She was basically talking about NWA, the gangster rap, all this stuff like that, the pimps calling women hoes and stuff like that. She was like, why are we getting called bitch, bees, and hoes? And black men at that time were defending them. Well, that's where they come from, and all that. And Luke Candle is a piece of fucking human garbage. Come to find out, he has his daughter in some private school around all white people and whatnot. She only listens to his music and garbage he puts out. These are evil people. And we as black men step back and let this happen. What happened was this. Once it seemed like the evil forces in Black America took over and whatnot, Black America and all these things lost their relevancy. Ebony Magazine didn't do enough to protect Black America, condemn all this culture. We let it go. We had institutes, we had radio stations. We could have stopped this stuff, right? But the thing is, these guys were making so much money. You had people like P. Diddy, Suge Knight. All these people should have been stopped back in the days. But no, they were given front page articles. We even gave them all magazines for themselves to put out their nonsense. Vibe magazine, Source magazine, all these WXL, all these magazines that were promoting this garbage, toxic culture in Black America. What chance do we have? So when you look at now, when you see Essence magazine and you see the immigrants taking over, blame who are you going to blame? Because we didn't stand up like men and women to the negative forces in Black America that were destroying our community and destroying our culture. Now these African immigrant crews showing the beautiful side of their culture and everything like that. What am I supposed to be mad about that? We Black America let that culture go down, and the result is, and it's not over yet. Soon you're going to see Afro beats replace hip hop. You're going to see everything in Black America being replaced because this culture is not sustainable. This negative culture is not sustainable. And what happens is other people are going to start coming in here, and they're going to be the new face of Black culture in America. So, like I said, tonight's show is the changing face of Black America. And so whose fault is it? It's not. Look, the bottom line is this: we only have ourselves to blame. If you got Rachel Aldenis, a Liberian that owns Essence magazine now, and you got a Kenyan lady that's a CEO or not, who do you blame? You know, you know, who do you blame? Who do you blame? Who do you point the finger at? You're gonna get mad at the friggin' immigrants. You're gonna get mad at the Liberians. You're gonna get mad at the Africans. You're gonna get mad at the Caribbeans and all these other people like that. They're only doing what you should have been doing a long time ago, showing decent, vibrant Black African American culture, whatnot. But you didn't want that. You know, you want the Chief Keefs. You want the friggin' ratchet. You want the drill music. You want all this fucking foolishness. You want the twerk in every place, everything. So the bottom line is this: you let your culture get ghettoized, nasty. You let these ghetto, nasty, disgusting Black people take over the culture because you're too scared of them, right? You notice how they don't come on this little platform that I have, with the little listeners I have. You notice how people don't come over here with that nonsense, right? You know that, right? You notice that, right? That you're going to talk a certain way in my chat room on my show, or you're out of here. That's what you could do. That's how you become a gatekeeper. You don't let people just spew up their nonsense. If you know somebody talking a bunch of nonsense, you get rid of them, shut them down. That's how you do it. So this is what we're talking about tonight: the changing face of Black America. I want to know more about this Essence Festival. I want somebody to call in and really break it down so I can give a real analysis. I have not really been studying this. I know Essence magazine. I remember New Orleans. Every time they had the Essence thing every year, most restaurants shut down because for years the ghetto people, women, Black women, would go there. They would just tear up every restaurant, just ordering food, just acting nasty, mean, and ignorant and shit like that. So restaurant society, they always lost money at the Essence Festival. It's supposed to be a time when you bring people to New Orleans. They're supposed to make money, right? But all the restaurants shut down because they didn't want to serve these Black women. They're just mean, uncooperative, and stuff like this. And now, things like this seem like they're better because evidently the Caribbeans and the Africans are just a much better breed of class of people. Now people are upset. Oh, how dare you take over at that? That's what I said. And at some point in time, you get tired of Black America. I get tired of Black America. So I'm not going to be mad at the Caribbeans and Africa. People thought I was going to come up here and condemn the Caribbeans and the Africans for taking over. As you are sadly mistaken. This is what happens when you act a fool. This is what happens when you do not gatekeep and you do not preserve the best of who you are, the essence of who you are. This is what it dies. So we're going to talk about that tonight, folks. We're going to get into it tonight. When you got a topic like Essence Festival, controversy, change the face of life, what's going down tonight. Fists are going to be thrown. Teachers' teeth are going to gnash, and because you got the Reverend Collar Genesis on the line tonight. You can call me Reverend Collar. This is the Church of Collar Nation in Christ. You can call me Collar Genesis. You can call me Collar Thanos. You can call me Collar Rumble. But tonight you can call me Reverend Collar because I am preaching fire and brimstone tonight. So in a minute, I'm going to put the link in the chat room. You can call. I want to know what your opinion is. Should Black people care about the changing face of Black America? What do you think about Africans and Caribbeans thing? Shit, ratchet and ghetto drama. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I just think white people seeing a large numbers of Black people having a good time. It's always considered ghetto and ratchet, particularly Black women. But I haven't seen it. Like my brother said he went on a cruise. I said, I'm glad I didn't go. He said, yeah, man, you see a lot. I said, shit, you kidding me? My brother goes on a cruise every year. I'm supposed to go on one maybe in October. And I was like, shit, I don't want to spend like this. But I tell you the truth. I will spend most of my time in my room. I go down to the casino. I go down to the bar. I'm not going to be out on the deck with a bunch of Negroes out there and whatnot, So, but yeah, but the people are getting into fights and fist fights on the cruise ships now. Gats are coming out when now you're on a fucking cruise, and you're out there fighting in large numbers, man. It's like damn, Black America. People are just tired of So it's not Black America, folks. Let me tell you this: it's a certain segment of Black America that has never been checked. It's never been checked. And the bottom line is these people. Uh, the worst thing you could do is give these people money, because before growing up, we were pretty much insulated from this toxic element of Black America, because they couldn't afford to go to a lot of places that we frequented. Now you got people that got degrees. You got some of them got degrees and they got money, and so they don't change. That's another myth I keep hearing. If we need money and investment in the Black community, no, it's not. If people are ghetto, they're nasty, and they're ridiculous and obnoxious, they're going to be the same way if they get money, even worse. So like I said, I do believe when we had role models in Black America, like Epson's magazine and stuff like that, I don't even think it's African American elite. I mean, I come from Black Middle America. Black Middle America is fine, with normalized Black people. We're not elite, we're not above nobody, but the bottom line is this, the FBA's cut from that Black underclass. That's what they are. FBA's, like I said, they do a good job of pretending like they're educated. Or no, most of these FBA people type, I could tell, are friggin' coming from the Black underclass. That's what I said. Never go on holiday and avoid Black people unless. Nellie Fuller was a coon, a controversy coon. Nellie Fuller was not somebody. He had a lot of, he's like my good Gus, man. He got a lot of self-hate, masculine as a scholar. I would flee from them too, so bottom line is this. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Why is everything Black people did, HBCUs, pretty soon that'll be gone. Because this toxic culture in the Black, class. It's not just the underclass, the middle class. You have this Black toxic culture that exists in every strand of Black America. I don't want to make you think like just it's poor Black people. There's a certain segment of Black people that just believe in ratchetness and this ugly culture. What disgusting! I see this girl today, man. It's like, man, she looked ridiculous, man, with that fucking. She had tattoos on her face, big ass eyelashes that like they're falling off and whatnot. She just I was like, man, and she had pink hair, I said like this, at this point in time in life, I'm just like, I don't even care anymore. I just like, it is what it is. I'm not trying to break bread with you people. I'm not trying to do none of that. I'm not trying to be around a lot of you people, really. That's what you want to do. That's fine. All I want to do is get together with Black people, form our own social groups and everything. That's what I created a BAL for. So we can have Black people that have a lot in common can get together and do things when we don't have to be around it. We can select who we want to be around, stuff like that, so it is what it is. We don't have to look, we don't have to embrace everybody. We don't have to look, and that goes for Africans, Caribbeans. If you don't want to like Caribbeans and Africans, that's fine. If you don't want to like certain segments of Black America, that's fine too. I'm sick of people telling me, like Max Media, he's a brother, I love him. Get the fuck out of here, I don't love every Black man, I don't like, if you want to be brother, it's like we got to work on that, I give something up, you give something up. I gain from it, you gain something from it, and then we learn together and build together. But this idea that I got to look at every Black man like a brother and whatnot, and all this kind of stupid nonsense and foolishness. I don't believe in that. I do not believe in that. So. So it is what it is. But I definitely want to hear more what people think about this Essence thing. People are up in arms. Black people are up in arms that they lost Essence Magazine Festival, Essence Festival, which, to tell you the truth, was going down the tubes for some time. It wasn't for Rachel Aldenis and the Caribbeans and Africans. It would have been failed because ghetto ass Black people ruined it. They drove it to the ground and whatnot, because we don't not tell these people get the fuck out of here, get lost, We can't tell people like P Diddy and Lil Kim on that you're not invited, We can never do that, We can't tell people no, this is not that type of event. No, you're not welcome. No, get the fuck out of here and whatnot, whatever like that. As I remember. LeBron James when he was down in Miami. He was playing for the Miami Heat. And you know, LeBron's the type, he has a wife, kids, everything like that. When I remember when he won a championship, Lil Wayne was at the game. He was so hyped up over LeBron. He invited him out to a party. So I want to go party with you, LeBron, whatnot, you know. And it was important for Lil Wayne to get LeBron in that party. LeBron said, "No, I'm sorry, I can't hang with you. You know, you're not my type of crowd." I respect LeBron for that, you know, because he's like, man, look, if he knows that if he would have went with Lil Wayne and people would have saw that, that would be legitimizing Lil Wayne as nonsense. Okay, call me a bitch, call what the fuck you want, but I'm worth $100 million, you know. So it is what it is. Learn from white supremacists. I don't know what ICT. ICT one of the weird dudes, man. You know what the fuck? I gotta fucking learn from a white supremacist. Not a fucking damn thing. You know. I don't learn from a white supremacist. You got these weird black guys out here, man. Jeez, man. You know, learn from white supremacists. What, are you crazy? There ain't nothing I can learn from white supremacists, but just stay the fuck away from them. You know, simple as that. But yeah, so that's the way I think about things. You know, I respect LeBron for doing that. You know, he's saying nope, yeah, because Lil Wayne, it was good for getting rappers and basketball players and people to party with him. When I did it the same way, you got to come to my parties. People, all misery loves company. They always want to pull you into that nonsense. And every time you go to one of their parties or hang out with them, or you do for you're legitimizing them, you know? And that's what Essence magazine, all these magazines did. They started going, somebody told them, I remember even Minister Farrakhan, he had the friggin' hip hop people in the fucking, and what's this place called? The Nation of Islam building, main mosque, whatever, performing. He had Snoop Dogg up there, high as a kite, whatnot, you know? All these people around, Fat Joe, whatnot. It's like, man, you're supposed to be the Nation of Islam. You're supposed to be the moral compass when and you invited all these fucking rappers up there, you know? Nation of Islam, for all its worth, used to be an institution that we counted on. All these things are the moral compass of a people. Without, look, let me tell you something. You think Black America could have been built without institutions like Ebony Magazine, stuff like that, guiding us all those years, telling us what's going on in the world, telling us right from wrong, and a shared sense of morality and purpose? No. We had institutions. We had people leading us in our community for generations. You know, all that's now gone. That's why I say Essence Magazine was once an institution that really, really protects ISIS. Even though I'm a man, there was a lot of black men. I was one of a lot of black men who read Essence Magazine. They had a lot of good articles. You know, I never forget Essence Magazine went to South Africa after Nelson Mandela, and they interviewed Mandela. They interviewed prominent black women in South Africa. Talking about an article, black women in power moves in South Africa. Had this one beautiful chick. I forgot her name. She was a CEO of South African Airways, and she was a television host. She had a show like Oprah. You know, I forgot her name, you know, but she was beautiful. But Essence Magazine went down there and the article, we was all connected together. That's what the Essence was all about back in the days, you know. There's somewhere along the line, man, the wrong forces stated to the ghetto, hood, gay, whatever, feminists. I don't know what the hell happened. So, like I said, I'm not really losing any sleep over Essence going to immigrants and Caribbeans and everybody else. Let them have it. All right, Kwame, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Kyla? How
What's
you
going
doing?
on?
I think you came kind of positive today. I was kind of appalled.
You see, people never know where I'm coming from because you know people think they know me, they don't. You know, and so my point, only point I'm trying to make is that Black America. I can't. I'm not going to go and defend everything in Black America. You know, Black America let their guard down about 20, 30 years ago when all this was thing, Essence Magazine, all these places, people like that. It was more important to get with rappers and all the people that they thought was the future and everything. And they destroyed the image of the people, you know, destroyed the image, you know. How do you think you got people like Bill Porter out there? You
Right.
know, if you don't know that a fucking man doesn't belong in a dress and shit like that, what? So if all that's going on, and you lose the very essence of whatever essence was protecting black women, protecting the natural, the beauty of women. Women want to feel valued for their beauty and their success and all the stuff like that. It was a magazine for black women, and black men
Right.
understood that, that was their magazine, it was for our sisters, And then what happened was gays and everybody else, all these weirdos, saw a way into the black community, like particularly a lot of feminists, and people who don't believe in the black family and stuff like that. A lot of feminists got in. So now that it's crashed and burned, and you got this Rachel Dennis took it over. Now everybody like, oh, what happened to? No, you lost that. You lost that. It is what it is. That's all I
I,
was saying.
I don't understand what's the uproar with the that
Well, a lot of times, Black America needs to have something preserved for themselves because you have the Caribbean Festival, right? And nobody's trying. You don't see Black people in America feeling like you got I guess
you talking about
Caribbean
like the
is all
Labor
that.
Day parade?
Yeah, they got to do all that, that because I guess they're still considered minority groups, and so it's like Black America is like the mainstream of the Black world, So same time as Black people, like, yeah, where's our space? Where's our? I said, where's what do I? Well, that's a legitimate question, Legitimate question, where's our space? Well, I understand how they feel, but they got to understand, look at the whole picture, We gave that up, for foolishness, and you lost it, So now these other people coming in, Reginald Dennis bought it, he bought it, and he put a Kenyan woman. Not could do it. They could do whatever the hell they want to do it. And so therefore, if they don't want to show African American culture or whatever like that anymore, they don't have to. It's a legal thing. They own it. So
I've seen more people upset over the July versus jambalaya.
well, I don't even know what that is. What is a controversy?
Yeah, it was kind of like a big controversy on Twitter with the FBA
Well, say what
section.
it is. You're talking. Say what it is.
People were just upset like our cultures being taken from us. Kind of like which I wouldn't say kind of what you're saying, but just basically saying that
What culture? What culture?
I guess essence being
Okay,
taken
so
over by
oh, you're not being clear, bro. I know you're more intelligent than this, right? What specifically are they saying is being taken from them?
essence, basically essence.
Okay, so what does that got to do with black culture? I told you a minute ago that Essence stopped representing black culture a generation ago.
You're right. So I don't really understand the
No,
uproar.
they're acting in emotion over stupid stuff. It's all this fucking FBA shit that they're basically using this as a weaponized to attack black immigrants. That's all the fuck it is. And so the bottom line is, if they were cared about black culture, they would have stopped the nonsense and the foolishness back in the '90s. And it
Right,
wouldn't be like this. Essence would be a pure, clean institution where it was. But they started basically getting into the gender shit, the gender bending, and all stuff like this. The LGBTQ. It lost all its morals. You know.
right,
So
right.
so so
I,
how the hell are you gonna complain about it now that it doesn't even exist? It doesn't. It stopped representing Black America. Just like in Congressional Black Caucus, don't represent Black America more. They're all about illegal aliens, gay rights, all shit like this. And when they crash and burn, they're going to come back and be like, we don't have the Congressional Black Caucus. You haven't had the Congressional Black Caucus in a generation. All these people work for is illegal aliens and Hispanics and all these other people, white unions and all this stuff like that, teachers union, all this stuff like that. They work for big pharma, and they don't represent your interests because you sat back like a fool. All you cared about was somebody looked like you in a position of power, and they weren't representing your interests because you don't even know what your own interests are, you know.
right.
So if you don't know
What
what your interests are, don't be mad when somebody else somebody's supposed to represent you. That's what it is.
what's some things you think that people can do to preserve the African American culture in America?
Well, I look. The bottom line is, I just think it's honestly it might be just too late. Because once black people in America decide to go mainstream, you know, and people are chasing the mainstream dollar, and everything like that, when they make movies, when they make, I think this movie with Ryan Coogler, Sinners, was really good. That was really good, preserving of African American
Yeah,
culture and
yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah.
That was a real preserve. But I'm saying, so I'll take that as a win, right? So if Essence Magazine is going that way, hey, that's fine. But the whole thing is, if Essence Magazine rebrands itself, what it needs to do is rebrand itself. It used to be a African American magazine for black women. Now it's we're talking about black women the world over and stuff like that. Just rebrand it, and then it has legitimacy. Then black people can look for something. If black people in America can look for something else, right? But I seriously doubt it, because we're only black when it suits us. We're only black when we only decide to be so-called FBA, but we see other black people succeeding. Suddenly we get all FBA'd all out, We see, oh man, those Jamaicans, those Caribbeans are taking everything from us, blah, 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 blah. Well, instead of you building yourself up and building with other black people in America, we wouldn't have to worry about that. For example, my business I do, my agency, right? My sister, we're an associate agency of a
Or
major
major market.
marketing company, right?
Yeah.
What's that? Anyway, we just found out that the other day, a Haitian agency out of Florida, Miami, just made partnership. And I was like, first I felt some sort of way, I was like, but she was like, the lady that's headed it, she said, we service the Haitian community down here. And that's what our marketing firm, they do. They like going to like people who got a whole community that they sell to, that's who they make partners. I
Right.
said, I know the agency is larger than ours anyway, so I didn't get all mad. But the bottom line is this, it was a Haitian people, that she said she got the Haitian community down there. What they call, what's the French Creole language, you know what I'm saying? We speak, all our agents speak the different language right here, and they service the Haitian community and Medicare and retirement plans and whatnot. So they made partnership, partnership. Okay, but
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
that's a good thing. If you're talking about $1 billion market, a multi-billion-dollar market, well, you become a partner, you own interest in that thing. You at least become a millionaire. You know, you become a millionaire overnight just by being a partner. That's what a partnership means. You own part of the endowment. You know, your agency is now partnership with the firm. That means like this. See, right now we're independent. We're associate agency. We do
No.
a lot of business, but we're not partners. My sister will get partnership. She gets partnership, then I move up to where she is. And so I'll move up. I'll get a bump up where she is, but that's what I said. This Haitian lady, first I was like, man, what the hell, man? This Haitian. I was like, then I said to myself, man, congratulations to this lady, man. She probably did a good job organizing the community. She probably has all agents, Haitian agents in that whole southern Florida, and she said, yeah, that's all they focus on, Haitian American communities. These immigrants that's the thing I'm talking about. These immigrants stick together,
Right.
they all stick together, and then so I was thinking about opening up offices in Florida, but I'm like, man, what chance do I got? Because everybody down there, if you're a Cuban, you got the whole entire community, Cuban. Everybody's all tribed up, you know. Everybody all tribed up and whatnot. What they think about here in Virginia, in this area here, is mostly African Americans. Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, Delaware, it's all African Americans here. So, but
Right.
the thing is, you go to these other places. If I went to open up an agency down in Florida, I would have to recruit Cubans, and I seriously doubt they'll work for me because they'll say, "Look, if we just bide our time, we could move up
Well,
themselves." Why am I hearing an echo?
echo.
Yeah, I'm in an echo every time you talk. You hear an echo. Something's wrong with your connection. So
Hold
the
on.
thing is, everybody's coming here.
It is still an echo.
No, everybody's coming here. Still tribing up. Everybody's tribing up. So you got to understand, sooner or later, African Americans will be like, damn, man, if everybody's tribed up and everything. I looked at you. Did you listen to Diane show today?
No, I didn't get a chance to.
Maximine's like, oh, I don't like all this. If somebody's black, I said, he's a fucking fool, you know? Just because somebody's black, you look like each other, don't mean they're not. You're together or you're a brother or anything like that. Or you have anything in common, you know? That's something you got to work on, you know. And a lot of,
I,
honestly, there's a lot of immigrants that don't want to be. Like some point was made today, said a lot of them back in their 20s when Garvey was here, all black people were together, you know, because it was
yeah,
just
I don't really like the tribalism and the section off as culture. I think if you come to America and either from the Caribbean or the continent of Africa, I think you
yeah,
should
but
assimilate.
a lot of those people don't want to be part of it because they believe in all these stereotypes about black, and they do that. See, they know better. They know black people in America are hardworking. They know also, but they choose to do that because they want to segregate themselves from Black America, and that's what Black America sees. And now people in America see that, man, they come here, they don't want to be part of us, but but they do take over our institutions, you know. They do tether themselves to our institutions, you know, the HBCUs, things like Essence, stuff like that. So there's a legitimate argument for them, you know, but I don't know if they're going about the right way, you know. So that's up to the immigrants. I think immigrants, you know, if I
I
was
don't
in,
think all immigrants is tribal. I think, but it is
well,
a
because they're
section.
coming from the third world, they're coming from a third world situation. And that's where tribalism and all that stuff like that exists. But if you live in the first world, you know, what the hell? Look, Principe showed me his picture with his friggin' well, you got barrettes in your hair, Principe, man. Oh, don't you look pretty, Principe? You know, don't you look pretty, man? Look at him, man. He got his barrettes in his hair. Don't he look pretty, man? Don't he look pretty? You know. All right,
Man,
Princess.
what's with this narrative, man? You guys are 40 plus million, bro. You
Well,
comparing
yeah,
yourself
but the
to
whole
a
thing is
3 million community.
Black America had been told to be Americans. Being American means rugged individualism. You know, you keep coming here talking about y'all need to do this. You understand American culture, right? You need to study American culture. Black people in America are Americans.
Kylie,
Americans,
your two favorite Caribbeans is up here, Principe and Steve.
yeah, Steve's a Caribbean. I know he is.
So Steve Caribbean.
Yeah, Steve's a Caribbean. You know, he's a Caribbean with white friends. Yeah. Well, anyway, check this out. Black people in America, the culture of Black America is like you could say Black America are like Black Anglo Saxons, you know, really Creole people. My ancestors are Creole, you know.
You said who from the Caribbean?
You, Steve, you.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And Kali, you from Barbados, so
No.
Nah, they say
Like,
Kylie
you
Haitian.
are, yeah, no, I don't like no damn Haitian. Man. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, bottom line is this: uh, Black America, particularly the people who come from the Carolinas, Creole people like myself, my family, is rugged individualism. As we adopted American Anglo-Saxon culture of rugged individualism, right? So this idea we got to come to now. We did congregate together in churches and communities and whatnot, but we were individuals. There's never been any really communal aspect of Black America. And that's what how Black America survived as individuals, you know, in a collective because of racism, you know. Now you take the racism away, and then Black people are completely isolated, you know. So it is what it is, you
How,
know.
how, how are you guys isolated when it's you guys? Because there's different communities here, and the rest of the other communities doesn't fully buy into rugged
Well,
individualism. You
that
got
hold up, that
the
hold up,
Jewish
hold up.
community, the
Now, hold up,
Irish.
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. White people, and the culture we adopted in America was about uh, the manifest destiny, rugged individual. That's why we went to places like Nicodemus, Kansas, as individuals. You know, we settled places, and also Black people settled in places called the Promised Land. Right, individuals went there. There was no master plan. Even when we went to Liberia. Those individuals who went there, you know. So,
No, but didn't they follow a concept of like we're gonna build it and then the people will come the same way
oh
like
no, no, it
Harlem.
just sort of happened. But the thing is, these were individuals. You go there, and they will say you can for $2 you can get an acre of land, and they will get individuals to settle that land. You know, they need
Mm.
individuals to settle that land. Everybody will get a plot of land. Each person will get a plot of land to farm everything. Each person will get 40 acres and a mule to farm everything. Those Black Americans are individualists,
Ka-
rugged individualist culture.
So why
Kyle,
did that stop? Why did that
But
stop?
that's the same like this to
it's
this
still
day,
the
you know.
Kyle. Kyle, you don't understand that mainstream Black America. That shit, they got the Protestant work ethic from you know, the Anglos and shit,
Bro,
Yeah.
Germanic
you
motherfuckers.
Catholic, man. Ain't you a Catholic from Louisiana?
I
Where
said
you know about
majority. Can
this?
I
Well,
What is
finish
a
talking,
you
Protestant
know,
bro?
work
Black
ethic?
America is
Can I finish
Protestant, you know.
talking?
Nah,
Damn.
this guy's from Louisiana, man. He was subjugated by the French. What does he know about
Yes, but can
What
I
Protestant
what does
work
finish
the
ethic?
talking? But
Protestant work
brother,
ethic mean?
what the fuck? Can I finish talking? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. Like I said, majority mainstream Black America got that shit from the Protestant work ethic. That's what I'm trying to say. That's where Kyler coming from. Most Black Americans
You just
got it.
work hard and you're
Yes.
responsible for yourself. That's it.
Thank you. Shit.
There's no communal. Whereas on principle, he's always like, "Why did you guys do this?" Because we've never been that sort of people. You would have to reinvent Black America all over again. Everything we did was as individuals. You know, that's how we
But that
survived. We
does.
built
But
families.
this is a false net because even today in America, you see white people going to like Utah and creating new cities
Yeah,
and all
but
this kind of
hold
stuff.
on. But those,
What is
those
the
are
individualism?
individuals. Those are
That's not the whole.
individuals. You know, the
That's not
only
all the
places
white people,
that
bro.
community are like the Mormons and stuff like that. Those cults, but those all failed. You know, those mostly those failed. You know,
But
How is it found in Utah
that,
is one of the fastest growing cities
but
in
what are you
listen,
America?
talking about?
it's a subculture though.
Utah?
That's a
Those
subculture.
are
Mormonism.
subcultures
That's a
of white
subculture of
America.
white
You know, it's
America,
like
my brother.
you know, so
Come on now.
living in communes and stuff like that.
Bro,
That's a subculture.
you got to defend individualism as you look around East and West,
But
white and
that's what
black.
hold on,
These
but
other
that's
groups are
what America
not following that.
is. But that's what
Come on now,
America
bro.
is about rugged
Come on,
individualism. That's
American.
American culture. You know?
America almost had a civil war, my brother. Come on now, bro. You should know about American history now.
Why did they have the Civil War? Go there. Why
But you
did they
not
have the Civil
listening.
War?
But you not listening. What dude's saying is that white America, how it was developed, is individualistic. They left Europe to become an individualistic society.
To get away from the Anglican church, you know, stuff
Thank
like
you.
that, you know.
Again, but it still goes back to communals and communities
This
and
dude
societies
crazy.
and
No,
Hold on,
states.
principally, let me
Why
break
did they
it
have
down to you.
why they have
Principally,
1776?
hold on,
Principally,
principally, let me break it down to you,
this
bro. Let me
dude tripping.
educate you, right? When the Pilgrims first came here, right, they start your idea of let's live in communal, right? What they found was, and this has been ever since this time. This is the 1500s, right? They found that okay, that when they said let's all have a collective, we like this, and we all work together. They found that people are like, wait a minute here, we're on the land, but we work harder than this person right here. We should be more deserving, right? Some people went out there, they didn't work their portion of land, and they're still enjoying the harvest. So ever since then, the term rugged individualism. That means that each person will get their own plot of land, right? What you grow on it, whatever you do it, is yours, right? When somebody gets land and he doesn't work his land, that is on him. He just starves, whatever like that. That's why slavery was necessary to give everybody a labor force, even the poorest people, a ready-made labor force.
To build
Individual,
America.
each person would had their land, and it was like individualized, you know. And so therefore back in the days you would have one person on one big estate of land, everybody working, then people start fighting and rioting because they felt like not everybody's pulling their weight, you know. So they said, okay, we're gonna try to do it. This is the Pilgrims, right? We're gonna basically
Yes.
create this thing called rugged individualism, you know, and it's been
Yes.
like that ever since the country has been founded, you
But
know.
check this out, Kyle. Motherfuckers don't know America's founded by different white groups. We got the Quakers, the Puritans,
Yeah.
the Huguenots.
Bro, I'm in Philadelphia. The Quakers still exist, and they have
I,
their
I
own
Yeah,
communities and
hey,
society.
hold on,
I'm
hold on.
from New
So
York.
you proving his point
Jewish
though.
communities
hold on.
still
So is the
exist.
You
Amish. So
They
proving
is
his
got
the
their own
point
Amish.
though.
police.
Hold on,
You
so do
proving
the
his
Amish,
point.
but those people only make up like 1% of the population. You know.
You proving his point though. They had different groups of people that form different societies. They you know what I'm saying? Individual
But
societies
the
and shit.
masses of white people were rugged individuals. You
Yeah.
know.
No, but I'm saying you may be right to a certain extent, but extends to a
Right
greater
altogether,
community.
man.
There
Look,
was Dutch community.
hold
They
up, hold up. In
persecuted the
upstate New York,
Irish
check this out.
when they first got here.
Irish.
Hold up. When in upstate New York, right? I grew up where a lot of Amish and Hasidic communities, right? And everybody knew they were there. They were just people that chose to live on these communes. Like they were always poor. They sold their goods, and when they will have a shop, we can go there buy their stuff, whatever like that, their butter, whatever candles, whatever they're selling, whatever the Amish communities, right? They live isolated from the world, you know. But the people, and part of the reason why they did that, like you go to Hasidic community, right? Do you know most of this guy right there in New York probably couldn't tell you the two major baseball teams. They know nothing about the outside world. They don't listen to television. They don't listen to radio. They don't listen to media, nothing like that. They just sit there, read the Torah all the time, and study the Jewish ways and whatnot. You know, those are exceptions. You know, the majority of mainstream Jews, Irish, everybody else was Americanized. American means the way of America is rugged individualism. Yeah, there was exceptions like the Quakers and all these other people. Like, but when you were talking about you're an American, that was rugged individualism, bro. You know, that's
Yeah, but they also still protect the community. They still have high
yeah,
investments
they
in the
had law. That's
community.
what. Hold up. That's why they had laws. They had law, the rule of law. That's why they had sheriffs to keep the peace. What they call keep the peace. You know, and keep law and order. You know, that's all it is. You know, they have a sheriff to keep law and order and whatnot. That basically like this.
But
So
Kyla, why can't the African American community mimic that? Why is that? Because
well,
you
first of
To
you
all,
unify.
basically,
first of all, everywhere we live, right? Like I was telling Steve's area, Wilson, North Carolina, right? He got to share the county with white people and everything. The seat of power is always where the white people are. You know what I'm saying? Principally. So therefore, the reality is when you live in America, right? You're under somebody's jurisdiction at all times. There's not one space in America that you're not under somebody's jurisdiction. Even though we got like 100 black towns in America, each one of them are in counties where the seat of power is where the white people are. You know, that means where the fire department, the sheriff's department, the planning, zoning, and all that shit like that exists in the white hands. You know what I'm saying? And we just sort of live and exist in separate areas, but we got to work where they are. We got to pay taxes where they are. We got to do all this stuff like that where we are. So it is what it is, you know.
but
Like
you don't think
easy as you
you're part of the problem because
No,
the
well,
South.
higher probably
Oh, I'm
hold
sorry. Go
on.
ahead.
First of all, you understand something? We did not ask to be brought here, and there was no master plan for black people in America. It was just we were here. We turned you loose. They didn't free us. They just turned us loose, and we had to go into their system and try to be the best we can under their system. And the only thing we could do is be rugged individuals. Why? That's what some black people make it big. Some black people don't. There's no collective of like I can't.
I
We can't
mean,
save every black person. You know.
but I will say in the past, the unifying force was, you could say, maybe the black church.
Yeah, the black church is the only thing we had. The black
That's
church
it.
is the only thing we had. That's when people like Kwame come out and say the black church is a problem. Nigga, you
Nah, because
crazy?
even
Without
my
the
people,
black church, black America would have been.
It's
yeah,
a problem now, but not back in the day.
back in the
I don't
day,
think it's a problem. No, it's a fact. Like I said, or every one of our institutions have been corrupted. You got
Right, right.
homosexuals in the church. You got people coming there with twisted ideologies. They
mm,
polluted every black institution. Was it Essence Magazine, Ebony
Daddy
Magazine?
fucked up
The
Essence, bro.
Black Church,
They fucked
everything they
that shit up.
destroyed. Black Radio, Clear Channel, and iHeart and everything took over all black radio stations. Do you
The
know
thing,
back in the days, right? We used to have black men that were like media guys, like brokers or what went on in Black America. We had radio stations, right? If a politician wanted to speak to Black America, he had to go to black radio stations, you know? And the people that control these radio stations, right, had a lot of power. There was this movie with Don Cheadle, like I forgot the name of the movie. Remember that? It was about the riots of 1968 in Washington D.C. And he was the one who he was one. He was a DJ, and he was basically like, oh, the people. He had a lot of power. Black radio stations had a lot of power back then because that's all black people listened to. Now they came in there. Now is when you look at even black radio media, you got white mainstream advertisers on it. You know, now it's not even don't even exist anymore. We don't have black radio anymore. You know,
let me ask you something, Kyler. Why the fuck they keep corrupting our shit? Like that's my main thing. Why they
Because the
keep going?
bottom line is, like, all the time they have to dismantle Black America, because Black America is a mortal threat. That's why they're trying to dismantle. Only thing that survived really is our HBCUs. That's surviving right now because of
Barely.
Black colleges, because of Black fraternities. You take away Black fraternities, sororities, HBCUs will be crumbled too. The whole idea is dismantling Black America because Black
But
America is a threat.
you don't think it's the problem is like what you, I'm not saying you're the problem. I'm saying that some of the language that you use in terms of like
Like what?
you promoting
Look,
exceptional individualism.
they say worse things about us. If we're gonna be free, we're gonna be free. I feel the way I do.
No. But I'm saying that when you come around and you bash the good leadership and you bash the
Well,
Black Caucus and
that's
the
what you don't
Nation of
understand. You don't
Islam and
understand.
all this kind of
Hey,
stuff.
look, no,
Go
Wait,
ahead.
is the Black Caucus good leadership?
but that's what I'm trying to tell Prince to be. Like, give me like 2 minutes to tell Prince to be this, right? Look,
All right.
I told you, but let me put it to you again. We used to have leadership. Ebony Magazine was like Black America's Bible, roadmap, and atlas, of what's going on in Black America, Ebony Magazine, every year, they would have top 100 influential Black people in America, right? Remember Farrakhan was on it one time, maybe Al Sharpton made it one time. If you were not on that 100 thing list, right, you could not call yourself a Black leader. That's what every Black person went by. When they crushed that, we start getting weird people out here, man. Stop out of nowhere. Dr. Claude Anderson, who the fuck is he? Boyce Watkins, freaking who
You don't
else?
fuck with Dr. Claude Anderson?
No,
Damn.
and freaking what you call? I mean, I have nothing against him, but he's not vetted, He failed, man. He failed everything he did. Anyway, what you call? People like what do I want to say? Somebody I want to say for Michael Eric Dyson. This guy came out of nowhere attacking Bill Cosby, and so therefore people stopped looking at places like when Ebony Magazine was compromised after when John Johnson died. The whole idea of it being an institution for governing Black America, it was like between Ebony Magazine, Black Radio, the HBCUs, the Black Church, when that Black America was like its own internal government. We had checks and balances in Black America at one time, Then the media came up with giving people like P. Diddy and all these other people a platform to everything. Now you got the nail in the coffin was social media now. Now you got people out there saying all kinds of crazy shit. Who could imagine somebody like fucking Dane Calloway influencing people to fucking believe that they were Native Americans? Who could have buried Tariq Nasheed with the FBA shit like that? Rhett Carnell. This was unheard of a generation ago. So that's what you're up against. This is why I do this show, to tell you what you're up against. People have probably listened to me and said, damn, I never thought of that, Colin. I know you didn't.
Colin,
That's why I'm here.
Colin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When did you learn? When did you learn about the slave trade?
I learned about the slave trade when I was in 5th grade.
Like, so they actually taught it in school?
Yeah. I learned it in
Okay,
school,
I was
and
talking.
also I used to read a lot of books. When I was 9,
Steve,
10 years old, I
and
had a lot of books. My parents gave me a lot of books. I read the
hey,
encyclopedias from A to Z. Well, when I was 10 years old, I read the entire encyclopedias A to Z.
hold on.
I read many books on slavery. I read books on African history. I learned about
Right.
Chinese, Asian
Steve,
history. I was just a reader when I was growing up. I read a lot of novels. And so how you get educated. Read a lot of novels. Novels will always put things in there that'll challenge you to do research. And you read a novel,
The-
and somebody will say something in the novel. You say, man, what is that? Then you go do your research. Okay, that's what somebody was saying. Like when I wrote my
the-
novel, right? I put a lot of facts in there, right? That I made people
mhm.
go research, like the Colfax massacre and stuff like that. And people went
the
to go research. People have to
what
do
you
their
about to
research.
say, Steve?
the reason why I asked you that question, right? Because I asked my parents earlier today the same thing. When did you learn about the slave trade? And my parents said they didn't learn about it in school.
But where
And
they
they
from?
were
Where your people?
They
Hey,
were
where
they
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 probably
from?
went to
in,
school down here, right?
Where they from?
yeah, they went to school in North Carolina. But my dad
Hold on,
said
hold on.
that
I went to school in North
hold
Carolina. I went to school in North
Where?
Carolina one year, and I tell you what, my 5th grade year, I went to school in North Carolina year. That was the most patriotic. All the songs we sung was Electric Light Man, what's the other song? All these patriotic songs about
Right.
America and stuff like that. We were just American, blah blah blah. When I was fifth grade,
Do
when
people know
I
about
was down
Well,
here,
slavery?
when I went to New York, back to New York, it was a little different. I learned about slavery because we used to read books like Thomas Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn in class. They used to,
Hold on.
right, right. And my
learn.
dad said that his uncle taught him about it, everything that went down back in the day.
And
They
so
ain't
now
teach
I
you
And
in
learned it in
school?
school because we read a lot of books.
Wait, hold on.
We
You see,
read. I read William Faulkner. I
hmm
read. I used to read in school. We used to have to read Thomas Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. That dealt with Mark Twain. That dealt with
the
slavery. And so
the
therefore that.
reason why I brought that up, right, is because now I can see how these what's these dudes, these abos talking about my grandma and my grandpa said this, that we was already here. Now I can see how that happened. If
no,
people won't even
they
learn about it.
not for that it's different. It's cause basically like their grandma or their great grandma messed with a white dude and had a mulatto baby and they had to lie and say that the little nigga was Indian.
Yeah,
That's
so
I mean, it could be
a lot
anything,
of
but
black
that's
people
why.
believe that. A lot of black people believe, but it's not true because only places where you saw black people and Native Americans together
Oklahoma,
with Oklahoma, and the other place was Boston,
Florida,
but no,
Boston,
Massachusetts. Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Oh
the
yeah,
reason why I say this is because
Only Massachusetts, and there were black communities in Massachusetts that mixed with Native Americans. And
I ain't know
places
that.
like New Jersey.
right
I
in the
ain't know that.
Northeast, right.
Yeah,
But
so it wasn't in the South.
Florida,
right,
no,
the
Florida
reason
too.
why,
Florida.
Florida, yeah,
No, Florida,
yeah,
Florida,
Florida, yeah.
no, Florida, not really.
the
Florida and Native
Seminoles,
America is mixed with a lot of whites.
Back in the day,
the
yeah, but
Seminoles.
not recent. Yeah.
The
Now to
Seminoles
call it
were
the
white
reason,
slaves. So
right? To call it the reason why I bring this up, right? Because my parents told me that. Now, like I said, I can understand how some of the Aboriginals say something. Because I've seen some older black people who like, I ain't never learned. Nobody told us we from Africa. We ain't find out we were from Africa until 1980 something and all the other
yeah,
stuff. So I
and
can
that's another
understand.
thing. The problem is in black community, a lot of black people are really,
That's crazy.
unfortunately, illiterate.
Right.
Illiterate.
And
They don't
Hold,
read.
hold on,
the,
hold on,
That's
Steve. You saying
crazy.
that some of them didn't know till the 1980s?
I
Colin
don't
said y'all
believe
the
that.
most
that's what.
learned Africans in the world. That's what
That's
Colin bringing
crazy.
up.
I'm
Listen, you got
saying
to
this.
realize.
Hold up.
That's
Black
crazy,
people in
dog.
America, right? Some black people are very educated. A
Right.
large
Facts.
numbers of black people, right? They're only educated as far as like, just because you got a degree or you got a certificate don't mean you're educated. But education has to be about unlearning, and so it's also about preparing you for what you don't know. Education is an eternal process. You're constantly learning something, right? And like I said, a lot of black people are ignorant. You know what ignorant is? Ignorant is when you refuse to learn anything else. You think you got it all
Right.
like that. That's what a lot of black people in America. I don't care how many like this. They'll have books in the house and everything, but they're ignorant.
Willful ignorance.
What?
Willful ignorance.
A lot
But
of black
that's
people are just ignorant because they choose to not learn. I'm saying not learn everything because they don't want to learn. So they
and
choose not to.
that's
So
the point I'm trying to make. Like if my parents, they were born in the '70s, didn't learn about certain things, then you can imagine what people before them
I
yeah.
didn't
So
learn
know.
about.
I'm like
Tell
this.
your
I'm like this.
people,
Every black
your parent,
person, every community has a library. You know.
Steve.
Right. Right.
Hold on.
But when
Some
you go
man,
to if you don't have a library card, if you don't think it's time to take a day a week or day a month to go to the library and just say, "Look, let me just read a bunch of books to see what I can find,"
Right.
or you
Can,
don't,
But
can
you
I
gotta
say
or,
something?
understand
or
at that time, Kyler,
you
like I
go to
said down south, at that time, a lot of people were
Steve,
sharecropping.
but
yeah,
They
Steve,
were
hold on.
working from.
yeah,
Hold on.
that sounds out. But I'm saying is this: you go to
Come on,
when I
Elvin.
go to people's house, like I went to a guy's house in black guy, he got a nice house, right? And he told
Hmm.
me he's a retired real estate developer, right? I was like, wow, man. So anyway, nice house, a nice neighborhood in Portsmouth, Virginia, right? Anyway, when I go to somebody's house, right, what I look at is how I judge people is I look at your art in the
Study.
house, right, and I also look at do you have a bookshelf and do you have magazines laying around?
Mm.
That tells me a lot. See, back in the days, man, when you went to somebody's house and you saw Ebony magazine there and it looked like it was red or whatever like that, not just sitting there taking up space, whatnot. Okay, this person knows something because Ebony magazine was thorough about talking about slavery and stuff. You didn't have
Mark,
to
you
go
about
to the book on that, but
I'm about to ask you, yeah, this shit don't
Ebony
make sense.
magazine had Malcolm X on the cover, Elijah Muhammad on the cover. It thoroughly talked about the slave trade, Jim Crow, everything, and also the most telling thing in Black America was Ebony magazines, even more than Ebony magazine 100, was the letters to the editor.
mm,
That's what even news commentators that want to know Black America, that's where they got where Black America's on TV, white newspaper, you would say, okay, Black do this. But when you read that letter to the editor, like, man, these people are angry, you know? That's what people called in. I mean, wrote in and whatnot. That's the day you had to write a letter, and they probably right there. Now, I figured, man, with the age of the internet, now you can just type your thing up and send it off, and I'd be like, man. So, but the idea of print magazine, but everybody, white people in America, they subscribe to Ebony magazine too because they wanted to know what's going on in Black America, right? Because they knew the mainstream media wasn't telling the truth. They want to know how we thought about shit. And letters to the editor, man, would really tell shit. Like when Alfre Woodard, she's a Black actress with a white husband. Oh my God, man! I remember this one. They tore her up. Me and my boy Derek said, "Oh, you saw the response to that?" I said, "Oh, you saw that?" I said, "Yeah, last month's issue." Yeah, oh yeah. Somebody said, "I mean, I'm sick of seeing Alfre Woodard cracking a big watermelon smile with her white husband when they were talking about interracial."
oh man,
Yo, the letters to the editor were ruthless, man. You did not want to be caught up in that shit, man. You got that like that because I could imagine what would happen to somebody like Tariq Nasheed or Dane Calloway if we still had the power of everything. But now that's neutralized because we got the internet now.
right.
That
But
before that,
Mark,
But
Mark, you
can I
about to
say
say
something quick?
something?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah, my
about to ask
fault.
you something, Steve. Like you said, your people born in the '70s and they know about the
I
slave trade.
I
That's
asked
fucking
them
amazing.
earlier. They said they heard on me a few things about slavery. It could be where the school you grew up, the school district you was in.
And
But
my
I
people,
asked
they
them
born in
about.
the '50s. They knew about that shit, about the slave trade and all that shit.
I guess it depends on what school you went to. But he said they. Well, my dad said he learned about it through his uncle. His uncle taught him all that stuff about what was going on back in the day and everything else.
Well, can I
Yeah,
say something to that point too? Because
Go
I met
ahead.
certain African Americans. They said that their parents chose to not speak on it. That's something different though. They said that their family kind of
for
brushed that
sure.
Yeah.
aside and they didn't want to talk about it. So, but and Kala highlights how Essence was utilized in different magazines and newspapers back in the days were utilized as a thought mechanism, right? So, but that goes back to leadership. In 2025, what is the leadership, or is the leadership shifting from magazines to social media, Kyla? Are you the new Essence magazine? That's my question.
Everybody got their own leaders, man.
It's
Everybody.
different
Yeah.
now. Yeah,
Yeah. Some people follow Tariq. Some people Pan Africanist. Some people,
Yvette Kennard, Yvette
yeah,
Cornell,
Vic Carnell. I mean, there's so
Joyce
many different
Watson.
people.
A,
Yeah.
lot, a lot, but a lot of people don't watch TV no more. So some of these people are being viewed more so than NBC and CNN.
Right.
So
Right.
in many
YouTube.
ways, you know what I mean. They're the
I
The
think,
new
internet
social
is the
media.
new media.
but
Yeah.
check this out,
Social
Prince.
media is the new.
But check this out, Prince. I think Black America, like, I feel like first unify has to be like an outside threat. You dig? Like, you know,
You're absolutely
we
right.
we too comfortable now. We
Hmm.
assimilated on some shit now, or we are assimilating. You
I
understand?
said the
So
same thing to like
you
me and
know,
Carla said this before, right? We didn't really have unity. We had togetherness, and the reason we had
yeah,
togetherness because we faced oppression back in the day. But as
yeah,
soon as the white man lifted his foot up, everybody went their own different way.
fucking right. And
No, but
yeah,
there's new current issues like gentrification going on.
them niggas don't give a fuck about
That's
that
not
shit,
as
Ownership.
Bush.
bad as what happened back
So
in the
let me
day.
let me tell you
Them,
something, Prince B.
People,
When you
people,
say
people getting displaced in
gentrification, hold on.
California. What are you talking about?
Hold
but
on.
they
When
don't
you
care
say
about man. Them
gentrification,
niggas don't care about
that's
that.
just a bunch of people talking a bunch of nonsense online, just like reparations, right? The truth is, the matter is that when you see white people in your neighborhood, some of you may be gone, but the neighborhood improves. I'm just telling you. Because next thing you know, when white people start moving in, you got a police presence, more textiles goes in. I remember I had my medical transport business years ago, about 8, 10 years ago, and I had to do a run. I cover one of my drivers, and I picked this girl up from the group home where she lived at, right, taking her to her date support service, right, and this white lady was out there in her neighborhood jogging and in spandex, whatever like that, white blonde lady, right. This is 6 o'clock in the morning, and then basically I saw her. a street construction on the street where they were redigging the sewers and blah 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 paving the street. She goes, "Man, they're making real improvements on our neighborhood, right?" And I just said to her, "Sadly, you won't be here. You won't be here very long because the bottom when they make those improvements to those neighborhoods, they got to recoup that money, and who's going to recoup that
Right.
money? White
Facts.
people." And white people are buying up houses in poor black neighborhoods all over Norfolk. Right now, these neighborhoods are completely gone. Because black people we didn't have a plan.
Colin, you
Newport
want to know
News.
something crazy, right? I was watching this documentary. It was about gang banging in the 70s. It was in Chicago. And it was one dude there. He said, man, white people gonna want these neighborhoods back. And all the other black dudes around him was just looking at him laughing like, man, ain't no white people gonna move back into here and all the other stuff. But
Oh
hey,
yeah,
look
they
what's going
will.
on.
Yeah, they will. It's happening all over the back. The
Yeah,
bottom
look
line.
what's happening. It was crazy because he said that like 50 years ago. He said they gonna want the neighborhoods back, man. Hey,
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: black. There's one part of Norfolk in Ocean View called Pretty Lake. I tell white people, man, that place was a crack alley. Get out of here. I mean, they got houses, beachfront houses now that could rival the best house you see in friggin' Gold. What's it called? Gold Coast in Florida and stuff like that. It's just hotels, everything like that back there, shops, everything. I said I wasn't like that 30 years ago when I first moved there. This was crackheads walking down the street in the daytime and whatnot, crack needles, pipes all over the place and whatnot. They cleaned it up. So the bottom line is what, and then all of a sudden, uh, black people basically are going. We don't know what we are. A lot of black people really don't like living around a lot of black people, other black people. I'm just telling you like it is. So when people say gentrification, right? Until you can produce like black neighborhoods that are safe once more, like I said, I got a few of them left, safe once more, and where everybody's on code. You have your police, your neighborhood watch, and stuff like that. People have a code where they keep the neighborhood clean, everything. We live in peace and tranquility. Until you have that social contract among black people in America, it's gonna happen because black people are like this. All it takes is one freaking family or two family come in there, start ghettoing it up, then everybody starts moving out and everything. I see it happen all the
facts.
time. So we could talk about all gentrification, prisons all gentrification, man. But if you don't like this, it's all it is what it is. So it is what it is. Look at Bomani. That's funny. So it is what it is. What
man,
about
one thing I don't like about gentrification is a lot of them people from some neighborhoods start moving out. They start moving back down south, and it's like they can't leave certain behaviors. I mean, where they came from, they got to take it with them and start doing all that stupid stuff.
Well, that's
And
because it's accepted. If you basically have a culture that front pages somebody like Sexy Red, you on a magazine cover, you got people holding gats and shit like that. What chances a freaking community have? Uh, there's no gatekeepers in Black America anymore. Ebony magazine. Do you think in a million years you would have had somebody on cover Ebony magazine going out to millions of black people with his pants sagging, holding a blunt in his hand, and
No,
going up his middle? No, of course not. You
hell no.
know, to ask yourself the question, why is that? Because we, all the people who used to care about Black America are gone.
Remember Dolores Tucker?
Yeah, C. Dolores Tucker cared about Black
yeah,
America,
They
and the
was
black
dogging
men,
out.
instead of getting behind her and said she's right, we were cowards. Black men were cowards. About, oh man,
Hmm.
she's like this. We let some piece of garbage like Luke Campbell go out there and degrade our women and shit like that. We were like, we were lost. And so we,
but
if they,
I mean, we won't really gonna like. They won't really gonna win that color because
oh, they
How
could
you
these
have
know?
won.
dudes.
They could have
The,
won. The bottom line is this. Luke Campbell and all them people, right? The main target of them was this is how it is. I'm gonna tell you this right now. When Luke Campbell and them tried to play, DJ Red Alert tried to play Two Live Crew in New York, he almost
mm-hmm,
caused a riot. He
mm.
said, Red, what the fuck are you doing? He said, "Well, this is pop." He said, "Man, what the fuck are you doing playing this dumb, ignorant shit from the South?" You know, that's what happened, right? And then basically, so Red said, "I'm not gonna play it no more." People in New York were like, "Nah, that's not us." Blah 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 blah. And then people like Luke Campbell went mainstream because his controversy started getting on ABC, NBC, MTV News, all stuff like that. And so, therefore, the community is like, man, I know I don't hear that on my radio station because nobody will play it, but they're on something bigger called MTV now. You see what
Right,
I'm
but
saying?
that's the point I'm trying to make, Colin. Like she wasn't going to win against them because they had the machine behind them. They
Yeah,
had
but
all this money.
whole thing is what we could have did was we couldn't win against them, right? But we could have did was backed up our institutions, right, and not give those up. And then right now, at a time where Black America is looking for soldiers out, they're not there. We let all
Mm,
our radio show stations, television programming, all that stuff that go, right? Because we just conceded to the white man's thing. So now, right? So something like Essence is now in the hands of immigrants. They're not going to represent our interests.
Hell
So
no.
mhm.
so the bottom line is this: had we basically bunkered down and said, "Look, yeah, we know mainstream people are not going to we can't win," but on like me, I take look at my platform for example. I know my platform is tiny. You know, it's tiny. It's like
Mhm.
I have very few listeners, right?
Yeah.
Well, on my platform, right, there's standards. I'm gatekeeping this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Anything just don't go. Had everybody did that, dug in on whatever little platform and influence they had, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. But everybody gave up. Everybody started saying, like, let me perfect example. When I got online, I said, you know something? I said, if I go down the route of gangster shit, whatever, I could blow up on social media if I was a fucking doing that stupid shit. But I said, look, I'm gonna stay in my lane and stay like this, right? I know I'm not gonna probably blow up big with 100,000 subscribers and all shit like that, you know. But the bottom
Mhm.
line, I'm happy where I am, you know, and that's what it is. But too many people in Black America will sell out. You know, they'll be like,
Right. Facts.
I'll do anything to get a million subs, and I want to go. It's like that. Or they
Right.
try to, if I get invited to this thing, I could be a correspondent, blogger down there, and next, people picking up my thing. It's all about ambition, and they'll do anything for that, Now, if you have more people like me who don't give a shit about mainstream recognition and stuff like that, but that's why I said when I'm doing this, I'm not interested in monetizing this, and making
Mhm.
money. If this is your bread and butter, if somebody's making money on social media, he's going to eventually sell you out. I'm
Mm.
telling you right now, if that's his bread and butter, he's going to
Right.
sell you
That's his
out
way of living. Yeah. That's that. Yeah. You right.
because white people he'll get that call from white people. If you say this, I got a nice, $20,000 I'm going to send you, you know.
Right.
Next thing you know, people like coming out off the wall. What does the motherfucker say this off the wall shit for? Because the LGBTQ got to them. They got money,
Mhm.
And so the bottom line is when you see somebody blow up overnight and whatnot, say, how the hell are you fucking blowing up and whatnot, Because
That's a plant. What they call them? Plants.
yeah, so the bottom line is so when you keep it if now more people will like myself who didn't give a shit about the money and all stuff like that and just tell it like it is, we were like this. But everybody in Black America, right? It just showed you how weak Black America was. We had institutions, we let them go down. Like let me give you an example. You've seen the videos where the so-called educators were looking at a high school dance and the girls 14, 13, 14 out on the floor shaking their booty and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Man, the principal should have went in there and took his belt off. Said, girl, you don't get your ass off that damn floor.
But hey, but Colin, you know what would have happened, right? Mama would have came to the school and be like, don't
Mama
you
could have
talk to
got
my
whipped.
child
Yo,
like that."
mama would have got whipped too, and daddy would have got whipped too. That's the type of Black America we used to have.
You know
But
what's
that's
crazy though,
that.
Kyle?
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm just, you know what's crazy? It don't feel like Black America anymore. Like even in the early 2000s, we had like the Teen Summit, BET. We
Yeah, we
had
don't have
different.
none of that shit
It don't.
anymore. Nothing,
Yeah,
nothing. We don't have anything anymore.
yeah. It's no unit. It's no.
There's no togetherness. There's no harmony.
Yeah.
There's no love. There's no black. There's no us anymore. You know,
Remember
that's
on
what
the
I tell
But
TV
principals.
shows
You
that we
know,
had in the movies and entertainment we also had back in the day,
yeah,
back
we
in
used
the
to
early
have,
2000s.
we used to have UPN, and the
Mm.
CW network, all those black sitcoms. When I say the word,
Yeah.
when I said, but it gave you a visual of black life in America.
mhm.
We used to have
Everything.
black sitcoms that we liked. When people
Yeah,
look
the
at
shows don't hit the same no more,
They
man.
don't.
but
They and the
I,
we
movies
don't
too.
have any at all. Either
right. I
there
grew up.
is
I grew up on
weird.
227 and all that.
I grew up on all that stuff, Fresh Prince, all that stuff
Yeah.
like that,
Uh-huh.
And then LL
The
Cool J's
Rain
in the
Brothers,
house,
Martin.
whatnot, LL Cool J's in the house, and then what you call you got all those Malcolm in the middle, Malcolm and Eddie, So I grew up
Hmm.
with all that shit, And so therefore UPN man, and they clown it. UPN's Universal Planet of Negro, something like that. They used to say, The bottom line, it was you saw black actresses. You go and appreciate all different types of black women and actresses and whatnot. It was great for me in the '90s and early 2000s. Was great being black, and then out of
Mm-hmm.
nowhere, we all went mainstream. So
What up?
now
You think Obama
we have
did
nothing
that?
for ourselves.
You think Obama did that?
Well, when Obama came in, right, everybody was all like, "Okay, we don't have to be black no more. We're all American." All this bullshit.
Mm.
That's what
Because
happened
we
when
had our first black president. Colin, I told you about this before. That's why when you made that comment that we don't have real unity, it's just togetherness, right? Like I was on Neferkari's channel, right? And you should see, like he was making a point that black people only stick together when they feel like somebody has a foot on their neck. Because when Trump won, now all the black people want to come out and say, "Oh, we gotta look out for each other. We gotta take care of each other." In my mind, I'm
there's
thinking
not black
we was
people
supposed to be doing that either way. We were always supposed to do that. That's something that should come that we should just do. We should just do it naturally. But unfortunately, it's not
Black
like that.
people don't do that. So the bottom line, black people, like I say, you can't take them seriously because everything is emotion. We
Hmm.
let our guard down. We thought we was in this post-racial America and all this kind of stuff like that. And like I said, the immigrants come over here and they tribe up. They tribe
Hmm.
up. Yeah, like I said, we have a Haitian lady in my marketing firm that I'm associated with. Right, we have an associate agency. This Haitian agency in Florida, they went from associating to partners. I'm like, damn, So, but she said in the bio that she basically serves exclusively to the Haitian community down there. Her
Exclusively to
agents
them?
and the clients are all Haitians. In Southern
Hmm.
Florida. I'm like,
Right.
they got see when you got an ethnic group like that, the only because of language barriers, they got the whole
Right.
ethnic group. And bottom line, I think I could go down there and set up shop and sell.
Nope.
You.
Ain't gonna like this. And me, I'm here in Virginia and Chesapeake and Norfolk and Virginia Beach. I gotta freaking fight to get black clients. I gotta fight with white people. I got no exclusive on Black America here.
Right.
It work like we don't. We're not unified like that. We're not a community. So it's so the thing is, what we fought for was being
Acceptance.
mainstream of America. Now we got it.
Mhm.
We feel like we lost something, man. Who are we?
Right.
Now we bitching. We bitching now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you got what you want. Black America is a victim of his own success.
Mm.
You fought for integration. You fought for all this stuff.
You
And
got it and
got
still
it.
complaining.
What the hell, man? I don't feel. I feel empty. Why? Because these immigrants come over here, and the thing is, they're happy with whatever America has to offer them. We're like, we're not happy with anything because our ultimate goal, really, let's be honest with ourselves. Black people will never be happy because they're not happy being black. Black people want what white people have. They want to be white.
Right.
Yeah.
Facts.
That's all it is. And so you ever see black women when they be arguing with white people, but yeah, but, and
With the
white women's
weed.
like, yeah, I understand your pain. Black women just not having it. Well, you white chick, blah blah blah. Like, just tell me you're jealous without telling me you're jealous.
Exactly.
It's like this.
And like I said it before, right? I can't stand like on Facebook where black people move into like white people neighborhoods and then they complain about white people racism and
Yeah,
everything else.
racism,
I'm like,
or
why
that, or
are
this
you
like
over
like
there?
this
And
one lady, these two girls on an elevator, right? And they'll videotape this one white girl. She said this white girl was cute. She was like blonde, little young, skin. Like, these black girls acting like, oh, she's standing on it. No, she might look at you like, what the hell you videotaping me for? You know? And so it's like we're fighting with white people, we're fighting with each other, and now we're fighting with black immigrants. You know,
Right,
black people, Black America's tired. Everybody's tired of us. You know, everybody's tired of Black America. How toxic it is.
including ourselves.
Yeah. I'm tired of Negroes, man. You think you know what I'm saying? You know,
Why you
so
think more and more black people are becoming ultra conservative to the point where they bout daggone near cooning?
yeah,
I'm
so
like,
yeah,
what?
a lot of black people just say, you know, we're tired of, you know, the complaining, the bitching, like what you call. Let me give you an example. When Donald Trump said that he looked, Ice Cube said, I want a contract with Black America for the black vote, right? Donald Trump said, well,
Hmm.
okay, right? You know, and Donald Trump said, well, I'll come up with a platinum plan, you right? And Ice Cube's thing was a contract with Black America. Donald Trump said a platinum plan, you know, where it was very vague,
Hmm.
right? Man, the same black people are always complaining about we have no jobs and blah, blah, blah.
Right,
They're like, we don't want nothing from no damn Trump or not, you know. Black congressional leaders refuse to meet with him. I said,
right.
look, every time you see right now, when they just passed this big, beautiful bill, all those white congressmen got a little something for the district. Okay, I need this, you know. They stuck it in at the last minute to get the bill passed. How
Hmm.
much do you think black congressmen got for their districts?
Zero.
Nothing, because they don't care. That's what you're dealing with. And then they'll get up there and be like, "Whoa, America, don't do this for us, don't do that," you know. So it just black people just love to complain. That's why if I was white people, I would never give black people reparations because the
Yeah,
very
it's the
next
same thing when Trump was talking about the black jobs, right? And everybody
yeah,
like, "What's a black job? What's
it's
a
a black
black?"
job,
And
you
it's so
know.
you
They're
know
like,
how many videos I seen with black people before Trump said that, talking about we losing our black
we
jobs
lose
and
our
everything
black
else.
jobs, whatnot. We know we
And
got
then when
black
Trump says, "Oh, he racist," what's a black job? I was like,
He's
these
a black
people,
job,
man.
man. No, but he's being racist when I, you know. So you cannot please black people. They're toxic. You know, you can't please them. They're always gonna. And that's what comes from being powerless. You know, you lash out at every little thing. And Donald Trump understands that. It's just powerless. You know, you're never gonna exceed the people that's actually ruling over you. They're gonna keep doing what they do. You're not gonna stop
Hmm.
Trump, white America, from doing what they're doing. So all you got is your bucket and powerlessness. And white people are like, okay, the white people on the bottom are tired of it because they got to deal with black people every day. But the white
Hmm.
people on top, they ain't thinking about black people. You know,
Right? They ain't got to deal with it. Most white people don't even live around black people.
yeah.
So,
So the white people don't live around black people. They don't care about what you think. You know, they're
right.
like, the hell what you think, man. You know, we're gonna do the same like that, whatever it is, regardless. The law's gonna take effect, whatever like that, and you just have to fall in line. But
Hmm.
I just want to talk about this Essence Festival. You know, I am kind of embarrassed by black people. Where they're like, oh, FBA. Like I said, we let our culture go down the tubes. You know,
Right.
now this
And
guy
and
Dennis comes along and he tried to rebuild Essence magazine back to where it used to be, right? And now everybody, black people, is like, oh, that's Caribbeans and blah blah blah. I'm so sick and
I
tired of
mean,
you goddamn
I
FBA.
get I like I said, I've been watching, like, I seen comments from black people, black Americans, not FBA, but black Americans, and they saying that they didn't they wanted to stay a black American event. Like they said they didn't, like, when I seen some comments, they didn't mind having certain like African or Caribbean stuff, but it should stay a black American event. And I agree with them. If they want to have a Pan Africanist
Well, what
event
about the fact that
festival.
hold on, what about the fact that
Hmm.
maybe Black American culture, like remember something, a lot of what was Essence Bank doing right there, they brought all this ratchet ghetto culture in there, you know,
But
and
they could
that
do
really
what
Black
B
America.
they could do what BET just did. Like I said, I heard a lot of people say that
Yeah,
BET
but
this year was much
hold on,
better.
man. Hey, hold on, you might be making a point. We shouldn't be having this conversation. You know, how did
Right.
fucking BT get to the point where all this ghetto, nasty, ratchet shit represents? But why was that even in the discussion? You know, that's what I'm talking about. You know, anytime,
Because mhm.
anytime you can't say definitively what this is your culture, this is not our culture, whatever like that. You know, and put it out there. You know. But our culture, I'll tell you what it is. We let weak black women, right? And they're influenced by these thugs and this ghetto life and whatnot. And they're in
Hmm.
a position of decision making, you know? Somebody has to green light a sexy red, getting on stuff like that.
You wanna know
And
who actually green light Sexy Red? I believe it was a black man.
yeah,
Crazy.
so the bottom line is this: these people, all these people with this garbage culture, right?
And
How
he
is it gonna have
and Carla, hold on one second.
MTV, VH1, and they talking about wet ass pussy and shit like that? You know,
Right.
who
And
green
Carla,
light this shit?
you know the crazy thing about it is the black man that green lighted Sexy Red, he was college educated. He
Oh
came
yeah,
from
I
a
know.
two parent
So
household.
like I said, like I told earlier, Nate, I don't give a damn. Black this ratchet culture transcends education, everything like that. It's all over. It's people determined to make Black America as filthy and dirty as possible to dismantle.
Right. And when you look at the people, some of the people that's doing it, like I said, Sexy Red is Sexy Red. I can't help that she's a hood booger because that's how she. Like I said, you see her mama.
Yeah, they're
Mama's a
all,
very
that's
beautiful
all
lady, but the apple
disgusting.
don't fall too far from the tree.
They're all
Like
disgusting.
I can't help. Like you can't help people like Sexy Red how they grew up. They grew up in a dysfunctional environment, probably single parent household.
So
My
I'm saying this.
problem,
I'm like this. If majority of Black America is not like that, why are these people being shoved down our throats? You know.
and
You know,
that's why I don't understand.
I wouldn't even say Tyler Perry, right? Tyler Perry
Hmm.
talks about his fucking life as he was sexually molested, he was homeless, when I.
Hmm.
I'm like, and same thing with Oprah. These people are dysfunctional, but why are they
Right.
fucking giving put? Why? See, the problem is you got all these dysfunctional black people and influencing over Black America. You know, and that's what I'm saying. That's what happened over the last generation. We didn't choose Oprah Winfrey. White people put her on. You know, we didn't
Hmm.
choose Tyler Perry. White people put her on. You know. But let me get Big
I,
Black on. Hold up.
oh, the last thing, a lot of white people love that type of stuff though.
Of
They
course,
want to,
like
they
I said,
love that
I told
ratchet
you,
stuff.
I told you when I was growing up, right? I lived in a white community, upstate New York, right? Me and my friends, black friends, we were all from the Puerto Ricans. We were all from the city, right? And
Hmm.
we all stuck together. One night we had our own social clubs. Parents had our own social clubs and everything like that, right? And so the white boys were like, man, you know, they was like jealous, whatnot, you know. So they would, you know, white boys. There was the other part of the town called Linden Avenue. That's the hood, man. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Anyway, white boys used to go and get like buckets of chicken, right, beer and everything like and weed, and go out there and say, "Yo, what's up, bro?" And then a lot of those niggas out there knew us, right?
Right.
Be like that, oh, you know what they said about y'all, blah blah blah. Y'all white and y'all with the white man, blah blah blah. We're out there, so the white boys got a kick out of going to the hood and talking
Hmm.
shit about us, you know, because they said, man, y'all ain't
Because
blacks, you know, because
I'm,
because they go out there and smoke. Like I said, what's one thing we didn't do? We didn't really party with white guys like that, you know.
I
They're like,
remember
yeah, out there, we
J.
have a
Cole said it in his song. He said they want to be black and your music is how they think it's like it is to be black and whatnot to like those young white people that's into that type of stuff. They think that's what it means to be black, to be in the hood and
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
doing
That's what
all
they
types of
think, you
crazy
know.
stuff.
That's what they think. They think we're
That's
that we're
the
all
authentic black person. Like if you not from the hood, you don't sag your pants, you don't act crazy, then you're not an authentic black man.
like
And I hate when black people also try to push that same narrative.
so the bottom line, that's what we're up against, and we lost. You know, let me get Big Black on. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of a little tap dancing on the shows lately, man.
Come
All
on,
this,
Big Black, man. Come on, Big Black.
all this. You gonna cry too much? We cry. We this and that. Y'all sound like some of the people that Tariq called. You know, he doesn't call all. Even though I disagree with the whole tether word, but he talks about the ones that come over here and then they point the finger at us and say, "Why you all crying and complaining? This and that. Life is good. You guys
Well,
kind of
if you come in, look, hold up, hold up. You're
you
coming
know."
from a third world country, right? So you come to America, you just like dying with the heaven, of course.
Oh, okay, but at the same time, I mean, you just got to the table. You don't get to grab the mic. You know what I'm saying? You come to the, you know what I'm saying? You come to the, you the first. This is your first time
Yeah,
at the
but the whole thing is
Thanksgiving.
with social media, all you need is a TikTok account. You
Yeah,
know,
but but we gotta we just gotta let them know, hey, we can't be deterred from what the mission is. You know what I mean?
But they're
As far
saying
as Black
our
power.
hold on, our mission is getting in their way of enjoying themselves in America, big black. You
But
know,
that, but I understand that, but they gotta move. They gotta move around, man, because
big black. It's gonna be tough,
they
man, because
they always
people.
tell a lot of them always tell them we're supposed to do, but when we look at the look at the countries they come from. Hey,
Yo, big black, you sound like you say yo,
I can see if you're coming from if
you
you're
know what
coming
it is?
from somewhere like America and you're saying, okay, this is how we did it, man.
Check
You
this
got
out,
to
big
look
black.
at
You
us.
know what you sound
If
like?
you come,
You sound
huh?
like cornbread senators, and he got turned into a vampire, man.
Why you say that?
Somebody gave you the FBA bite,
No,
big black.
Yeah, it
I'm just being
sound like
real. I'm hearing
you
a
been
lot of.
binge watching.
I've been hearing a lot of right racist, right wing talking points, and then I've been hearing the echo by
Black immigrant.
some of the black immigrants, some of them, not all, and now it's
What's
trying.
white supremacists?
Now it's
What's white?
coming down into you know what I'm saying the pro black community, and I'm like the Pan African community. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying?
What is which white racist talking points or conservative talking points?
That America's
Pull
a great
yourself up by
country,
your
and
bootstraps.
black people
Stop
pull yourself up.
complaining. You know, they've been saying that shit since we was in chains.
Listen,
Why you all
listen.
complaining? You've been a main one tap dancing. You
They
been
come out there with the whip and whatnot.
1976,
Come on,
wherever
pick
you
that cotton,
goddamn
nigga.
name is.
Stop
I'm a
complaining.
tap dancer.
1976, you been styling as the flippers. Okay?
Yeah, Big Black is getting on you, Steve, man.
Yeah,
He been
I hear, man.
dancing lately, man.
1776 is you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yo, I can't
You
wait
like
to
to rap into his Batman, man. You
yo,
been
I can't wait to 1776 when Big Black get into it, man. I'm
I'm
telling you,
like this, man. This is how I think, right? White people are never, you
Are you
know.
from the hood, Steve?
No, I'm not. Like I said, I grew up in the country, man. I'm not from the hood. Listen,
I mean, the country club. What you talking about? What
I'm
country?
like a rural area. Like I grew up down south,
Rural sundown town.
not a sundown town, man. I I'm around black people, surrounded by black people.
Afternoon
But
downtown. What the fuck?
this is my mentality, right? We
Uh
have
huh.
been fighting for forever in America. These white people are not gonna, unless what I mean by fight, unless we go actually fight. I'm talking about with bloodshed. Then all this talking about we gotta do this, it ain't gonna
I
work.
mean,
refuse.
if
Right,
you're talking about, listen, we're not. Let's be real, man. We're not in shackles anymore, right? But as
right,
far as in this country, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have to, everybody fights for power in this country. This is always gonna be a white country, let's be real.
right.
But every group fights for their piece of the pie in the country. And if you hear all that, maybe you all should quiet, we tired of hearing you. It's because, maybe it's effective, you
Now,
know.
No, 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 no.
Big Black principally says your agenda is nagging and sagging. What do you think about that?
Oh, Prince, Prince of P is not a prince, first of all. You know what I mean?
I'm like
Again,
this.
I don't want to sound like no FBA, but come on, he comes on here and he points the finger too. You all need to do this. You all need to do that. Where he's from again?
You
He's
from
from.
Haiti,
Black is
man.
not FBA, man.
I
Big
just get
Black
tired of
FBA.
these people. I just get tired of.
Big
I'm a
Black
Pan
been
African,
on
but
Big
if
Black
you
been
gonna
on Tariq the
show me,
Trammer.
if you're gonna point the finger, point, and say you all need to do this, you need to do that.
Yo,
You
Big
come
Black, were you
from
Big
a,
listening to
Black.
you need
Dice
to come
show
from a
today?
you need to come from a country that's first class, man. You need to come
Yo,
from.
Big
Let me
Black.
say this, Big Black.
Hold on,
Uh,
Big Black. Did you
Go
listen to
ahead.
Dice show today?
I listened to some of it, man.
You
It
hear what
was a
Maximilian
cool
said?
show.
Here's the you hear idiot Maximilian talk about somebody black and whatnot. You got a kid. I said, nigga, why is that only towards us and whatnot?
Right,
People
right.
over
I
here with
agree.
all that venom in their hearts towards us, and we're supposed to sit back and be like, okay, let's be Pan Africans. Get the hell out of here with that shit.
But
The thing is, yeah, I could Jaguar. He means well, but sometimes he's oversteps a little bit.
Oh, that
But he
dude,
means well. He got a good heart.
that
But
dude was saying, that dude went off, man. Oh man, that
but
dude went off,
let's
bro.
be real. This Essence Festival, man. Listen, man. Like you all were just talking about how black music, as far as like what's popular in the radio waves, it's been a ride, man. I heard I heard a new song, right? It was a woman. It was a lesbian song. It was a lesbian rap song. You know,
What?
when I heard that, and it's a hip hop version, and they was this woman talking about she in love with another woman, this and that. It's gone, man. The culture's
Yeah,
gone.
this.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
so
Like,
the
Yeah,
bottom line,
man.
so that's what I said. Black people let the culture be destroyed. So that has
They
the
won, Colin. They won.
I know
They won.
the immigrants have taken over, and that's just the way it is. You know,
man,
Colin, the white man
take
won,
over.
brother.
Just give it
the
to them.
white man, the white man is
Build
using the
something.
immigrants
No,
against them.
no, no, no. Don't call. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Go in the corner and die. Give it to them and build something new. We need to build something
I
new.
said that. I said that
How we
earlier. We
gonna
got
do
to go
that, big
regroup and
black?
build something else. You know.
Most
Big,
black people don't
big,
even know
big.
they in a war right now. How we gonna do that?
A lot of people though, the
Big
masses
Dude,
know.
black.
The
oh
masses,
boy.
the
Yeah,
masses always
the root of it
in
is
the
the
out.
love for the white
A
man.
big black back from the dead like a vampire. What is he complaining about tonight, man?
I'm complaining about your
Listen,
beloved racist white folks.
no, it's not. Listen, big black. To be American is to be conservative. To be liberal is to be Marxist and socialist, and to be
First of
foreign.
all, you need to change your name to Juneteenth because in 1776, black people were still slaves. Okay, so you
Listen,
occupy almost a year. Come on, man.
listen.
Change your
Regard,
name.
like I said last night, we have transcended the darkness of
The
that we
darkness.
went through.
That sounds like some racist
No,
talking.
no, I'm saying
The
Why
this
couldn't we
darkness.
country.
transcend the
The
whiteness?
darkness.
Why couldn't
No,
we
no, no.
transcend the whiteness?
We've overcome, man. Like this country is a great country, man, built on a solid foundation of 1776. Regardless of the dark past, we are here. We're the greatest. We're the
What was
best.
your ancestors at in 1776? What were they doing? What were they
Listen,
doing?
listen. They
They were
were
signing the Declaration of Independence.
they
They were
pro.
what?
What do you say?
What were your ancestors doing in 1776?
They were unpaid laborers. You know,
Okay, so why are you so proud of 1776?
because of what we created. Of what we created. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but you didn't have no say so in that. You just you did what your ancestors did what they were told for the most part.
Listen.
I'm just being real. Am I factual in saying that?
Listen, like
1776
college
got
showed,
overall though.
90% of our ancestors were unpaid laborers, right? We punched in and we didn't get paid, right? But during
No,
that time, we
We
laid a
you was chattel
we was
slavery.
always in. There wasn't
You
no
was
punching
chattel
in.
slavery, bro. That wasn't paid labor.
Yeah, we was always in and we don't know out either. So
right. But what I'm saying is this country is a great country, man. And everybody has their gripes, their frustrations. But this is still one of the greatest countries in the world that the world has ever seen. The only kingdom that's greater than this, America, is heaven,
So if we
God's
being
kingdom.
done wrong, we should have complained.
Listen, slavery existed around all
No,
slavery.
I'm talking about at present day. If we're being done
It's
wrong,
not. It's nothing to complain about, man. People are
what's
complaining about
always something to
immigrants.
complain about?
People are complaining
It's
about
something to
immigrants running
complain about
Essence, right?
things. Democrats to
People,
complain about things. It's always something to
it's
complain
not
about.
going to complain about, man.
What are the
The only thing to
what are
complain about.
the Republicans talking about? Why are they beefing? Why
What do
are
you?
they going after each other?
Nah, listen, man. It's
So
nothing
in
to
other
complain.
words, hold on. Is the MAGA people allowed to complain? They always complaining.
No, no. You got to understand the inertia.
So in other words, some people can complain, other people got to shut up, right?
Colin, you didn't know that?
I get
Listen,
it now, man. I get it now. Just shut it
no.
up,
What
you
what
know.
the right complains about is, are we adhering to the
Okay,
Constitution?
all right.
No, no. We're trying to find out, are we adhering to the
So hold on,
Constitution?
hold on,
Are
hold on.
we
Who
up?
said
So
you?
no, hold on. So in other
Are
words, the
we
right wing.
upholding the
Hold up,
principles of
hold up.
1776 in the
Check
Constitution?
this out. Hold
That's
up.
what we complain about.
90% of the right wing is complaining about the presence of illegal aliens, people who are not doing nothing to them.
Yes, because
That's
they don't belong here, man. You have to come in the
so
country
you got a
legally.
gripe. So in other words,
No, no,
basically,
it's not a gripe. It's because of what Joe
So
Biden allowed.
in other words, the right wing, their what they complain about is legitimate, but everybody else
Yeah,
complains is fucking not legitimate.
not because what they are complaining about is what we went through over the
Oh,
last
but they're
4 years when
complaining though. They're
the
complaining.
border was wide open, the hordes of
Yeah, but that was
barbarians
the
rushed.
law, man. The president opened the borders, and that was it. You got
Yeah,
to
but
serve.
that's unconstitutional.
Yeah. So look, being hold up. How about basically chattel slavery? Yeah, you gonna say that's constitutional, right?
Like I said, I always tell you, and I get tired ad infinitum. We are endeavoring to create a more perfect union. We elected a black
So how come you
president
can't just legalize these illegal
of
aliens?
African and American origins. You know
That's
what
why
I'm
we
saying?
complain. We're complaining to create this union.
No, it's but there's nothing to complain about. What we got to
What are
complain about,
you
what we
talking
got to
about,
listen.
man?
My gripe with this, the only gripe I have
What our
is
political
why.
debates? What our
See, I'm
political
about to
debates?
go in. I'm about to build. The only complaints we have is why are we shooting each other in Philadelphia?
So you
Listen,
in a
listen. Why is there 50 people
racist
shot in
Okay, let
Philadelphia?
me ask you a question.
Why is there 30 people shot in Indianapolis?
Okay,
Why are
okay.
we killing each other?
1776, right? Let me ask you. Let me get like 5 minutes. 1776. Please don't interrupt me, right? Can I ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
Now, what were the races of these people that got killed, shot and killed?
Where at? In Philadelphia,
Yeah, those are people you're
Indianapolis,
talking about. Yeah,
uh, Chicago,
yeah.
African Americans.
Okay, now how do you know they're African Americans?
Come on, man. Devontae, Tion.
Okay, so how
Come
you
on,
look?
like,
Hold up,
come on,
hold up.
come on, man. Let's
1776,
not be dense.
1776. Hold on. Do you believe in extraterrestrials?
Nah, I don't believe in hocus pocus bullshit. No.
No, hold on. How do you know those are extraterrestrials coming to Earth as
So
disguised as black
extra
people,
Devontae
shooting?
is so you're saying that
Yeah.
anybody
They can
named
come over here and
Devontae?
they take on human forms and transport. Now, let me ask you a question, right? I argue that it's those same extraterrestrials that disguise
Deshaun?
themselves. Hold on. They're disguising themselves as Zach and Zeke and shooting up schools.
Oh man.
All right, man.
I believe that
Listen.
extraterrestrials doing this. I don't
Listen,
think they're
man.
black
I understand that. I know that dope is heading real heavy down in Virginia, man. But you know, listen, man.
I'm
Come
That
on,
boat.
serious, man.
Smoking that boat.
listen, man. That's it. Like like I don't understand what these kids, man. Like for real, like
They're
really,
extraterrestrials.
we need to
We need more money for the space program, man.
we need to ban drugs, music. Listen, man. All that rap shit, we got to put a moratorium on rap, on drugs, on liquor. No black man should be allowed to buy liquor, man. That's how fucked up the situation is, man.
I would say if we just get the NASA more money to make sure unidentified don't come here and
And
extraterrestrials.
listen, I was real disappointed, man. Like Indianapolis, they shooting like that in Indianapolis,
And we got problem extraterrestrials, man. Come on.
Philly,
Let me get Ben on.
Missouri.
Ben, go ahead, bro. Ben, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm just hearing about this whole Eston situation. But that's like you said, Colin. We gave the culture to dirty sex,
Oh yeah,
extreme
of
violence.
course, man. So now we lose it. Now everybody complaining. This is results to
But
what?
what's
But
the complaint about, man?
we've
We
been
live in a
saying this.
capitalistic society. If somebody buys something, they buy it. The Washington Post was bought by one Bezos. Nobody said anything. Like when a white person buys something, it's never a problem. If a
Oh,
black person buys it, it's a
okay.
problem.
That was a good Uncle Tom response. But let me put it to you like this, right? Black Essence Magazine used to be the showcase for black upliftment of black.
Man, I know what it's about. Why LeBron James didn't buy it?
Women, right? Okay, now I concede the fact that that's gone, right? And so I understand that it's never gonna come back, ever like that, But I'm saying is this though, at the same
But
time,
this is a problem. We cry too much. A lot of African Americans don't want to go to HBCUs. Caribbean people go, we complain. What the fuck, man?
Hold on. But problem is this: you have people who have legitimate, even though I don't agree with them, right? I'm not going to complain, right? You have people who have legitimate concerns because they don't understand. I understand how I felt. right? I understand that, right? And I was expecting this, But you got people who have legitimate, based on what they hear on social media, how Africans talk, Caribbeans talk about them. They said, well, why do you say people who hate us? There's a lot of growing number of black people who believe immigrants hate them, And so why these
Okay,
people
man.
who hate us
This is
are letting something that we built,
well.
That's a
Well, let me
legitimate.
build, right? We abandon our stuff and then we complain when other people buy it. We abandon the hood. White people come in. We cry gentrification. We abandon HBCUs. Caribbeans,
We're
Africans
not
come in.
abandoning
We
the
cry gentrification.
record
We
numbers of black
abandon
people are
Essence
going
and
down.
Jet magazine, right?
Record
We
numbers of black
abandon
people
BET.
record number of
We
black people.
abandon BET. We abandon Essence and Jet. Somebody comes in and buy it.
We
We
didn't
fucking
abandon
complaining.
anything. They were basically co-opted by people who weren't in our best
That is
interest.
all. Listen, man.
Hey,
I'm tired of the boogie.
Kyler,
I'm tired of the boogeyman, man.
Kyler, let me say this, right? I actually agree with 1776 on this issue. The reality is that
No kidding.
these are these are enterprises, right? These are businesses. Usually, if somebody wants something to stay in a community, when they put that thing up for sale, they go within that community and look for buyers, right? So if Essence wanted to be sold to an African American to carry on that legacy, they should have made sure that they were selling it to somebody who had the same ideals and somebody who was going to, perpetuate that legacy of what Essence stood for. But they sold it as a business to a man who had money, who could purchase it. And with all respect to Rachel Jennings, he has kept, a large portion of Essence, within the black community. He just wanted to infuse African, you know, a reflection of African culture within it. I think that's the big craze. Why can't it be all African American? Why does Africans have to be included in it? And I think that's unfair because if somebody buys a business, they can go whichever way they want that business to go. And I'll give you BET for example, right? You got Viacom. It's owned by a white man, right? And he's using BET to make money off black people. All the commercials that people watch, that's money that's going into his pocket. It's not going to the black community. But nobody complains about BET anymore. They still watch BET. So I think it's unfair.
Nah,
And I think you agree with that
BET
point, Kyle.
viewership has went down.
It's going down, but it's still predominantly black people watching it, bro.
Yeah, that's true, but it has significantly went down. Most people don't watch BET no more.
Yeah,
That's a
most people don't
fact.
watch them.
That's a fact.
People, my aunt
They
told me
just
people
had the
used to go to
BET
work and
award.
talk about
It was
BET,
it was
but they
highly
don't
watched.
really.
They had the
You
BET
said what?
award. That was how they watched it. The BET
Which one?
awards, right?
I mean,
The BET awards.
you have black people complain about when BET gets so. I mean, the bottom line, yes, this is a capitalist country, yeah, and if there's not a lot of buyers that have our interests at heart, yeah, it could it's at risk of being bought by someone who doesn't have our interests at heart. So I understand that, but as far as like Essence, I look at it like this: the music has been going downhill for a minute anyway. It's time for a new revival because, I mean,
Oh,
when the last
hey,
time? No one can tell me when's the last good R&B song they heard. I mean, it's probably like 2 or 3 years ago, if that. So
A dude by the name of October London.
what's the name of the song?
Come back to my place. It was
Come back.
playing. They played it
hey,
on North Carolina. You should
Oh
listen
yeah.
to it. It's
hey,
good.
let
So,
me ask a
so
question,
you
man.
don't have like
Let
a
me
top 10 R&B. You know what I'm saying? Like you couldn't name me top 10 top R&B songs.
Hey, I'll tell you. I'll give you an example of in Maryland. Sometimes in Maryland they don't allow individual people to sell houses. Only the homeowners can sell houses, right? So the homeowners can vet who's coming into that community. So they keep that community the way they want it to be, right? But when you sell something, you no longer have ownership of it. If I sell my car to Steve and he wants to change the paint and the interior, what the fuck am I crying about, man? It ain't my car no more.
You're right.
Am I right?
I
You're
agree
right.
with you. I agree with you.
You can't sell something and
And then,
still have
and then,
dictate what it becomes,
but
man.
1776. Hear this out, right? The dude actually held the Essence Festival. He didn't do away with some of the traditions of the magazines, right? But people are saying, why are there more people who are not from a specific lineage being a part of it when this guy who bought it is bringing in people who are from his culture or from his continent?
Okay,
Why do people have an issue with that? I don't
listen.
get
If
it.
I buy a company, I'm gonna hire people from Maryland. Right? I'm gonna hire my friends, my associates, my colleagues.
I mean,
If
I
you want
get
shit
that,
to stay
but
the same, you don't sell it. Once you
I,
sell it,
I, I,
you don't have no ownership over it.
I understand that, but at the same time, if it was like
It
a
ain't no same
Caribbean
time.
fest,
Once if I want to preserve something the way I created it to be, I have to maintain it. I can't sell it to you. Just like when Bob Johnson sold the Bobcats, the new owner changed the name to the Hornets. He can't.
right?
He don't have no say in what the fuck happens once he sell the team.
Nope. They they
Come on, man.
they buy
We
they
can't be
buy.
this dense, man. We can't be this stupid and dense. I understand Big Black is stupid, but that's my brother. So I know he's stupid in love. But come on, man.
You're a robot, man. You're a shell of whoever the fuck you are.
Listen, I'm gonna say like I get where both sides are coming from.
Ain't no
I,
both
I,
sides. It's one side. Once you sell something, you don't have control over it.
That
I
that
agree with
that's
you.
that's true. That's very true. You really don't. You have no say. You have because it's just like when you have a venture capitalist. Once they come in to own your startup, they own percentage. They own the majority of the stake in it, and they can do whatever they want. They can take you out of the company if they want. Period. End of
Fact.
discussion.
Like we create our own problem, then we complain about the problem that we created. Come on, man.
It happens up here all the time. Happens up here all the time. These the black leaders, tech leaders, they get something, and then they get we complain. We complain. Well, I don't because to me, I don't really get mad as much. Like really hyped and mad because when we do this, when we give our stuff away, when we or even we close it down, we don't invest money into the stuff that we need. Why should I go to another? Why should I have to go to someone to learn something like AI demo, AI
Just like
stuff?
in New York City. Just like in New York City, a lot of those old folks sold their house, their brownstones to white people, and we complain about gentrification. If you sold it, they ain't take it from you. You sold a deed to them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And just like they did here in North, around here in Minnesota, like in North Minneapolis, they got like a contractor um to do all the negotiations to gentrify the whole neighborhood. We didn't have a say in that. No,
Yeah.
no. We don't even say. I might not agree with everything you say, 17 minus 6, but this one, when you're talking about something legit that everybody needs to understand, once they build, once they put the money into it, they can do whatever the hell they want. Period.
Facts, man.
End of discussion. I'll let you guys
That's like
continue.
your girl break up from you. Your
Sometimes,
girl break up with you, and you still want to dictate what she do. Like she ain't with you, man. Like come on, man.
no, sometimes justification is planned, though.
Man,
I've
Big
seen it.
Black, stop all that conspiracy. This is the problem with low IQ people. You always got a conspiracy, man. You
hold on,
always
man.
got a conspiracy. You see, the white man was over there looking, and
I'll tell you one thing.
Mama's chicken was sold because the white man. Well, stop that
You know what I'm
bullshit.
saying? That
But
cloning program is real
these
good,
plans
man.
have been
The way
done in
the way
advance.
you that clone, man, with you sound like a Sammy Davis clone, man. You know what I'm saying? Do you clones
They,
have
these
spirits?
stuff is
Wait, let me say this real quick. I've seen the areas right. They target areas and like people move out of houses. I've seen houses get torn down, so they make a way where what I'm saying, the hood can't be bought up because all the houses are getting torn down. They're tearing down the houses so they can start making new development. And I've seen gentrification happen in that sense too. So there's different ways and methods of justification. It's just not grandma selling the house to a different a non-black. Go ahead, 1578.
Hey, like Kylo always talks about sacred cows. Like we don't have any sacred cows. We don't hold on to stuff, man.
Well, sacred cows usually means things you hold on to your own detriment.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, like we don't hold on to the institutions we built. I bet you in 10 years, the Nation of Islam is gonna have white folk in there.
Man, listen, man, don't do that to
let's
Yeah,
let's
well,
talk. Let's talk.
the thing is, what I was saying that's not sacred cow. That's I said was sacred and profound. You know, sacred and profound. Sacred cow is something else. Sacred cow is negative. You know, sacred and profound is something that you hold on to, that you believe in. And black people don't have anything like that anymore. Ebony
Yeah, like
magazine something sacred in Black America and profound. Ebony magazine's top 100, right? If you weren't on Ebony Magazine's top 100, you did not speak for Black America, right? When they destroyed that, we start seeing weird people pop up out of nowhere, like Michael Eric Dyson. Where the fuck he come from? You know, white people start putting people out there in our community, control it. That's why Black America spiraled out of control. We used to have influencers in Black America, and now
yeah,
those influences are gone because we let a great magazine like Ebony Institute go fall by the wayside. The same thing now, Black African American women, their beauty and everything is lost.
yeah,
Because
facts.
we didn't we let Bill Porter, we let things like Bill Porter and people like that come in
Or
and show
Tyler Perry.
Tyler
But
Perry,
my
all
question
this
is why didn't Oprah or Tyler Perry buy Essence?
because they
We
got
was
all types
willing to
of
let
image,
we
they got
was
all
let,
types
willing to
of
let the business
Because they're
crash.
paid.
agenda.
Because Warner Bros. Discovery owns Oprah's network.
All these people don't got the money you think they got. And
Like
also
Yeah,
they
look
all got the
look at
same
look at
agenda. You
but
know,
look at look
this
at
is my last thing.
hold on guys. Look at Aspire TV. Magic Johnson doesn't have a whole stake. He owns some parts, but he doesn't own the whole thing. It's like NBC Universal owns money into that. He doesn't control
Fact.
that's he doesn't control that. Look at networks like BET. He startup money. Bob Johnson got startup money from John Malone.
But, but what about I was just reading the other day that like a Nigerian guy is running Red Lobster, man. Like,
He don't control that. The big corporations do.
this. What you talking about, man? We
nah,
never Red Lobster as far as like the old franchise.
Black people
nah,
don't
nah.
own Red Lobster,
They
bro.
said
It's a
they
white-owned
said this
company.
Nigerian guy's reviving Red Lobster. He's bringing out $5 bros, little $2 shots,
Yeah,
stuff niggas can
Oh,
continue
that's
to
I
Hey,
can
support.
agree
boy.
with that.
Colin,
That's
Colin,
good
is,
how
money.
the
Is Dave
Nigerians
over
go
here?
for Red Lobster. Come on.
Dave is trying to get on. Dave over here.
Mm.
Oh yeah, what's up, y'all? I was calling
Oh,
about
okay. Okay.
can y'all hear me?
Oh boy,
Yeah, we
yeah.
can hear you.
We hear you.
All
Oh,
right.
what's up,
Yeah,
man? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right, maintaining, living the dream in 1776 dream.
Nah, I knew we
Yeah,
was
I
going
feel
to.
you
I
on
don't
that.
want to see you on the
The best
chains.
country in the world. We already know it's the best country in the world. That's not, it
Hands
is
up and
what it is.
down, hands up and down.
But my thing is this: why we the only people that get? Why can't we be proud of our country? What is wrong with that? We Black Americans. We should be able to be proud of our country. I ain't no Jamaican. I ain't no Haitian.
It's not
I'm
wrong if
just
you
an
being proud of
American.
a country if you actually had one. You know,
I mean, this is our country right here. This is it right here. I mean, this is our country just as much as the Jamaica is the Jamaicans' country. It's the
Jamaica
same
don't belong
difference.
to Jamaicans, man. Jamaicans belong to the Queen of England, man. You know that shit like that.
Oh
But
shit.
you're not
Everybody
gonna
owns
say
it.
but you're not gonna go down to Kingston and say that to them. You're just
Nah,
not.
that's the truth, man.
But you're not gonna do that when they wave that
Jamaican
Jamaican
owns
flag.
it. You got the
You're gonna
Chinese out
respect
there.
it.
You got the
Just
Lebanese, the Jews, everybody else, man. The Jamaicans are tenants in their own that land.
Okay, we can say the
Colin's
same
right.
thing.
Colin's right.
I mean, we can say the same thing about the Haitians, right?
Yeah, nobody owns shit, man. Ain't nobody owns.
No, they don't
Okay.
own that.
So you gonna say nobody can be proud of their country? No black person can be proud of their country
So we start
because they
building the
don't.
black countries. Yeah, we can.
Man, let me tell you, during the Olympics, when the United States basketball is playing, college rooting for the other team, man. Shit, this is crazy.
Who was that?
Look, I'm out there, yo.
1776.
Olympic comes. I'm out there. USA, USA, USA. As far as it goes,
Hey,
man.
1776. Did you brought your little brother on the stream or something?
What'd you say?
You brought your little brother on the stream. Who was the other guy talking?
They're cousins, first cousins.
We just appreciative. We love this country, man. It's the only country we know. You know.
Where you calling from? What's this guy name? What's his name? Big Black.
Big
Where you calling from, bro?
Big Black is a Pan African representative, man.
He's
Where,
calling
where
from
you,
jail. He's calling from jail.
What you calling from? Shit, I don't know you from the All I know is you know, you
where you
little
calling from, man?
10, 5
It's
little brother.
probably somewhere in Ohio,
Huh?
somewhere in Indiana.
Huh?
You probably somewhere in Indiana or
He
Ohio.
from Chi-Town. He from
Oh,
Chi-Town. He catching hell from the
he
Mexicans.
from
Where you
Chi-town.
from?
He from
1859?
Chi-town.
Maryland.
Hey,
Well, your little brother from Maryland, y'all reside in Maryland?
nah, bro, I'm
I,
in Georgia, bro. I ain't in Maryland.
Okay.
I'm in GA, the G state.
What agency you work out of?
I don't know, man. Whatever your mother told me to work out of, I'm her. I'm her. I work for her.
Oh, okay.
I'm a double agent like that.
man.
Oh, you ain't got nothing else, all right. But yeah, man, it's a whole bunch of black bodies in the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea trying to get to Europe, man. What's up with them? Are they
Yeah, man. They
are they
packed up
Uncle?
on there like sardines, man.
Yo,
Yo,
they're saying the same.
Why we
They
ain't dressing those
the
Uncle
same thing
Toms?
you in 1776 are doing, saying where the white women at? They going to
Yeah.
Europe.
Yeah.
You know, they
Hey,
sell some
Tyler.
European snow bunnies.
Hey, Tyler. Hold on.
In 1592, your grandma was Indian.
come on, stop, man.
Okay, you go. You ask me a question.
Yeah. No. What I am saying here, Kyle, is the fact that people people just can't get mad at that whole thing. You want like Tariq will get mad. Oh, Yvette Carnell is gonna be like, ooh, all this
Oh yeah,
rambling.
that's because those two they know the majority of people. Listen, no, I'm saying like this, right? The people who are griping does have something based on the fact that of all the misinformation out there. You know, if you look at the misinformation out there, right? For example, right now we got a diaspora war going on, right? It's in that heat of the moment, right? When you say something, when somebody like Tariq come around saying, "Look at all these immigrants taking on thing on it." So you just remember the guy on TikTok talking smack about Black America, right? Talking we ain't shit, we don't have nothing right there, and then Tariq points out that the same people said you ain't shit, you're paper shit, never built nothing, have now celebrating that they took over something your ancestors built. What do you think's gonna happen? There's a back, you
But they
know.
didn't take it over. We have been selling it
No. What
to.
I'm saying, my point I'm trying to make is, it was once an African American institution, 100%, right? Whatever happened, I understand that. You know, I understand. Yeah, it went into debt. This guy Richard Dennis came in, he bought it, he revived it. I understand that. I understand the business aspect, but somebody who does not understand that, right, which is like the masses, right? All they see is a conspiracy against them, you know,
So,
and
but
all they
are we gonna complain when that woman sells it to a white man? Are we gonna
hold on,
complain?
you don't get it. You don't get what I'm talking about. Like I said, that's not the issue. The issue is there's people out there who don't know any better, right? When they see that, all they see is people out there that push them down all the time any chance they get on social media, and then now they're valuing something that they created. Like, let me give you an example. Most black people don't give two shits about hip hop or R&B and whatever like that, right? Until somebody white does it. And then when somebody white does it, suddenly they're skewing our culture, they're appropriating culture and shit like that.
because because they don't know where the good R&B, mostly good R&B, you have to go to different websites to find actually good R&B because the radio is not going to play it. The social media.
I know, but what I'm saying is,
Right,
my point I'm
right,
trying to make is that black people will sit there and be like, okay,
but,
you know,
but,
even though there's no commercial market for, because we're not buying
but,
stuff like we used to.
but
There's a lot of black
you,
people. We live in
But you
we live in an age of streaming, right? And these white kids are out there. They got like 300 million of them got streaming services, right? And so, if an R&B person you want to actually make any money, that's the target audience. You know, look at Jay
but
Z.
the thing
He was the
but the
only
thing is
he was the
you
only
can't
black.
have your cake and eat it too,
Hold,
right? So
hold,
I was
hold,
talking.
let me finish what I'm saying, right? So therefore, the black artists, right, got to go to the mainstream. For it's been like that for like 2 decades now, right? And so therefore, although the music becomes mainstream, and then now that you got a lot of white people don't know this, right? Those who are online and streaming services, I know there's a lot of white hip hop artists, a lot of white R&B artists, right? A lot of foreign R&B and stuff like that. So it's not Black American anymore, right? That's just the way it changed. The market changed, right? So now, when Black people, we didn't get into the streaming services until late, and we don't have the market for this stuff. We get angry when somebody else takes advantage of the music, and now you have people.
Somebody's
I'm
mic
watching
messed up.
TV today. They're making hip hop music or not, and they got the
Somebody need to
recording.
put the mute on the phone. What's the
What's that buzz?
Why put the mute on?
76, turn your vibrator on.
That was a good one.
I got to mute everybody. Find out. Oh yeah, it was 1776. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
But
We know what he was doing.
Oh no, man! I don't go there.
but this is the kind of thing. It's like this is by design. They want they. There's no way that people can be mad about it. But how much responsibility do we have? We have a major responsibility when we don't preserve any of our strong cultures. This is what was going to happen. This is what was going to do. You're going to have them come like, oh, they're taking out this, they're taking out that.
Let me say this, Uko. The one thing, if Black people stayed on this one course, hip hop that was laced with 5% knowledge and whatnot, that never, if that was the main thing of ingredient hip hop, you had to say 5% ideology and whatnot. Hip hop and R&B would be exactly the same way. It would be in the hands of Black people. But we went in mainstream. Jay-Z started talking about my girl watched Sex in the City and shit like that. They started doing mainstream stuff. Lil Kim, they know what they're doing. When they start talking about Versace and commercial, we were selling the culture for a generation. Now it's gone. You know, now there was nothing identifying yourself as Black. When you listen to old hip hop, we used to talk about 5%, and now like the best person doing hip hop with 5% was at AZ, Nas's old partner. Nas went mainstream. AZ never blew up because he only stayed to that knowledge, that science, dropping science and
And
whatnot.
AZ is a very good. I've heard AZ rap before.
Yeah, but the bottom line, he's not commercial though. He's not commercial. He's not. You can't sell 5% stuff to mainstream America. You can sell Nas's gangster shit to make sure you can't sell 5%. That's why I said they got rid of the 5% stuff and replaced it with gangster stuff. Gangster stuff could sell in mainstream America and white America. 5% stuff don't sell. The only person that
I
was
don't know.
selling stuff.
Wu Tang was pretty much
Yeah, but Wu
5%.
Tang had they were the only ones that had a clever way of covering it up. They had a real clever way of doing it. They were 5% stuff like that, but they
They
knew how
did
to
it with
do
the
it.
Asian
They also
stuff.
had the kung fu
Yeah,
move
they did it with the kung
angle.
fu.
They had the kung fu angle. The Shaolin and stuff like that. That's what was marketed to the mainstream stuff. But the 5% stuff was sort of overlooked.
Look at look at people like Slick Rick, old like Cool, like Boogie Down Productions, or Public Enemy stuff, or Poor Righteous Teachers.
The Poor Righteous Teachers never blew up though. They never
Yeah,
looked.
why is intelligent in them? No, that's
They
not
never
gonna.
blew. They never got commercial. Neither J. Rue the Damager. A lot of those people set aside. A lot of those people, grave diggers, 12 o'clock. They never created commercial. Simple as that because they weren't marketable to the mainstream. What marketable mainstream is, you got a gat. Even the best rapper I ever heard was Pharoah Monch. Even he couldn't blow up.
Oh, he was very, and even that Kali, a lot of people say he's a top 10 artist.
He was a top artist, but the bottom what's the top artist? He got to go back to washing dishes, man.
Yeah,
You know.
that's amazing. Cause I listened to that a few times in my 20s.
Like Capadonna. They said 10 years ago, this one girl bumped into Capadonna. He was down in DC at a restaurant washing dishes.
That, that's That's very fucked up. That's really
Yeah, with the
fucked up.
Bible, Capadonna, if it was a justice award, he would be triple
But but
platinum.
but the thing that's so frustrating is we complain about the fucking situation we created. We sold hip hop to the small hats, right? And now they control it. We created HBCUs. Now we're selling it to the African and the Hispanics, and we're going to be complaining in the future. We sold Essence and Jet. Now we're complaining. We sold BET. Now we're complaining. Like, damn, man. Like you got to hold on to things, man.
I gotta correct you on that, brother. I gotta correct you on that because when we made hip hop, man, we were like kids. We were teenagers. We weren't. It was
Yeah,
just
well,
something to
I was
do.
talking about the
It
aspect of it.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody was talking about making a big old. And nobody expected hip hop to be like this.
Blow
It
up
was.
like
It was just something to do in the hood. And some
But
white guy found it, and you know, you got to take your hat off to them on that.
yeah, but did we sell it? Just whether they was
No, we
young or
didn't. No,
old.
we didn't sell it. It
hours.
wasn't for
Only
sale.
hours.
It wasn't.
It was only hours when it was in the neighborhood. As soon as you commercial along and you got CEOs, banks, and finance and hedge funds like Sony and stuff like that involved, it was no longer ours. You know, it was
You
not.
Yeah,
you
like
remember the movie Cadillac Record? You remember that movie Cadillac Record with
That was
Beyonce
Cadillac record. But
yeah.
bottom line, once
Yeah.
hip hop became
and how they
commercial,
bought into those bad contracts, and
It's
you
not the
had the
same
small hat
thing.
on there.
It wasn't the same thing though. I mean, it's literally from the beginning. The white boys had control of like literally from Sugar Hill Gang on up,
Damn.
on
Old
up.
Fresh Brothers would never made a dime off that Wild Style. He never made a dime. That
But
dime.
when Dame Dash was doing his thing, like why all the rappers abandoned him? He was a brother doing
Oh,
breaking in the industry, and Jay turned his back on him. So like a lot of this stuff,
Maybe
man.
that's
Like
all right, but the whole thing, like I said, hip hop, like Leah Cohen, that was Dame Dash's partner one time. These guys are just trying to make money and exploit the culture. They don't give a damn about this. I remember Leah Cohen came to Virginia, and there's one club and whatnot, man. It was like down there, the only white guy in the fucking place doing a pro. It
did
was
you get
like,
his autograph, Collar?
fuck, I'm gonna get his autograph. I don't give a
Carla, why did you step to him, man?
I know. I'm in the club and this motherfucker was there with Jay Z, Benny Siegel, Beans, and all these other people like that. And so I'm
You
saying,
should have
like,
stepped to him, Carla.
what's this fucking
Tell him
white
how
guy?
you
Yeah,
feel.
Well,
Well,
I know. Like, I was first of all, I was in the '90s. I wasn't doing this. I would feel like that back then. I was fucking in hip hop when I was a hip hop head back then. I didn't give a
hey,
shit about.
Kyla,
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you a bit question. You have a thriving business. If a small hat came to you and say he wants to buy your family business for
Well,
100 million, are you going to keep it or are you going to sell it?
my business is not for sale. And at bottom line, anybody makes that stupid comparison about selling whatnot. How you gonna sell something that's not for sale? My business is not for sale.
well,
You
it's
know,
not for sale.
I want to say it like this: the only thing the next stage I'm gonna be his partner. With a major marketing firm. Hopefully, another 2 years I'll be there.
That's
I'm
good,
at
Carla.
the fucking so-called small has you say that's people in your league, bro. Did he make me a millionaire with a sign of a contract? No.
Hey, did y'all hear the situation of that Arab dude shooting that black guy for some beef jerky, blowing his head off for some beef jerky?
When?
I'm
When
surprised
was
like
that?
that didn't cause that happened
In
couple of days
Detroit.
out. An Arab dude, man.
Oh, because
He
he not white. He's not white. That's why.
yeah, man. He shot. It was so brutal, man. And like them, I don't know
Yeah,
what's up with the brothers in Detroit, man. That they ain't really stepped to them goat herders,
yeah. I always
Oh,
find the roughest cities
maybe,
always the ones that don't do nothing when the
maybe they're
other
being
races do.
civilized and they're letting the law enforcement handle it.
Right. Them Mexicans were whooping on them daggone black dudes' heads in Chicago when the riots was happening. I remember seeing that.
Uh,
Uh, the
they
toughest,
they
the
got they
toughest
got
cities
humbled
always
real
get punked
quick
out by
though.
other
Hold
races. I'm
on.
like, what the heck?
They got humbled real quick though. They got humbled real quick. They came by.
know.
Look, they shot.
I don't know, Big Black. I saw them getting knocked upside their head in Chicago, man.
Oh yeah, I've
Damn,
seen a lot of black
No,
folks getting.
that was on 26th Street.
man.
Um,
It's all you. Come on.
but that was only on. Hold on, that was only on 26th Street. They got humbled. They shut that block down. That block got shut down. There's a
See,
lot of
I,
stuff that you didn't know.
I'll take your word for it.
Come
I'll
on,
take your word for it.
man, don't take his word for it. Don't take his word for it,
There was
man.
a lot of stuff that you don't know behind the scenes that was happening.
man. There you would that. Why do you always make a conspiracy,
All I
man?
know is
You said you was getting
the
your head
Latinos
robbed.
did it.
Conspiracy. I'm out here.
All I know
So
is the
what
last
street you
video
live
did it with the
on?
cameras
They
on,
got
and
shot.
everybody
That
seen
boy
it.
got shot up plenty of times. It was people dropping behind that shit.
Oh,
But what
okay.
street you live on? 27th Street?
I'm going,
We not from 20. What is it? We not from 20 something. We from 23rd. Whatever King Von said.
Yeah, man, they was getting their ass whooped.
Mm-mm-mm.
okay, y'all didn't see that
We're not
video when
from
they was out there
63rd.
saying nobody gonna drive down this block.
Oh,
Man,
it was
y'all
63rd.
was getting beat so bad. Y'all ran in a mosque, man. Y'all ran in one of them Farrakhan mosques, number 1 and 2.
Right,
You know, getting your
right.
ass whooped
Wow.
by some damn burrito eating
Mexicans
four or
don't run
five.
Chicago out here. No, they don't run Chicago. Man.
Why the
They
why the
run
He
Chicago
said
niggas?
he said black people are
that was
outnumbered
normal
in
people right
Detroit. Leviticus said black people are outnumbered in Detroit. Really? By the
It
Arabs?
probably
Yeah,
is.
man. He shot that guy in his head for some beef jerky, man. That's some real fucked up stuff, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
And
on. I
and
don't
it,
know why
it didn't
we
even
ride.
make the national media nothing, man. They gave the guy only 35 years for blowing a brother head off, man.
I remember one time watching this video. It was in LA, right? You know how the Mexicans run us over there. Mexicans actually made these
Mhm.
two black dudes leave their block and start recording on their block and had to go somewhere else. It was crazy, man. I said it couldn't be me. I said
Mm-mm.
that's crazy.
He's not
How you
even
allow
in
somebody
the
else?
He's not even. You
Oh yeah, the
saying
Mexicans run LA. That's no question.
They made two black dudes, two grown men. They like some Mexicans rolled by in the car, was talking trash, and they made two grown men go to another block so they can record a video. I said that's
But
crazy. And they were in the whole video they was talking about, man, this our hood right here, bro. This our hood. And I was like, that's
have
crazy.
you ever been to Have you ever been to California, man?
Yeah.
Nah, I never been to California.
If you've been there, you would probably think you in Mexico.
I
It's a
know.
Yeah, yeah.
lot of Mexicans out there, man.
I
You
agree,
talking
but
about
you can't be
defending their hood and everything, but they getting overran.
you
They
can't
getting
be popping
overran.
off at the mouth about talk. I guarantee you, if there was black dudes that rolled up on them like that, they would have probably started shooting. I know for a
Right.
fact.
yo, I was watching the shootout with them young boys in Philly, man. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, why is so much? I don't get it, man. Like, why is so much shooting, man? Like,
Oh yeah, man. They ain't trying to fight.
yeah, young
No.
kids is wild, man. It almost looked like Call of Duty, the video game, how they was shooting, man. They was reloading, just spraying, man. That's
Crazy. Thank God
Yeah,
I
they
ain't
be
got to live
pushing
around.
fast. Oh yeah,
yeah,
I grew
man.
up outside. I ain't play no games. I play
But
basketball.
Why some of y'all love talking down on y'all people? Let me ask you,
We
Steve.
not talking down on our people, man. We just want them to do better, man. We
No,
went
but
through
I
so
just
much
want to
in
know
this
why.
country.
Mexicans and everything, but you don't like you get these little clips, and then you say it with your chest, like, oh, they ran through, they did this, they did that.
Big
When
Black, I was just
you don't
trolling
know
when I
what's
said that,
going
'cause I knew
on,
you was
you
gonna say
really don't
something.
know what's going on. The whole politics behind it.
Hey, Big Black, when is Farrakhan going to deploy his forces, man? I ain't never
For
seen an
real.
army never deploy, man.
Big
Like,
Big
when the
Black,
fuck they going to
Big Black,
deploy and get shit
They
right,
they
man?
they only do
Big Black.
security
I
at
was
concerts.
About
I,
that.
I was just trolling when I said that, 'cause I know you from
Not
Chicago.
anymore.
I know that the black gangs got back at the Mexicans. I know.
They know why it's a big security company, bro. They ain't not like
Yeah,
they ain't really gonna
man.
do nothing like that.
Big old security company.
Yeah, they do
But yeah,
security at clubs and mm
but I
But the
hate
thing
when
is,
black dudes go ahead.
like, sometimes I'm on Twitter, different stuff like that. Like on my day to day basis, I don't even run into a lot of immigrants, man. So I don't even know like outside of the DMV or like DC. DC is when you start to see like a multi ethnic, population. But
Bro, I'm in
it's
Atlanta
places.
right now, bro. I'm in Atlanta right
Oh,
now, bro. These Venezuelan bitches are bad, bro. They bad as hell. They cold, bro.
We gotta
They,
stay
they,
focused, brothers. We gotta stay
oh,
focused.
I'm just saying. I'm just letting them know what's going on with the immigrants.
Oh man, we must stay focused, brothers. But nah, I don't. Like I said, most immigrants probably in North Carolina, probably around Raleigh and Charlotte. We got a lot of Haitians where I stay at. They cool. They don't really.
oh,
Mm.
My
Mm-mm-mm.
nieces have Haitian, and I got
Okay.
a
Okay.
couple of friends who married to Haitian.
Yeah, you got Prince P
No.
coming to the family reunion, man.
So yeah, but most immigrants I met, like I said before, have been pretty cool, man. They tend to be chill.
Yeah, man.
I mean, most Black Americans never even met a immigrant.
Yeah, like if you was Savannah, like when I went to Savannah, I was like, damn. It was like,
Damn, Steve, what do you say, Steve? Most Black Americans never met an immigrant.
Yeah,
like
that's
if
what
Nah,
you're
I,
not
black
in
I
an
heard.
urban
immigrant,
setting, if you're
a
not in
black
an
immigrant,
urban,
I
or
like
mean,
if
like
yeah,
an
you're not in a,
African, or
Black people go shopping, they go to stores, they work at different places. I'm pretty sure most Black people met immigrants before.
most of
Yeah.
us are down south, and most immigrants don't live where we live at, unless you like in
yeah,
an urban, like
like
right,
New York City, Chicago,
yeah.
Ain't no
they just
Mexicans down south?
I'm talking
Hell
about
yeah,
black
man.
immigrants.
ah,
I'm talking about
man.
black
Hell
immigrants.
yeah. It's Mexicans down south. And it's black immigrants down south. We got Ethiopians like a motherfucker. We got Nigerians like a
But you
motherfucker.
stay in Atlanta though. You stay in
Yeah,
Atlanta.
Yeah.
you stay in Atlanta.
Yeah,
Everybody's in Atlanta.
that's a metro, right?
Where
That's
you
a.
at, Steve? Where you stay at?
I told you I stay in a small Wilson County, North
What state?
Carolina.
What state?
North Carolina, North Carolina.
Okay. And ain't no immigrants in North Carolina?
I
Yeah,
got,
I
I got
told
some
you
Mexicans. I
outside of the
know.
cities, no. Outside of the big cities, no. Immigrants are not moving to small towns in the middle of nowhere
Yeah,
in the
Hey,
south.
hey, go check the hotel. Go check the Motel 6. I bet you got immigrant in there working.
I don't know, man, because I know a lot of Black Americans got jobs like that. Hispanics, Black Americans, and white folks.
yeah.
So
Like
ain't no you never seen an Indian immigrant at the gas station or anything like from India?
Oh
For
well,
real.
yeah, you're right about that.
you
But we
was he
don't,
was
like I
talking
said,
about black immigrants.
I'm talking about on the street, like you just walking by, you see an Indian or something
Oh,
like
you,
that.
oh
No,
hell no. You ain't gonna see them on the street. Hell no.
at the gas station, yeah, we see Asians and at the like that's so crazy. Me and my sister was talking about that the other day. We go to the Chinese restaurant all the time, but you never see Asians in the street. You you don't run into them. They always at the
I ain't
restaurant,
lie.
man.
It's like I think it's like they live in a restaurant. Above the restaurant, they just come down, work, go back up, man, and they DoorDash their food, man. You don't really see them in the streets for real.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I be
That's
catching
funny.
them when they leave.
That's
They
funny.
probably live in an area far from it, you know what I mean, and maybe like 30 miles from it, from their workplace or something like that.
Low key
Um,
said black immigrants are all over. They might tell you
You
they
got
not
you
where.
got
Like I said, they not where I live at. I don't run into Africans like that where I live. Haitians, yeah. Mexicans, yeah. Africans, no.
Yeah, all the Africans in Houston.
The
wow.
Nigerians.
Yo.
First time
Mm.
I ever met an African, I was like 22.
you meet an African every time you look in the mirror, man.
I'm talking about a continental Africa, like they be speaking, speak their native language and all that. It was a Liberian lady. It was her and her family. She was cool. Then I
Hey,
met a
Steve,
Nigerian. Yeah, what's up?
when you think Kyla's gonna move permanently to the continent?
Listen, if man, I mean, if Kala could work from home, I'm pretty sure he'll probably live in Liberia. I believe he would move to
What's
Liberia
the
if he
what's
could
the
work
difference
from
when
home.
I leave? You know,
Oh,
I can stay here. Why not?
no,
I can stay here just for one week.
I didn't know you was back, man. I was just,
I'm saying,
damn.
man, I listen to everything that's on the show, bro.
Hey, Kala, you
I
shouldn't
don't
have
have to.
ended the show yesterday,
I don't have
man.
to leave. Being on a continent don't mean anything because you can be on a continent and be the
Wow.
biggest fucking coon on the fucking planet. You know, you got a lot of people going over there fucking up. You know, you got people over there 304s and some of everything. Niggas are doing. You got YNs now. going to the continent and whatnot. So the fucking what the hell's good with the continent?
They
You
always had why. Oh, you said
you
in
ain't
the
going
continent.
building nothing, man. You might as well stay the
They
fuck.
ain't. Those ain't real YNs in the continent, Collar. They can't lead the country.
No. I'm talking about you got motherfuckers over there with that YN mentality, over there fucked up. I see it. I'm not
Oh,
stupid,
okay.
1776 is trying to whiten America up. You know,
Yeah, so
1776 is gonna go to Liberia one day. I know
wait,
that for sure.
Yeah, no, no, no. I'm gonna invest. I'm
nobody in
gonna
Liberia.
invest. I'm gonna let
Nobody,
Kyla.
nobody in
I'm
Liberia wants. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even
not,
shake. If I saw you in Liberia, I wouldn't even shake your hand.
nah.
I ain't gonna, look. I'll let you on my show, but man, that's as
Hey,
far as it goes, bro.
listen. I'm gonna
I
Hey,
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
let
I don't
Kyla.
fuck. I look. I no
I'm
offense,
gonna
but
let Kyla get a foothold in Liberia, and I'm gonna support
I
him,
don't
man.
fuck with race traders. I
I'm gonna
don't fuck.
support him. I'm gonna support him
Yeah,
financially, man.
Collar, hey, y'all
Yeah.
gonna end up on the
Yeah.
same
I
plane,
don't.
Collar, on the way to Liberia.
I still don't support race traders, man. So
Y'all gonna end up on the
Right?
same plane on the way to Liberia. Y'all
I
gonna
don't think
be
so.
y'all gonna have seats
I don't
next
think
right next to each other.
I
Nah,
don't think
man.
so. Nah, I don't think so.
Listen, like
I think I
Alec.
think I think all the people that whoever I don't like, man, just go. If you want to go to Africa, go to another country.
Nah,
Just go.
nah. Let
Better
Kyla
not
hit the
get
beat.
into
Let Kyla hit the
1776.
beats like a marine. Set up shop, and I'm gonna support. I'm gonna
Like I said,
support, man.
it's not
I'm a
like
FaceTime. I'm a
I'm
FaceTime.
not
Like,
David. I'm
hey,
not David.
Kyla, did you build a school? We
I'm
just
not
gonna
David.
FaceTime.
I just look. The bottom line is this: I have schools in Liberia I support. So I already got people in there that's already doing that. I don't need to fucking rewrite the will. You got all that stuff in like I don't need to build anything in Liberia. All I have to do is create a way of supporting what
damn.
we already have.
Yeah,
Build nothing.
yeah. Just
Got people out there
Collar,
got
you
free
ended
schools and everything.
Collar, you ended the show too early yesterday, man. We had a great conversation after you ended the
I
show.
didn't want to hear it. I was tired. I fell right to sleep, man. On the bed, man.
Man, I was
yeah.
talking to Amara and Kidola. Amara got off like maybe like 45 minutes after, but me and Kidola was talking for about daggone 3 hours.
About what? About what?
Man, we talking about like Black American music. Then you start talking about the slave trade and everything that happened in Africa. And we talked about a lot of good stuff, man.
Good for
It's
good.
why are the best conversations after you end the show? I don't get it.
My whole thing is, I got
Damn.
5 hours. After 5 hours, you can suspect me to, and that's as far as I could do, man. Because I do shows every night,
But
man.
I
Thursday
think
night. I don't know if I'll probably do a show tomorrow night, but Thursday night I take off. I never do a show on Thursdays.
we,
Yeah,
we gotta
that's my night
understand.
off for the week. And then I back up. But like I said, this is the last few weeks. Give me another 2 weeks and I'm done. Hell, last
But I
year.
think
So
like
I'll just start.
Who gonna take over when Kyla leaves? We gotta have somebody show. Who gonna make the
Yeah.
show?
So.
it's probably
But
Elvis
the
is
bottom
probably
line
gonna
is
be
this:
the
nobody
moderator.
look. I'll say like this: I respect people. Like I said, if you come on this and get your own platform, and I'll support you. You get your own platform. You can do this at least 3 hours a night. You got to be committed to this. The whole thing is if you're not born to do this, if you're not really, it's not in you to do this. You don't got something to say. See, like 7076 would be more credible if he had a channel. Even if you did a channel 7076 and nobody was in the chat, you
It's
could
gonna be mostly white people.
yeah, even if you could do that, you could basically do 3 hours, right? 3 times a week. You'll get my respect because it takes a lot. That
But
means you have something to
listen,
say.
I was talking to a couple white friends, and they're interested in going to Liberia. So like when this trip
Why?
pops off next year,
Why? Why?
you know,
Why?
Kyla, you wouldn't take them to
Why?
Liberia on the tour?
I
What?
got
No.
like 4 or 5 people
I'll,
that's interested.
I'll tour as
All
Africa for Africans. We don't want no fucking white people on tour.
Oh,
like
okay.
I
They,
know
White
they,
4 or
people have
they,
five
their
they,
dudes.
place. Look, white people have their place, but not on our tours, bro. Gays and
Like
whites,
like
no. You know.
like I was telling
Wait,
my white friends,
you
man.
banning gay people too, Kyla?
We don't have no gays on our tours. No, we don't. Like
How
I
you know
said,
somebody gay or not?
we know. You know,
Oh,
we know.
okay.
We got
I'm saying
Bomani. Oh,
I know 4 or 5 white people that want.
Bomani's Jamaican, man. That
I,
ain't
I
gonna.
know four or
Oh, they
five
can
white
tell.
people
They
that
can
want to go on
tell.
this trip, Kyle.
So I don't
Like
care.
4 or 5.
I'm sorry, man. They got to do it though. I could tell them how to get their own trip and go, but
Because
they can't.
I was just telling them that Liberia has so much
Our trip is
financial prospect.
look. Our trip is a Bonnie thing. They would not want to hear the language we say and the stuff we say while we're in the bus. They will not want to hear these conversations, man. They will be uncomfortable. Trust me. They would not like
You want to know who needs to start a channel? Rakoya from that be on Dinah show. I like that
that
lady.
lady's annoying, man. You know,
Nah, I like her.
it's annoying.
She's a
She's
cool
annoying.
lady.
She's like, well, you like, look, lady, man. You know, I said, look, lady. You know, she goes, well, let's say, look, what the hell is having land in Africa? You can't develop it. You can't own it. I don't
See,
get it.
but the thing of running a business, like when you're running a tourism business to Liberia, everybody wants to go.
Well,
Like, you
look,
got
hold on.
whites.
We are me and Bomani already. Bomani does. He's taken over 1,000 people to the continent. You know, he just got back from Ghana a month before he Kenya. He did my tour last year to Liberia. We did a big tour last year to Liberia. We already did it before. You know, so the bottom line is logistically, we got this thing down to a science. You know,
Yeah,
the
I'm just wait.
hotel,
I'm just waiting to.
you
I'm just
know.
waiting to see what the president of Liberia does when he
We're
gets in
gonna
front of the
the
real
bottom line.
president of the world.
The bottom line is we're there. We're going there, and we're not. Liberia is going to be a future. Black people in America that want some sort of future in Africa, like Liberia's Africa made easy. That's what I say. You know, so all I'm doing is promoting Liberia as a place to black people have a connection, a foothold in Africa. You know, without getting into involved in Africa. I don't believe you could dive in like that. Liberia is like Africa light. That's what I love about it. It's like Africa light. You know, it's like Black America and Africa in one place. You know, so like it's not the whole. You know, it's not like I couldn't go through the Shun thing in Nigeria. I couldn't do all that shit. You
Yeah,
know.
man, drinking dirty water, looking like damn.
Yeah, so I
Jeez.
can't do all that shit. You know. You know. So, but bottom
Shout
line
out to
is,
Nigeria, man.
oh yeah, somebody got to do something. Yeah, I'll shout them
Like,
out. Do something, man. That place is.
Nigeria need to go away 2026. They need to just break that country up and
Don't eat. Don't they eat people? Who don't? No, Liberians don't eat people, bro. You eat people, Rico.
I don't know.
So
nah, like if I go to Liberia, you just need heavy security. I have to be there with some white presence. Like I can't be.
yeah, that's a tell you.
Oh, okay.
That tells you soft because I can walk down the back alleys of Liberia at night, and me and Bomani, we was out
Shit.
there on the old Congo Town Road. Man, it was like hundreds of people out, like 2 o'clock in the morning. We just got the convention, our
You better.
conference. 2 o'clock in the
You,
morning, I'm in the back of the freaking car asleep, and Bomani's walking around like it's nothing, man. Like it's nothing. Two more. We all fucking
but,
fucked.
but,
But Monty
So,
look like a
know?
Liberian though.
The bottom line,
So
you
yeah,
can walk
yeah. He
around
looked like he blend
Liberia,
in.
you can walk around Liberia. You don't need no
But
damn.
Bomani got African camouflage. So they probably
yeah.
don't really know.
The thing is, you can walk around Liberia and not worry about a fucking thing. You know what thing you so
Yeah, man.
it's
But
Man
all
said
but Kyla,
African
when you walking
camouflage.
around,
What?
see the reason why you keep your mouth shut. But as soon as they hear that accent from Virginia, shit, they gonna extort
you're
you, man.
fucking stupid.
They gonna
Listen,
snatch you
motherfuckers,
up, man.
motherfuckers look at me and know I'm a foreigner. But the bottom line, they don't say nothing because Liberians are used to seeing Black
Because you
Americans.
got that American embassy you can go to.
I know they know. I don't need no
Mm-hmm.
damn. See, they
You got
used to
that
seeing
American. You
Black
got that
Americans.
red, white, and blue
We
embassy.
got a lot of Liberians that come from America back to
Got
All
new
right.
Liberia like that.
passports.
So it's not like this,
Mm-hmm.
like I said. That's what I said,
Nah,
man.
but
You guys want
they're afraid of America.
Liberia, like you don't know nothing
All
about
right.
this country, man. I've been there several
But,
times, whatnot. Never
yeah,
had a
but
problem. You know, never
you
had a problem.
you
1776, and somebody want to do something to you. They ain't thinking about no damn embassy. Want to do
listen,
something?
man. That American passport, like when Colin said he was in Morocco,
The
they
bottom
showed
line
him
is,
so much love when they found out he was American. They were like, "Hey, you know."
And he did not turn it down.
let me tell you something about Liberians, right? I've noticed this, right, about them, right? They don't care where you come from, whatever like that. They don't care if you're black, white. They treat everybody the same. They're not the type of Africans, like, if Liberia was never colonized. They don't have the mentality where a foreigner comes there and they fucking worship them, shit like that, you
But
know?
colonized by the Americas.
What?
They were colonized.
Well, no, the America and Liberia is never colonized.
Okay.
Liberia was never colonized. It was never governed by a foreign power. Never.
Mm-mm.
No.
But Kyla,
Colin, so they don't try to like jack the price up on you when they know you a
No,
foreigner.
oh
no,
yeah,
Are
man.
you
no,
He
sure?
be
no,
paying like
no, no, no.
$15
First of
for
all,
grapes.
I do most of my stores, you know. Only
So you
sometimes
never went to the
I let the
market.
wife go to the market and stuff like that. I don't do. If I go shopping, I'll go to friggin' the shop and shop, the modern stores.
So are you saying if you go to the markets, they probably try to,
I don't look.
be
Look,
that?
look. Only markets I go to is a roadside market. Get a pineapple or something like that. Shit, like they don't market prices. If they mark it up, look. I give. Look. If I have a bunch of Liberian dollars in my hand, let's say it costs 500 Liberian dollars, I got 1,000 Liberian. I'll just go ahead and just give it to them. Fuck it, here, keep it. That's your tip. That's the way
You
I am.
can't do that.
That's what I say. That's the way I am. I'm
I'm
always
giving
giving
them to
people money and tipping and shit
That's
like that. Because that's my nature. I ain't sit there. I'm not gonna sit there and argue over
that
like
American
5 cents
nature.
and
That's
shit.
right.
I'm not gonna argue over 5 cents.
yeah, you
You know,
got that. You
embarrassing
got that
people.
American nature, man.
It's not American
USA.
nature, nothing. That's my nature because you got a lot of Americans that go over there and they're penny pinching and stupid, acting stupid
Like
when they
if
argue
you
with the
go
local.
on
Because some people don't like to get ripped
Chat
off.
GPT,
Ain't nobody getting ripped off. If you
Chat
think
said the first thing you need when going to Africa is heavy
hold on,
security. You know,
if you think
Damn.
somebody ripping you off for 50 cents, man, ripping you off, then you're sad, man. You just stay in America,
Nah,
Fifty
it's
yeah, you
like
cents.
need
this,
heavy
right? If you
security.
treat me the same as everybody else, that's how
No,
my
no,
I
view
need,
is.
I
look,
need every, I
one
need
is
every
I'm not
two.
the same as everybody else,
Yes,
I'm
the
not
hell I
the same
am.
as everybody else, So I know what you call when I'm paying somebody and whatnot. I always pay more because I can afford it,
And
Like
plus,
Nah,
and
you
like I
plus,
need.
good.
Carla, that's the problem that's happening in Ghana. Like with a lot of
Well,
Black
I don't care. Look,
Americans.
I don't know. Look, a lot of
Hold-
those black people that go to Ghana, I don't know what their problem is and whatnot. Maybe they shouldn't have went over there in the first place. They go over there.
I'm saying, like they inflating
Good.
certain things because they pay these people are like they're paying more than what the locals are
Yeah,
Yeah,
paying
well,
just
yeah,
well,
because of
well, well
inflation in the area.
everybody trying to get their hustle on. Trying
yeah.
to get
So the
some
bottom
bread.
line is this: hold on, if you got somebody who's dirt
Finesse.
poor, I don't expect
Like
to
when
pay for a bag of rice with somebody who makes $50 a month is paying. I'm gonna pay more. I don't care about that shit.
nah, I
No, but
want to
I'm
pay what
saying
the
they can
locals
cause
are
So you
paying.
inflation in
expecting
the
some
area,
locals
Carla, and
coming
the
from the
locals
city.
are gonna be affected by it.
And so I don't pay. Look, the whole thing is this: they
The second
basically
class citizen.
local people. They got their own prices. When I come, okay, I'm gonna pay not much more, but I know I'm gonna pay a little more. I don't care. It don't bother
Yeah,
me.
man. So
Even
I
when
the
you
so
one
move
thing,
there permanently,
the one thing I ain't worried about because all the stuff that I get in Liberia, I get over. Just like with my guy Musa, every time Muhammad, when I see him, every time I come to Liberia, he always waiting for me. So I knew he was coming. Right? I got so much stuff here that I got to sell online. I got so much ornaments, stuff like that. I'm gonna make a website and sell them online. He says he gives me discounts on everything, man. I got so many chains and stuff like that.
man, Liberia has so much capitalistic opportunity. It ain't funny, man. And
So the bottom line,
I know I got like five businesses
so the bottom line
I
is
like
this:
to open over there.
I let the Liberians do their thing, and the bottom line is this: I'm just there to help, whatever like that. I'm not trying to make no money in the
Like,
country. I'm
or
not trying to
like when
build no
Kyla,
businesses, nothing like that.
when
wow.
Why
I
y'all
love to
like
open a
college,
rotisserie
man?
chicken
What
shop over there, like a
Yeah, you'll pay up. They don't eat rotisserie chicken.
No wonder Colin want to stop you too. You tell me six and his sidekick Steve. Y'all just hit him with questions back to back, trolling
Yeah,
ass
really
questions.
stupid questions, man. Like I said,
I'm not trolling. I'm
if
asking
I
a
ever had
legit
but
real
question.
people, if I
Wow.
was able to attract real people, real men, and this would be great. But I can't do that. It's got a bunch of
How,
jokers.
big black. How am I trolling?
Liberia
I
has
asked him a
so many
legit.
opportunities, man.
How you
Hold,
gonna
Ask
hold,
how you gonna
questions.
talk about opportunity? You never been there,
hold on, big
Not
black. What
not
you mean?
online. Like
And then
it's
online
three.
is
Hey, Steve, it's
online is
three
not the real
businesses we
thing.
can
You gotta
open
go.
right when we go to Liberia. We
You
can
gotta
open a
go through.
sanitation business.
You gotta go through
That's
a
All
number
country
right.
one.
times before you know a country.
Two,
Before you
we can
start
open
saying,
a rotisserie chicken
I
like
would never look.
barbecue spot.
Tell
They
anybody to
don't know
open up
about barbecue, right?
And that don't
Mm-hmm.
oh look, there's all kinds of restaurants. Like, I don't need you to open up no damn restaurant, man. All kinds of restaurants in Liberia. Nice restaurants. They don't need you to open
And
up
three,
another
we
one.
can open a taxi business. We can open a taxi business with
How would you open
nice
that's what
cars
I said.
and
That's what I said.
everything.
Now I know you're trolling. Liberia has nothing but taxis, KKs, pen boys, all over the place.
Now
Everybody
we
with a car.
talking upscale cars
Oh,
like
yeah, okay, upscale.
Camrys, Lexuses.
Okay, yeah. Now you're talking stupid, man.
Big black. I'm not trolling. I'm asking legit questions because I know the same thing happened in
Y'all
Ghana where
just
a
hit
lot of
him with
Black
the wise.
Americans.
737 is talking a bunch of stupid shit. I'm
You
tired of
you
hearing.
said
Y'all
what, Big Black?
the garage just like stupid questions, and y'all kind of like, you
I'm not
know,
asking a stupid question. Like, listen, in Ghana, a lot of Black Americans went there, and because of that, they overpaying for everything. It caused inflation in like the local markets, and local people are complaining.
It's
That
raising the price of
really
everything.
happened in Ghana.
Some local people complain. Not
Right.
all local people. Some local people complain
Okay.
because
Yeah. Some local people are complaining, and I'm asking like that's why I say
you know what I say. You know what I say to that? Fuck them. You know, like that's why I say, you hold up. When you go to Africa, you got to start acting like you belong there. When I go to Liberia, I act like I belong there. You know,
No, this
I
this
act
is the
like I belong
solution.
there, and also, you know what I do when I act like I belong there? They treat me like I belong there. But if you go there acting like you're a foreigner, you're timid, whatever like that, and worried about everything they think, I don't give a fuck what you think. I tell them all the time, I don't give a fuck what you think. This is the way it is, you know.
do you really tell them that like
But,
that?
You know?
but you ain't
Yeah,
running nothing,
tell 'em like
Paula.
that,
So it's easy for you to say
I get into
that.
arguments all the time over there. Fuck you. What are you gonna do? Argue with anybody over there. Look, bottom line, you trying to get over on me, whatever, like that. No, it's like this. I give them respect, but the bottom line is this: what you don't do is you never let Africans see you weak. You never act. You if they think you're intimidated by them or weak or afraid or unsure about yourself, you're finished. I'm telling you right now. You got to walk with your chest out, whatnot. You look them in the eye, look certain what you say, and be clear about what you say at all times. You got to put it down at all times, and then they'll respect you. But if you act like, oh, I don't know what's going on, I don't want to offend nobody, I'm trying to be the good Black American. Tell me what to do, dude. Man, I did that my first time I went to Liberia. Second time I learned a little better. Third time it was a little better. This last time I went there, it was completely different. I was like, dude, I'm home. I act like I was freaking home. That's a difference. When you go to someplace for the first time, I get that. You're a new land, you're just excited about everything you see, blah, 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 blah. I get that. But after you've been there a few times like I have, you stop acting like that. You act like, wait a minute here. People are trying to get over, you're trying to do this, whatever like that. I'm not impressed by anything you gotta say and whatnot. It is what it is. And I learned from going to Liberia that Africans, for the most part, I met a lot of different Africans from different parts of the continent and everything like that. You go down Mission Street in Liberia, you got people from all over West Africa there. People from far away, Burkina Faso, Mali, everything, merchants and everything like that. So you get to read of like as a microcosm of West Africa and Monrovia. So you get to feel Africa, right? And then after a while, whatnot, you go in there, whatnot, you feel like you belong there and whatnot, and you start feeling they could sense that you're assimilated sort of into the culture. It takes a while for you to do, but they can sense that you get it. You're one of them now. And so that's what I'm saying. When a lot of Black people go to Africa, they fuck up because they're like forever tourists. And when they shit don't work out, they come back to America. Man, they took you. Look, well, stop acting like a fool. Get to know the people. You know,
Mm-mm.
open a fishing chip. What the fuck I'm gonna open a fishing chip for? People act stupid, man. Ask me dumb questions. Like I said, I wish I thought that I would have serious people that would have
right.
serious ideas and stuff like that. Like I said, yeah, I was
Is
somebody would say, "Damn, you know something? I got 20 grand. I want to invest in a cold storage business." I said that right there. That's a business. If you bought a warehouse space, there's a lot of empty warehouse space there. If you bought a cold storage unit with electrified and whatnot, you could make a fortune because people need places to store frozen goods. You can just charge people to store their frozen goods in the space. And so, but hey, I tell people all the time, I got so many ideas after being there. Another business is ice making. Ice making is another business. If you have an ice machine, you're bagging ice like 30 bags of ice a day and whatnot, that'll go real quick. You can make a fortune. Just ice machine alone, you know, bag and crunch ice and whatnot, and sell it, whatnot. Like you go have a freezer and sell ice, an ice freezer, an ice maker, an ice freezer where you're bagging them and everything like that. There's ideas. But I come on here, people talking about fish and chips and fucking this motherfucker talking about rotisserie, man. I swear to God, man.
It's funny.
That rotisserie ain't nothing but rotisserie in Africa. So,
And bottom this should do, man. You got all kinds of restaurants. You got to go with what people need, you know. I tell you one thing, another thing Africa needs is I would love to see African restaurants, right, break into the fountain drink market. I'm sick and tired of going there, and I hate buying canned sodas every time I go to a restaurant. You gotta sit with a canned soda. Imagine, and you could start with friggin' like those little, fountain things that they have, at carnivals and stuff like that, where the drink is pouring out of the fountain. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You sell those in Liberia, right? And say tell them instead of you sell them the equipment and you supply them with the drink mix, you can
Yeah.
make a fucking fortune. And say you could do this instead of ordering all these sodas for your restaurant, you could serve that, you know, and that's a game changer right there, along with ice, ice
Hmm.
machine. Like I said, this stuff I look at when I'm there. I
I'm
say,
gonna
man,
try that too. Yeah.
that's what I look at stuff that work when I go
Okay.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
ice
Nice
machine,
little ice machine will be a good bit. Yeah. That'll
especially
sell.
what you
That's
call,
like
especially in the heat in Liberia, man. Fucking ice, man. And also ice buckets. The ice chest and all that stuff like that. You
mm-hmm.
can get into ice, maybe even a thing where you have portable freezers. Portable
Mm-hmm.
that's run by if somebody can make portable freezers run by solar power.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? You could make I guarantee you could become a millionaire by selling those throughout West Africa and whatnot. These are things that people need,
Mm-hmm.
because people buy fish and the fish got to be sold that same day because they go spoiled,
Right, right.
That would help out with everything, but what do I know? What do I know? These are things I would love one day to implement, frozen, move from just fishing and like they to frozen. Like you go to Seattle, right? You go to the fish market, right? What do you see? Fish on what? Ice.
Mm-hmm.
They take ice and put the fish out there. It can stay. It preserves it longer. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In
Man, we
Africa,
need land concessions. That's what we need. We need a land concession for
I would love to
big
I would
swath
love
of.
to, I look, my goal is to build a sustainable African American city, a town with its industrial park, industrial zone, a downtown area, housing, park, all this stuff like that. I would love to design the perfect freaking city without
You
shopping.
gotta go to the right. You gotta go to the right department and get land concessions.
Look, no, I got people in Liberia that got land already.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't trust my.
Bro,
No,
I
I
know the
would.
country, bro. I know the country. I got people in
No,
Liberia. My friend Sam Cooper. His
that's
father,
cool.
his father built SD Cooper Road. Elvis know SD Cooper Road. That's right off Tubman Boulevard, one of the major roads in Liberia. His father built SD Cooper Road, and all the houses and businesses on that road pays his family royalties. You know,
Exactly. So basically,
so the bottom
you
line,
working for him.
I got so many Liberians that got so much property and so much land and everything like that. I would need to do all that. So I
But the
already got all
government,
I
the
need to.
government got so much land in their
Government,
control that they're probably.
I
Yeah,
would
let
not
me,
deal with the government. I don't have
I
to deal with
mean,
it. You know.
that's right. That's right. Let me. But I know for a fact that the government has so much land that they giving it away. They giving
Look,
hectare acres,
giving away
bro.
land.
Bro.
What are you talking about? Where you get that from?
Yeah, they give. I mean, if you're gonna make somebody pay $1 for a hectare acre,
Well,
that's basically giving it away.
that there's a lot of land if you got the money for sale in the right places. We got land for sale, but a lot of land is owned by private properties and stuff like that, private ownership and
I'm talking
everything.
about the government. The government owns that has land that they own that's not owned by private
It's
property. Or
usually government land is hard to get because it's preserving it. It's like nature, like in Cape Mount. Most of the land is government preserved on Lake Piso. You ain't getting that property because it's
yeah,
safe.
but you can get other properties. They got other properties. You just naming one, but they got other properties that you can get that it's not doing. They're not doing nothing with.
Right,
That
yeah,
you can
yeah.
go to
That's
them and
why we ain't
inquire about it.
But the bottom line is this: you get the property. Now what? How you gonna develop it? You need money.
I'm asking you, why haven't you did that approach to
I'm not
develop
ready
them?
because I'm not ready to do that yet. I got to
Oh,
get
okay,
over there. I got a house there now. I rent. I paid up for a couple of years, and now next thing to do is get my business office, get my vehicles, stuff like that, step by step. I
okay. So that's step by step. So you're saying now what? It's step by step. So if anybody go that route, they'll have to take the steps. But yeah, that's an easier way to just get
well, the
some
bottom
land
line,
instead of.
until somebody else does what I do, and then they can tell me what to do. Right now, I'm doing my way and whatnot, and I'm having progress.
Okay.
You know, I'm only once
Yeah.
I already got partners
Yeah.
on the ground, lawyers, accountants, consulting businesses, all the stuff like that. I'm incorporated, all that shit like that. I'm ready. I'm ready. So,
So what business you got down there? You say you incorporated. What kind of business is it?
I can't tell you that.
Dang, bro. Okay, never mind. I mean, you say you were looking for serious people.
I
You
can't
say
tell you.
you're looking for serious people, but now
No,
you acting all coy.
serious people. I'm not gonna find serious people that on the internet, and especially somebody like you who talk about America as the
Oh,
greatest country in the world. I'm looking for real people.
wow.
You know,
Okay, okay.
real people,
So,
a real black nationalists. I'm looking for. That's really
very black
do this.
nonsense.
I don't need lukewarm people that's half in, half out, whatever like that.
Half
I need
in,
real.
half out. I'm all the way in with America. I'm an American, but
That's
you
what
know
I said.
what? I could do some
Worry about
business in.
America. Yeah.
I could
Like I
do
said,
some business in Africa.
worry
I
about
could do
America.
some business in Africa, brother. Just like the Chinese
Hold
do
on.
business in Africa,
No,
brother.
you're trolling. You're not serious.
Just like the Chinese do
Hold on.
business in Africa. I can do business in Africa,
Hold on.
brother.
First of all, we don't got no Chinese in Liberia. So what are you talking
Yes,
about?
yes, the hell you do.
No,
The
look,
Chinese,
I'm there all the time. I was just there a couple months ago.
bro. The
There's
Chinese
no,
got a big ass logging company
there's no legal
in
Chinese.
Liberia, brother.
There's no Chinese. There's no large number of Chinese. There's one, two here and there, but there ain't no
No, I'm
Chinese.
saying they got a big logging company, bro. That taking all the resources out of Liberia, brother.
There's a big Chinese presence in Liberia, Colin.
Elvis, there's no damn big Chinese presence. Not no real Chinese presence.
What you
The,
mean, real Chinese president?
company,
They taking out real resources.
hold up. The only thing in Liberia is the Chinese are mining sand, but they're really
Okay, then. So that's what I want to do. I want to go and mine sand,
no,
but I'm
you're not.
gonna
No,
stay
you're
in
not
America.
mining sand.
I'm gonna stay in American, but I'm gonna just go there and get resources. That's all.
Jerk, get the fuck off my platform. You're talking stupid shit. Get the fuck out of here. You know, somebody you gonna go over there mind sailing like that's just somebody being a fucking asshole. Big Black, you understand where I'm coming from? You know,
Yeah.
somebody's coming here being a fucking asshole. He ain't interested in Liberia. He's motherfucking people when they see you doing something real and you believe in something, they're jealous. So they want to come in here and try to derail it by acting fucking saying stupid shit. Now you think I'm stupid or something? No, you ain't serious about this. You know you can't attack me on what I'm saying. So you try to come in here, joke around, clown, and bring the conversation down. I know you ain't fucking serious about this shit. So don't fucking play games with me.
Yeah, I said it. They been getting your subscriber count up, but like I said, I don't know. I've been looking at the shows. They they kind of talk. They kind of I don't know. There's something letting you get your
Colin,
ideas
you
out.
never know. Your worst enemy could become your business partner. Do it from Atlanta. He probably got businesses.
Oh no. I know who got businesses. And these jokers ain't got no businesses. I don't need people like this. I know real people that got real money and real business and whatnot. Me and Bomani did actual business. We took a tour group to Liberia. We had a ball. We got everything accomplished and whatnot. That's business. That's how we work together. We put that. It took us a year and a half to put that together. We did it. If you're not willing to do the sort of work that me, Bomani do behind the scenes, and whatever, you can't just come on my platform with a bunch of nonsense and whatnot. Bomani's a serious person. I don't even call Bomani unless we got something serious to talk. He don't talk to nobody unless you got something serious. That's the way I am. Unless you got something serious to talk about, don't call me. Got a lady call me today, a Liberian, whatnot. Hey, Carla, how you doing and whatnot? I remember her. I can't remember where. I'm just saying. Let's try to listen now. Yeah, I do know who you are, but I guess I do. But I remember her from back years ago. I think. I hope that's her. But I told her that maybe she could. Her and my wife could work together. My wife's graduate college, University of Liberia. Maybe they could work together. She has some nonprofit she's doing. I like to see my wife work with her, whatnot. I'm putting this all together in Liberia. I'm putting all this shit together. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, me, Val Thomas, all of us, we're going to build a nice community in Liberia. We're going to build we're going to really work with this government and everything like that to build a nice community in Liberia. So we're going to continue the work of our ancestors. So if anybody don't like it, they can go to hell. I want to open a barbecue rotisserie spot in Liberia. Get the hell out of here. Delete comment. This guy just being a fucking jackass. Ask me stupid stuff you need on. Like the bottom line is this: I don't need your advice. 1776. What you need to do is go find your own fucking platform and talk your fucking nonsense over there. I don't need you. I don't need your advice. I don't need anything from you. I don't need your super chats. I don't need anything from you because you are a fucking race trader. And when I say I hate race traders, I hate race traders. I really do. I'll tolerate you once in a while, but once you get annoying, you got to go. I really freaking hate Captain America and race trading niggas, man. You know, somebody who fucking talks about 1776 when my fucking ancestors, excuse my language, was in chains when the same fucking people said condemned my ancestors to slavery. Are you fucking crazy? You know, that's what you think. 1776. No, how about this? The only thing meaningful to me, besides the Bible, was 1841, 1847 in Liberia. You know, the words of Hillary Teague. That rings true to me. You know, that's what speaks to me. Words from a black man. You know, I don't give a damn what some fucking white man wrote 250 years ago. Don't mean shit to me. You know, do I live in this country? Of course. And like this, you know, Rico Miller said, even I hate 1770. Damn, man. Now, if a coon like Rico Miller hates you, man, you know you're doing bad, you know?
I've been seeing that a lot. Like a lot of you know, coons been going to like Pan African type of, you know, Pan
They
African.
always come in, they always come in our fucking spaces with their freaking
Mm-hmm.
bullshit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know? Dave Johnson, he gonna give me game. Nigga, when you take the trip to the country, to the continent, then you talk to me. When you build an organization like I built, then you talk to me. You know, when you have people on the ground, boots on the ground in some place, you talk to me. When you can take a tour group to a country when they have a time in their life, then you talk to me. You know, until then, I don't want to hear anything you got to fucking say. You're not on my level. I don't fucking listen to amateurs.
I think what it is that the elbow stuff is dying out. A lot of that FBA rhetoric is dying out. I've been
It's
looking
all
at like,
dying out, you know. And now
mm-hmm,
they're trying to the last thing they're trying to latch on to America. That's how pathetic these people are, you know. They
mm-hmm.
want to latch on to America. I'm an American. I'm an American. Get the fuck out of here, you know?
That's like
That shit
Volvo. I'm surprised Volvo. The only reason Volvo don't come over here because he know he's gonna get kicked off soon as he come over here with that stuff.
oh yeah,
But
man.
Volvo, yeah, he goes to
Volvo.
every Pan African site he can find to espouse his BS. You know,
But he ain't gonna come over here. You know he's not gonna come over here.
yeah, he ain't gonna come over.
Bobo's probably sleeping, man.
No,
Now
Volvo,
Volvo ain't
no,
sleep.
no, no. Hustle Smart is a truck driver too. He's always listening in, you know. Dama's a
Volvo,
truck driver. Look, he knows he's up, you know. It's only 12 o'clock at night, you know.
I go to Psycho. It's a guy named Psychopathius. He's a Pan African.
How
His
could
channel is open. His channel, he almost he
no no
does
no.
12-hour
I,
streams. He
I'm deeply offended, man. I'm really deeply offended because
Why?
how could you be a race trader for loving the country you was
Oh, yeah,
born
yeah,
in,
you're a
your
fucking race
ancestors was born in?
because, hold up, because every time we talk about it, right, it ain't about the country. You love white people. That's all it is, you know.
Listen, I love everybody in this country. I
Hold on,
love
hold on,
immigrants in this
hold on.
country.
No, we don't. No, we don't. What are you talking about?
Carla, I think 1776, like me, are Christians. So we require by the Bible
Oh,
to love everybody.
I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
So how can you say you hate
Oh
somebody? The
no,
Bible says if you hate
let me
any
say,
man, then
oh,
you
let me
hate
put it
God.
like this. Oh, let me put it
Listen,
to you like this.
how did we get in this predicament that we
Steve,
are
let me
here?
put it like this. Let me put it like this. Hold
the
up.
KKK say they Christian.
Yeah. So hold up.
Dragons are not
I
Christians.
said, look, I said, I don't really. Let me clarify this. I don't hate white people as individuals, right? I hate whiteness. That's a sickness that has to die. It's whiteness, mentality.
But but
You
how do you
know,
call me a race trader for loving the place I'm from?
because you love whiteness, not white people. You love whiteness. You don't know those people. You don't care about them. You like the idea of whiteness.
But
That's what you love.
but I don't live around white folks. That's what I'm trying to
Hold on.
say.
You're espousing your rhetoric is espousing the stuff that they say. If I was a white man, right?
No, I'm
I was
conservative.
if hold up. America in 1776, right? And all the stuff like that is about whiteness. You know,
So I
America.
can't take pride in the Rhode Island regiment that was
Yeah,
undefeated in
you can
battle.
do that, but you could take a pride in that. I take pride in the 54th Massachusetts that fought against the
But
Confederates.
that's the
I say
Civil
like this.
War.
So why? Because they fought. You asked them why they fought. They fought for the fact that they were trying to free their people. Right? They were basically trying to avenge the black people who fought in the Revolutionary War a century before and was sold back into slavery. So they said this
But
time We gonna fight, and we're not gonna. They was the 54th Regiment was like, if we fight and whatnot, we're gonna fight to the death, and we're gonna be free. Kind of like,
1773. Can I
that
can
was
I
the
ask you a
That's
question?
that's
thing.
that's supporting whiteness when you take away from our
No, no,
greatness.
how's that?
The
How's
Rhode
that
Island
support
Regiment.
whiteness?
You had
Hold on,
so many
hold on,
people.
hold on, hold on. How's
Crispus
that support
Attucks was the
whiteness?
first person to die for this country.
Hold up. Crispus Attucks was one of mixed race person. He basically too
Oh
wasn't black.
man, man.
He was like this. He died. He died when that.
His
Hopefully,
blood, his blood
hold on.
became the motivation
Hold
for
on.
a
I
revolution,
would say
man.
like this. If I was basically at that time, I would have been one of those slaves and fought with the British.
That's what I'm saying. Crispus Attucks, his
I would.
blood
I don't know. The
became the
dumb
impetus
fool.
for the revolution.
Oh yeah. Look. Let me tell you something. The American Revolution was probably the most. Uh, I would say the idea of the American Revolution was probably the most profound thing in modern history. I agree. I
Okay, but
agree with
his
you. Hey,
blood, his blood anointed
hold
the
on. But
soil of
here's the thing.
Boston.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me play this right. Although I believe the American Revolution, the founding, the Declaration of Independence, and all stuff like that was a just cause, and all stuff like this, right? Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This is where American Revolution fell short. It basically didn't extend to the Native Americans, the Africans that fought, back slavery, and then also every last single revolutionary from Dr. Sun Yat Sen to all the people in Eastern Europe. They always quoted George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and they were all betrayed. The Iran democratic system in the 1950s was modeled after America. They said America is a birth of democracy, everything. You know what America did? America overthrew the democratic elected government that it
But
says that it
can,
wants to go
can-
out.
can we
Uh,
stay on the revolution?
hold on. America has every time betrayed people who wanted the same thing that they believed in when they had a thing. The Philippines, they they got rid of Aquilando, and later on persecuted him. Right, he was a revolutionary, just like George Washington. Right, and they hunted him down. Right, and then years later they gave us
But
a
Kyla, you jumping all around history. Let's stick with the revolution.
I'm just serious.
Crispus Attucks' blood anointed this
It doesn't
country.
matter.
No,
You're using Crispus Static. You don't know you don't give a shit about him. You're using Crispus Attucks to try to
no.
fool people. Oh, like this. He was a freaking a black man. Probably didn't know better. You know what he was fighting for. You
And
know.
you, Benjamin Banneker,
Yeah.
laid the blueprints for the
Yeah.
city.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we give them credit
And
when they did.
it's a lot of
Yeah.
preeminent African Americans through history
That don't
that
mean. Bottom line is
that have
this.
made this country a
All,
country that
all,
everybody wants to move to.
let me get my brother Focus Dave on. Dave, what's going on, brother?
Yo, good evening,
Hey,
Tyler. Good
hey,
evening,
what's
Pat.
up, Dave?
Good evening,
What's
1770.
up, bro?
You raising havoc again tonight, brother? You raising
Nah,
the
but Dave, this is a blessed
you raising
country.
the havoc? Yeah, I know,
But everybody complains. Like, we want this country to be heaven. People complain about simple, stupid
I
shit,
never said
right?
it's
no,
gonna be heaven.
But
I'm saying
e-
all I'm saying is this is all I'm saying 1776, right? I'm saying all the stuff you're talking about, which is beautiful. Love your country and everything like that. But here's one thing. I don't think white people deserve that. I don't think white America deserves that.
well,
They took
that
black people for granted for hundreds of years, right? They were basically like I remember one time I watching this court case, right? Where this cop clearly killed this black kid in cold blood.
oh man,
White people are
Jesus
basically just
Christ!
say all they do is say, something that's just something you got to deal with. I remember Megan Kelly said to a black pastor, it felt so bad, right? This old black man. She was like, basically, well, he was like, please shoot him. She goes, well, that's just your reality. What are you gonna do about it?
But Kyla, I'm more, like let's
I'm
stick
saying
with the
myself.
Revolutionary
I'm saying,
War, right?
I'm
Do you
saying
know the first American flag was sewn by a black
hold on.
woman?
I don't care about that. I'm saying because that's what America wants to be, right? They want to be the type where they say our ancestors, they spit on our ancestors' grave, they piss on our ancestors' grave, right? So I'm saying, since my ancestors couldn't fight for themselves, they couldn't have a voice, right? I'm their voice right now. I'm basically, uh, 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 I am their ancestors coming back from their grave talking from their grave. I'm just what my
But
ancestors telling me to say. You know.
what I'm trying to say, we were instrumental in the founding of this
Yeah.
country.
Well, hold on.
You
My
know,
ancestors didn't give a shit about this country.
they said I was reading an
Hey,
article where Christmas addicts fell. Like
our
that
ancestors,
area is still sacred to this day.
our ancestors hated this country. That's why they founded like
All
this.
right, all right. Like, hey, Dave, let's talk the truth, Dave. When they gave a lot of African Americans a chance to go to Liberia, a lot of these guys refused to go.
Oh no,
After
that's
the Civil
another
War,
lie. That's another
after,
lie.
Kyla,
That's
you
a
even
lie.
said it
That's a lie.
yourself,
Hold on,
man.
that's a lie.
Yeah, a lot
No,
of
no.
people refuse to go, Kyle. I gotta agree
Yeah, a
with
lot
that.
of people refuse to
A
go.
lot of people
Man,
refuse
I
to
can't.
go.
I can't
Hold
deal
on, a
with
lot of
somebody
people
intellectually
a lot of
dishonest,
people
man.
refuse to go.
But they
Let me
also too they
this.
lost funding too. They didn't
That's
have
what
no
it
money to
was. That's
fund it.
exactly what it was.
They didn't
Look,
have no money to
they
fund it too
basically
now,
Lincoln wanted to ship every
1776.
black
You
person
gotta
out of here.
understand too.
When they looked
There's
at
no money to fund
the
the
prospect of
operation.
shipping 4 million black people out of here, they said we will be bankrupt. And the money that they were supposed to do that with, they had to purchase Mexico, New Mexico, the Southwest. They gave it to Mexico. They said we don't have any money to ship. That was a tremendous amount of money. It would cost like $50 million to ship millions of black people out to Liberia,
No, but
right? So that's
How,
the
you have
only
how,
reason
how,
why we're still here.
Kyla, let me ask you a question. If that deal would have went through, how would it worked out 200
Oh
years
yeah.
ago?
Liberia would probably be a world power right now. You know, of course,
man.
we'd
See,
have a
see,
world
man. Like
power. Right,
I
we'd be
don't
a world power.
see. I don't deal with alternate
And
history,
also,
man.
hold on, check this out.
I'm
Just
just,
like America had a manifest
yeah, I'm
destiny,
just, yeah,
Liberia's manifest destiny was to expand into the
I'm just
interior of Africa
asking that because that's
and
a good
all
deal.
down the coast. Liberia's supposed to be an empire going all the way down the coast
Hey,
to southern
Dave. I
Africa.
got a quick question. The foundation that was laid in 1776 that all men are created equal and that we get our rights
Well,
from
hold on, but
God
that
and
was
not
a
from
lie, though.
man.
That was a
The-
lie.
we get our rights from God, not from men. And the pursuit of happiness. That's what brings people all around the world to America, the pursuit of happiness.
People
But
come from
talk
third world
about
countries trying to survive.
1776. Let's keep it real, bro. It wasn't no black people signing that declaration.
They were not, they didn't sign the
And
document, but
somebody should have, it should have been representation on,
There was no
Native
representation for
Americans
us.
should have been there.
oh,
It should have been some black people, Africans
no,
should have
Native
been there.
Americans were enemy of
Should have
this
been
country. They were enemies of
not all of them. Not all of
the
them.
Native Americans fought with the British. A lot of them fought with the British. They sided against the country, and they had to be dealt with.
Okay, see now you're talking about genocide.
No, no. If you're fighting against me, I'm building
Oh,
something.
no,
Like when
how they fighting against you? You're fighting
a
against a
lot,
white man. You're not white. That's what I'm saying. You
there
want
were
some
black
whiteness,
people
man.
that fought in the Revolutionary
Look,
War.
bro. See, like I said, you
All right,
sound
man.
white inside.
Okay, man.
So,
Anyway, the bones of this
1776.
country was good. The bones were good. The foundation was good, and
so
we're
by the way,
building on
hold
this
on.
house.
I'm not gonna let you sit there and rob our ancestries of their dignity. When they,
The
1776. Can
first
I ask you
man
a
to
question?
die for this country was African American.
1776. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you support the idea of Afghanistan?
I think it's an audacious idea. I like
Mm-hmm.
the concept.
Right.
Is it LARP? Is it LARP?
the bottom
That's
line, hold on.
to be seen.
Bottom line, it's more logical than living a lie. Like I said,
Hold on,
when I
Colin.
hear
Can I ask him another question?
1776 to me is a lie. I can't live a lie no more.
1776. If would you help uh fund
Oh, oh,
Afghanistan?
oh, most definitely, most definitely.
That's all that matters, Colin.
Yeah, I said no. It's more than that. The bottom line is before anybody talk about funding, I need friggin' people that believe in this. And part of it believing this is, like I said, look, let me tell you, in order for you to basically have something new like this, the most fundamental, like when I talk about Liberia, right? That's the first stage to an Afghanistan, connected with
Hey,
Liberia, because that's
hey,
the launching.
Steve, is this
Let me
yes or no, Steve?
let me say this, right? Second
Yeah.
thing is this: you really have to, in everything you do in life, right? If you really want salvation, there's always something that you're doing that you got to let go. You know,
Hey, this
and
is my question to Kyla and Steve.
to me was I had to. And you know something? At one time, years ago, I used to sound like 1776. I was pro-American. I was American flag and all stuff like that. But I realized that if I want to be free, if I want something of my own, right? If I want this journey to nationhood and stuff like that, I had to let this idea of America go. You know,
Hey, Steve Collar, if all the black people
Yeah.
fought for the British, this country would have never been founded.
who cares?
The black troops were instrumental in
Oh,
winning
yeah,
key
okay, who
battles
cares? Who
to
cares?
found this country.
Who
You
cares?
know,
Who cares? I think look, you have this idea that if America wasn't founded, the world would be like, no, it does like this. America's
I think the
America.
world would be like the Planet of the Apes. It would be total chaos.
So in other words, basically, China wouldn't exist, right? I guess, right?
China, America built China, man. All our
I
business is
guess.
over in China. China ain't built shit.
Hold on. China with 6,000 years of continuous
Man, God,
civilization.
man. 1970, China was still picking rice
Check this out. Chinese people have a civilization that goes back
that
further.
we built.
How do you build Chinese civilization?
All of our businesses is over there.
That doesn't mean you built it. You just have some factories there. Yeah, I mean you built it.
Come on, man.
Look,
All of our up until 1975, Chinese were agrarian
hold on.
people.
If you built China, let me show you Chinese infrastructure projects in Africa. And then
All right,
let
man.
you find some.
Building them shoddy ass bridges that fall apart. Come on, man.
No, shoddy ass bridges, nothing. But let's see what America's building around the world. China's building the Silk Road.
Listen,
let's see
man.
what America's building in the world. Nothing.
Let's see 10 years what we do in Angola and the Congo.
Yeah. 10 years you're gonna do nothing. 10 years you're gonna do nothing.
Come on, man. America is a force of good. Elvis done told you. Elvis.
That's how pathetic America is. Now it's coming to Africa. Now it did everything again. Donald Trump cut all these countries off, banned all these countries.
Steve.
Now he wants to come crawling to Africa.
Steve, yes, China in 1975 was an agrarian hunter and gatherer society. American businesses under Nixon went there and revolutionized that whole country. Mao Zedong was a dumbass. He didn't know how to build nothing.
Actually, Japan was there first, bro. I don't know what you're talking
about. And we built Japan after we destroyed Japan. We rebuilt that country in love.
Thing like that. I know Japan history. America didn't build Japan.
All right. All their emperors sent people over to Ivy League schools to be educated and engineer.
That don't mean anything.
And they went back to their country.
That don't mean they built.
Our institutions gave them the light. Because we have God, and God's light, we see the light.
Oh Lord, man! Like I said, you're crazy. Bro.
Oh, 7.
You're crazy, nigga.
So you believe in like the Magna Carta,
Because they get Dave. One thing about this country is that we have rights from God. The government can't take our rights. We have the Second Amendment to preserve our rights. Right? This country laid the foundation for a great society. It's not in China, only 1% benefits. Everybody out there picking rice, man.
You sound insane.
Oh.
Really, you sound insane.
Hey, Dave, you probably make 6 figures. Kyla makes 6 figures. Steve makes 6 figures. Everybody making money. We on here 3 hours chilling.
I know you ain't making no 6 figures, man. Stop it. Stop it, So the bottom line is everybody's making 6. Just stop it, bullshit. You live in a delusion, bro. You live in a friggin' delusion,
Everybody wants to come here, man. Everybody wants to come here. The Filipinos, they want to come here and become nurses and doctors.
About the Filipinos, desperate people. You don't see fucking people from Scandinavia coming here, do you?
Man, this is crazy, man. This is a heretical.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Aren't most of the legal immigrants to America
people from Scandinavia found in Minnesota?
Aliens from America, like people.
Time out, Steve. All the people in Minnesota are from Scandinavian descent. Colin knows that.
That's what.
All the people from Minnesota, you could ask Dave and Elvis, are from Scandinavian descent.
That was in the early 20th century. I'm talking about now.
So where are the most white immigrants from America?
They still speak with a Scandinavian accent in the Midwest.
Yeah, now you got Muslims and Mexicans coming here.
But most of the legal immigrants that come here are still white. Where are they coming from?
No. I seriously doubt that. Most of the people come here Coming from India, places like India, China, Silk Road. So,
Americans are exception. We have American exceptionalism. When you
oh
come
yeah,
to
so
America, whether you're white or
yeah,
black, you become exceptional,
there's no
man.
such,
You
no
you
such
you is a
And the American exception was the biggest fucking myth the world's ever created. You
no.
know.
You could take a white man in Europe, he's not exceptional. You could take a
Yeah,
black man in Africa, he's not exceptional.
right.
That blessing comes when you put
Okay.
your foot on this
Like I
sword.
said, dude, you sound crazy, man. You know that, right? You sound crazy, man. Like I said, you
All right,
believe
man.
that?
Y'all have a good night, man. Because
Good night,
I'm
bro.
just worn out. Y'all.
Hey, yeah, bottom line, you didn't make your case, man. You know, that's it.
All
When
right,
Rico
man. Be
said you
blessed.
this guy is crazy. Yeah, you are crazy, man, dude. I wish you a lot of luck, man. Good luck in your life, man. You know, you know.
You right, Kyla. Most people they say most legal immigrants are like from Mexico,
Yeah,
China,
you know what I'm
and
saying. I'll tell
India.
you, they're not coming from fucking the first world. That's another myth
But
that
there's a lot
America is
coming from
like.
China though.
Yeah, they're coming from fucking developing countries, third world countries, not coming from fucking America. Yeah, what you call people coming from first world countries stay in their countries because they don't need to. They don't need to.
Yeah, first world country people, they come, visit
Well,
and they go
they
back.
call expats. They come live when I for a couple years. They go back when I. But people come here seeking opportunity like they're desperate, coming from third world countries. That's the truth. So I don't know what 1776 is talking about. He's talking crazy shit, man. When Rico Mills saying this nigga's crazy, man. Yeah, nigga's crazy. Talking about the Constitution of people like dudes like black dudes like that are dangerous, man. Cause they get in front of white people. It's about he gonna bring some white. I don't want no white guys he know in no Africa. Man, you crazy? No. Okay, I don't need white people. That's it. You know what it is? He makes it hard for people like me to get along with white people. When I talk to white people, I have an understanding. You respect my culture, you respect me, my history, my ancestors, and we get along. But when you tell me that I got to salute your flag and bow down to you and blah blah blah, America, I'm telling you, I'm looking at you like you're making a mockery of
He
what
really,
happened to
he
my
really
people.
believes in America. He really
There's
believes.
nothing wrong with that, but the whole thing is, but that's something you keep to yourself, man. You don't fucking go trying to impose that on somebody else, man. Get out of here. I get it. He probably got a little comfort in life and whatnot,
Yeah,
but he's not been
he
tested.
loves him. He's
But all it takes is for one day him in the wrong situation. Let's say some girl accuses him some shit like he touched me or some shit like that, and next thing you know, his life gets turned upside down. He'll change. He haven't got his nigga wake up call yet. That's all it is. Once he get that Negro wake up call, that's over with. Everybody got
Man,
their wake up
I
call.
hope the best for 1776. Everybody else on the panel as well. I don't want nothing bad to happen to nobody.
I don't want nothing to happen bad with it either. He don't seem like a bad guy, man, but he's crazy. He's fucking nuts. You can't just sit there and talk about our ancestors fought. Yo, right after this Revolutionary War, they turned all those black men who fought for them. Let me tell you something. The white American, the American, right, is the lowest thing God ever created. I'm dead serious. The white American is the lowest thing God ever created. Hitler once said, man, he tried to tell black people, man, come over here and fight with us in Germany, man. We'll give you dignity. And he meant it too. He said, I will give you dignity and respect. America would treat black soldiers like dogs.
Where's the source for that? For Hitler saying that? I
Yeah, he
want
said that. Look it up.
to. Okay.
Hitler and Germany tried to recruit black soldiers. And also during World War, when Jesse Owens was there in the Olympics, right?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Which we call he was Jesse Owens was over there. He was like the star attraction. All the Germans, Nazis, all they wanted him to join the Nazi party. In fact, there was a Liberian, right, named Massaquoi, right? He was a Liberian man. He was half Liberian. He was Liberian, and he married a German woman, and he had a child with a German woman, right? And the child was a part of the Massaquoi clan of Liberia. and he became a Nazi. He joined the Nazi party, and he went to school with they call him the Black Nazi, you know. At the time where black people weren't the country that they're supposed to be were treated like animals, Black people were going to Germany, eating in restaurants, cafes, and all stuff like that. But when they come back to America, just as one said, I couldn't even. I had to sit in the segregated part of the train, humiliated.
But Kyle, weren't they killing black people as well in Germany?
No,
They're like
no,
the
no,
Nazis.
no. And now also the idea of genocide when that was largely overblown. It was like a lie. It was look, it worked. It was Jewish propaganda. Jews basically, although some were rounded up in places like France and Poland, whatever like that, as internment camps, you know, there was there's no evidence. I studied this in college. There was no evidence of an extermination or Holocaust. But I can't say that. If you say that right now, they persecute you. There was no real evidence of a thing. Were there people killed? Yeah, in war and stuff like that, dead bodies. Well, yeah, but there was no evidence of a mass extermination of 6 million Jews. So like I said, so it's this idea of the Germans. Actually, King Leopold of Belgium killed 10 million Congolese, but we know nothing about him. He murdered 10 million Congolese. That was one of the things Hitler talked about when he invaded Belgium. He said these countries around the world enslaving people, right? And one of the things he said was France has slaves around the world. He said Britain has slaves around the world, Netherlands. I'm going to conquer these people. Why could they? That's what he said. He wanted to conquer Europe. It's because these people were going around slaving people around the world and stuff like that. So these people were not, there was no good side or bad side in World War II. Hey, Dave, you ever heard about the Massaquoi family, the Massaquoi story of the black German?
No, I'm not familiar with
Well,
that.
let me look for that story. Look at that story. Uh, Black Nazi. See if I can find this. Oh, here it is right here. Here's right here, bro. Let me get it for you.
I'm not familiar with that story.
Okay, I say I know. I actually really know Liberian history. This is stuff I studied over the years. I know what I'm talking about. His name was Hans Massaquoi. He was half German and half Liberian.
The human rights abuses and the concentration camps like Auschwitz. But have you ever wondered what happened to the black people who lived under the Third Reich? It turns out that even though there were racial laws demanding the extermination of the Jewish and the Roma people, there were so few Africans living in Germany that they were not really considered to be one of Hitler's main priorities. One very special mixed-race boy grew up in Germany during the Third Reich, and he lived to tell the tale. Not only did he manage to survive unscathed, but he also desperately wanted to join the Nazi Party. He was an actual prince, and he grew up to become a writer. This is the incredible story of Hans Massaquoi.
This is for fair use, folks. Educational purpose only.
Hans-Jürgen Massaquoi was born in Hamburg, Germany in 1926, but he didn't look like most of the blonde-haired and blue-eyed babies born into the country. His mother, Bertha Bates, was a German nurse, and his father, Al-Haj Massaquoi, was the prince of the African country of Liberia. When Hans was born, Al-Haj was a law student studying at Trinity College in Dublin. The plan was for Bertha and Al-Haj to get married after graduation, and she lived with her future father-in-law, King Momolu. The king received his college education in the United States and became the first ethnically African diplomat to live and work in Germany. Liberia had elected a president, so while the position of king was still a powerful one, he was more of a figurehead for the tribal leadership. For years, King Momolu had lived with 5 wives, which was a tribal tradition. But he gave up that lifestyle in favor of a more Western way of life and married a woman named Rachel Johnson. They had several children together, and they accepted Bertha and Hans into their happy home. At that time, the only other mixed-race children living in Germany were called the Rhineland Bastards. In 1919, Western Germany was occupied by the Allies, which included Afro-French soldiers. The German women thought that these men were exciting and exotic, and many of them had affairs with the African soldiers. However, after these soldiers left Germany, many of the women were left pregnant, and they gave birth to mixed-race babies. People were shocked, and racist Germans were disgusted that women would ever do this. Many of these mothers could not handle raising the children alone, and they were called whores for having these affairs. Children were given up for adoption, and the government spread propaganda depicting black men as rapists. These children were seen as the product of foreign brutality. However, only one woman out of the hundreds of mothers to mixed-race children ever came forward to claim that she had been raped by a black soldier, while the rest said that they had had a consensual romantic relationship. In the 1920s, Germany's economy was struggling to recover from World War I. The Massacre family were royalty, and they were wealthy and exotic. This made them well respected in the city of Hamburg, and they were treated by everyone as esteemed guests. Bertha Bayes got to experience living with this royal treatment, and she was prepared to move to Liberia to get married and have a new life as an African princess. Unfortunately, Al-Hajj abandoned Bertha and Hans, and he never returned to Germany. King Momolu was furious with his son, and he threatened to force Al-Hajj to marry Bertha, but she did not want that. Momolu agreed to continue to support Bertha and his grandson in the consulate mansion in Hamburg for as long as possible. When he was very young, Hans believed that black people were the superior race. His family was wealthy, and most of the German people, they were poor by comparison. They also had several maids and servants that were all white. On top of that, Bertha's friends would fuss over him as a toddler and compliment his skin whenever he went by. Hans never met his father in person and only communicated with him through letters. Because of this, his grandfather stepped in to help raise him, and he grew up having a very happy childhood. When he was 7 years old, King Momolu was asked by the president of Liberia to return to his home country and his duty as the German consulate when it was over. He offered to bring Hans and Bertha to live with him in Liberia, but she refused to leave when she knew that Al-Hajj did not want to marry her. Bertha, she was an independent woman, and she decided to go back to work as a nurse and raise Hans as a single mum. They moved into a working-class neighborhood in Barmbek, where they could only afford to rent an attic apartment. Hans became friends with two boys in the neighborhood named Fiet and Klaus. They played together every day. The three boys, they were good kids, and they got to know many of the people in their town. Even though he was able to make close friends, Hans was bullied by the other boys in school for the color of his skin. Children would taunt him with a racist rhyme that is so offensive, we're just not going to repeat it in this video. The children said that his skin was dirty, and they said horrible things about his mother. Despite all of this bullying, Hans was incredibly bright and was one of the smartest kids in the class. He wanted to be an engineer when he grew up, and he drew sketches of bridges from a very young age. His teacher encouraged him to pursue this career, even though she secretly thought that it would not be possible in a Nazi-occupied Germany. When he was 7 years old, Hans asked his babysitter to sew a swastika patch on his sweater so that he could wear it to school. He wanted to prove to all of his bullies that he was a German. Of course, he was a child and he didn't fully understand what being a Nazi meant. A photographer at the school snapped a picture of him wearing the swastika. When Hans's mother saw him wearing it when he got home, she quickly removed the symbol, telling him that their family did not believe in the Nazi Party. However, like a lot of other kids, Hans rebelled against his mother and continued to try to fit in with the rest of the children in the school. In 1935, when Hans was 9 years old, the Nuremberg laws were passed in Germany, which made it illegal for Aryans and non-Aryans to have sex or get married. This included anyone who was not born with pure German blood, which included Jews, Roma, and of course black people. Hans Massacre was classified as a non-Aryan. His mother sheltered him from learning about the Nuremberg law as she wanted him to have as normal a childhood as possible. He could not understand why so many people were being mean to him, and he wanted to know why he couldn't just be like everyone else. People would point and stare at him in the street and whisper about the color of his skin. Back in the 1930s, the slang term that everyone used for black people in Germany was the N-word, so you can imagine what that was like. White people were calling him this all day, every day. He desperately wanted to fit in and was willing to go along with what everyone else was doing.
Kala, I don't understand.
He sat in the classroom together with the other German children. He was taught about how Hitler was a hero who saved the nation from...
What'd you say?
I don't understand. Like, you get on 1776 about
I
like
think
certain
that
things.
just proved your point. He was abused for his skin color.
Right.
He was.
Yeah, and I'll say he wanted to fit in. and
So
actually joined the
what's the
Nazi
difference between
Party.
him and 1776?
That's not a
1776
damn
want to
thing,
fit
bro.
in with
It's not a
America.
damn thing difference between him and that's the point I'm trying to make. 1776 will completely ignore. He'll have white people calling him the N word, calling him everything like that. But he believes so much in it because he wants to fit in. He wants to fit in with those white guys. That's
This
all it is.
this dude is actually worse than 1776. 1776 actually lives in a black community around black people.
How do you know that?
Well, he told us.
I think he's lying.
Okay.
I think he's lying. I don't think he's telling the truth. You know, I don't believe that for 1 minute. I know black when they realize other black people, you let your hair down. You don't think like it. People like 1776. You have to know that the first person he calls in a day is white. The last person he calls in a day is white. The first person he sees, the first person he laughs with, he jokes with, he confides in is somebody white. So I
1776. He
I
said
know
he's just
that.
a conservative.
Somebody. No, that's different between being a conservative, right, and being a fucking coon. I know a lot of black people who are conservative. They're really upstanding people. They just believe. They really do believe. I know a lot of black people who really believe in the country. Like they'll be like, but they'll at a certain point in time, what they do, they say, look, they'll acknowledge everything that happened to black people, whatever like that, and they'll say, yeah, it's fucked up, but something. I just think like me. You can call me a conservative, right? I really don't. I really just think America should exist as a country, whatever like that. I appreciate what the country stands for, whatever like that. But that's as far as I go. I'm not gonna. What he doing is he's revering America. That's the problem I have. Now, when you start revering America, that's what the problem I have. I said America's never earned that. Now you could love America and get along and build here and be a good, productive citizen like I am. But when you start talking stuff like revere America and you're dismissive, like 76 is very dismissive of what happened to our ancestors, right? That's blasphemy. You know, you don't do blasphemous stuff. It's just like you going to uh, 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 9/11 and saying at the memorial 9/11, you would never have anybody sit at the memorial 9/11 and say, "Oh yeah, the Arabs had a point that was completely justified." That's blasphemy. You don't go to our ancestors' graves, right? After they've been enslaved, they died shackled. Thomas Jefferson, his last words were he would not free his, even on his deathbed, he would not free his slaves. You don't honor a man like that. I'm sorry. You know, he should have thought about that when he was doing his way. How am I going to be remembered? He didn't care. He went to his grave with that hate in his heart, with that viciousness, that evil in his heart. He was an evil man. No matter what he did, what he wrote, he was an evil man. You know? So that's what 1770s, he's understand. He loves America. So at some point in time, let's say Kala, I say Kala, you love America. Okay, I do love America. But there's a price that comes with that. People can't say, I understand he loves America, but he's black. That means you leave him alone, let him be his own America, blah, 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 what America means to him. That's how it's always been. White people know that we're Americans, but we do our own thing. We do our own thing. We do our own way of celebrating America. Am I right, Dave? We celebrate our own way of America, celebrating America and stuff like that in our own way and what America means to us. What he wants to do, he wants us to be white Americans.
No, no,
He
no, no,
wants us
no.
to
We
see
can't do
America.
that. We can't do that. We can't see it like that.
Yeah, I
You
know.
know.
Because we were relying for those stuff.
like you said. Fourth of July was just passed. Black people celebrated, but they still, like I said, it's still that stigma. It's still inside their soul. It's like like you said, they want the revenge. They like they'll trip, because they want to revenge their ancestors. They
Yeah,
still,
that's that, and
that
we wouldn't be
stigma.
human, and that don't
Yeah,
make us bad people.
yeah,
1776. If you feel like that, you just being human, right?
yeah. They
And that's
just
what white
human.
people can't accept. They can't accept that. Yeah, these people still think about slavery, and they know it. That's why they bring other immigrants over
You
here to
wouldn't you
teach
wouldn't
us.
have no reparations movement right now
Oh, that's
if
right. Because
black,
why? Because
yeah, all
reparations
that stuff.
movement,
It's still stigma.
people are still thinking about their ancestors. What happened
Yeah,
to our ancestors? They never got vengeance or satisfaction. So that's
No
why they
justice.
think
They
about.
ain't get no justice. They ain't, they
Yeah,
get
they didn't
no,
get no
yeah.
justice. No, that's not no just. That's not justice. He's somebody basically sold your ancestors, got rich. America would not be what it is if it wasn't for the blood and the sweat and the misery of black people. I look at this one thing with this
You
thing.
you 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 in Virginia right there, Jamestown. Look at Jamestown. Became one of
Yeah,
the
so the
richest,
bottom line, look, the whole thing
richest
is
cities.
from
Yeah,
sea to
port.
shining sea,
Yeah,
coast to coast.
port.
It was black labor that laid the foundation for America
That's where the
that
first
we never got
Africans
help. We
landed.
never benefited. We never got
Right,
anything
right,
from it.
right. Collar in Jamestown. That's where the first batch came in.
Exactly, right there. No, it's
Right
Fort
there.
Monroe. Fort Monroe, right there. That's where they first landed. Right
Oh
there
man.
in Hampton. You can see when you go across the Hampton Bridge, you can see Fort Monroe right there. That you always think that's where the first Africans landed in slaves as slaves in the New World. Right
Yeah.
there.
No justice. Those
And
people,
so the bottom line
people.
is this: so so we've been living somebody else's dream for all these years.
Oh, and
Somebody else's
FBA
dream.
is dying out. I see they on their last leg. They trying to, you know,
Yeah.
they're recycling them, their talking points and stuff.
Oh yeah, it
it's
did.
over
It
now.
did.
Yeah, it's all they need right now is Ibrahim to Hore to do something big, or get them mad or whatever to galvanize black people again.
And so
One more blow.
Baruti says, I don't say why America means America is where I'm at, Baruti. Don't you understand that? I'm in America. That's all. What am I on Mars? I'm not. Am I fucking in the Congo? No, I'm in America. Where you at is where your culture, your people are. My people are here in America, Baruti. My people are not in Uganda with your people. My people are here in the United States. That's where that's where I am. That's where I reside. This is where my culture is. So goddamn, man, people are trying to make people. Why people got vested interest and try to change who we are, Dave?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think
Where is Baruti from?
He's from Uganda.
I think it's lack of refusing to learn about each other. I
Yeah,
think
so that let me tell you
yeah,
something.
like
If somebody,
you not gonna
if people
wanna
can't
learn.
friggin' accept who you are, that's grounds for genocide. You know, that's genocide talk. When somebody basically just refuses to acknowledge you, you got to change like that. Rudy's a fucking genocidalist, man. That's a genocide. If he had it in his power, man, he'd send us to a re-education camp and put bullets in our head if we didn't convert. That's how strongly he feels about this. You know, he'd be like, "Yo, Ubuntu or death, whatnot."
Yeah, it's just I think there's a lack of not learning about each other. They don't know about black people in America. They don't
They
know
don't
about
know. They don't know about the struggle. They don't know what we've been
they
through
don't
and
know the
whatnot. Why
struggle.
we think the way we do.
Certain
That's why.
things
That's
that
why.
happen.
Look, even though Dave,
Uh-huh.
I don't agree with the outrage over the Essence Special, but
No,
I'm
I
gonna
don't.
be.
But Kyla, that's nonsense. That's stupidness, really. What jollof rice and what
I
Jubilee?
was
What?
trying to ask Kwame what was that all about. He said
What,
the
what,
dumbest words.
Jambalaya, jambalaya.
So
no, that's what that's the
what's the
argument about. That's the
tell me what
argument.
the contract? Kwame couldn't tell me. Dropped off.
The
I asked him. He bring it up.
argument was about they had jollof rice and jambalaya contest at the festival.
Right.
And the FBA is mad. Why they got jollof rice and jambalaya competition at the Essence Festival? It's just supposed to be FBA stuff. And I'm like, that's just a little festival. Maybe they're trying
Oh,
to
they making too much
integrate.
out of it.
Yeah, they trying to integrate. They see a lot of Africans are living here now. They want to integrate a little bit of the Africa. Okay, let's have because they usually have jollof rice contests. So maybe he just okay.
Nah,
Let's
like I
you
said, I don't agree with that. Right? If it was a Pan Africanist festival, then we could do everybody coming together with that. But let the Caribbeans have the Caribbean thing. Let the Black American have the Black American. Let the Africans have the African things. Now, when we want to have a Pan Africanist festival,
Yeah, but
that's
hold
when
on,
we can bring out all that.
Has a thing though. Has a thing though. Like I said, Rachel Out Dennis is a Liberian. right?
Yeah, these are
And
like
And
I
this is
understand. That's why I said I see both sides of it. Black Americans don't own it no more. So there's no like.
yeah.
yeah. So
So
But
I
but
also
Steve, okay,
you
Steve,
have large numbers of
Steve, let's Steve, not to cut
uh huh.
everybody off. Let's
Go
be
ahead.
real. Let's be real. We sold out.
Right,
yeah.
right, right. You
Sold
right. You right.
out,
That's why I
bro.
Dave,
said I agree
Dave,
with both sides.
it's
Growing
not
up.
even
I'm
that.
from New York.
It's
College.
not even just that, bro, Dave. You know what it is? It's the
Yeah.
fact that when we had people like C. Dolores Tucker talking about how our culture is changing, and they had all these black people basically just being disrespectful in the 80s and 90s, and what that we're not listening to leaders and we're not listening to elders and stuff like that, and saying, no, that's not who we are as a people and everything like that. What happened was these magazines started to adjust to this new black culture that was hood, ghetto, and after a while, man, you had nothing to build on. You know, you can't keep having little
I
Kim
saw
up
the
there.
transformation. I saw the
Yeah, I
transformation.
saw it right there. I saw it
Even
coming, and then
okay,
it collapsed.
even remember when Tupac came out. Tupac was really a conscious rapper.
Yeah, then
Yeah,
but he
NC
had to
New
adjust
York.
himself.
You
NC New
gotta
York.
understand, yeah, he
He
was a
had to adjust
conscious
himself
rapper and then he turned
to a
gangster rap.
gangster stuff. He
He
was
turned
first. He
gangster
came
rap.
out with a lot of positive stuff at
Yeah,
first, right? He
he
was
Yeah,
was
trying
like a
when he was
conscious
MC New
rapper.
York. Yeah, when he was MC New York, and then he
Yeah,
changed to.
he's a conscious rapper. Tupac is a conscious
But
rapper. A lot of
but you
people
gotta
don't know that.
remember, man. I remember that interview with Tupac, right? And he said this is how they making money. So they were basically selling out for the money. Cause he
to. Yeah,
said
it
he
is what it
understand
is.
what
So,
Sister Dolores Tucker was saying, but hey, this how we make. Guess how we get money. So it's unfortunate, but that's what happened. They sold out the community, for some money.
and same thing with Essence, right? How many times you gonna do you know, Dave? You heard that every for the last 5 years, every time they had Essence Festival, all the restaurants were shut down because black women are just so ghetto and ratchet. Yeah, it's they people lose
Hold on,
money.
Carla. Low key said that Essence Festival is a Pan Africanist festival. Is that true? Was it
Uh,
a Pan Africanist festival?
now it is. You know, I guess
Now,
you
yeah,
know
Right.
now it is, bro. Now it is. I'm sorry, bro. Now it is.
Yeah, it is
now it
now,
is.
but
Yeah.
I'm just saying back in the day where it was started out as I understand that African males own it
Had
now.
they basically stuck with neo soul and the
Right.
gospel and shit
Mm-hmm.
like that, education, poetry, reading,
You
stuff like
know?
that, you know. But those
It,
people, black
it
people, don't want to turn up for shit like that. You know, they want to turn up for ratchet shit. You know.
well actually
Grown,
Carla, the thing about it is they said it was getting more ratchet and they like I told you before, they've been having lower and lower attendance rates for
Yeah,
years.
they're black
but
women. Oh, you could blame all that on black
but
women. You know,
but
you
right
blame
now,
all that on black women.
Kyla, look now. Kyla growing up in the 90s and the 80s, I saw a lot of black men with suits who was influencing the community.
Oh yeah,
Now
yeah,
you don't
I
see
know.
now you don't see no black men with suits. Now you see the rappers.
Oh yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. There
You
used
don't
to be.
you don't you know
Remember
something
the
happened. You're gonna see organizations getting together. You know, people in outrage.
Do
You
you
don't see
remember? You
that no
remember
more.
Dave Ebony Magazine's Power 100, the top influential black people in
Yeah,
America.
yeah, yeah. I remember that. Yeah,
Yo,
it used
but
to be
yo,
like
if
from
you were on that
business.
list,
Used to
man,
be from business, banking, everywhere,
everything, education,
politics.
everything, street activists,
I remember.
everything.
It
You
used to do
know,
it like I think at what the beginning of the year, or the end of the year. How you do it?
it was like usually like in the summertime. You know.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And
I
so
remember that
basically,
that year.
I remember one time they had Minister Farrakhan on after the main man, right before the main man march. He was up there, influential Black Americans one night. He was everybody was just so proud. They said, "Minister, you made the one of the top influential Black Americans," you know. And so everybody's so proud and whatnot, you know.
But Carla, can I ask you a question, right? The Essence Festival. But wouldn't FBAs be correct on this? I don't agree with everything they say. How they say that just because somebody black doesn't mean they have your best interests at heart.
Well, hold on. This is whole thing is about this. See, FBA is using this to spread hate. You know, Richard Lau Dennis is. If you really want to be technical, he calls himself an African American.
Okay.
He identifies African American. Matter of fact, when he
But
left Liberia, he completely left Liberia. He brought
I could understand
his own
how
African American community and
You
culture.
have a lot of Liberians like that too.
I can
I know a
understand
couple of
how
them.
some black Americans feel. They thinking like, okay, we got a black man that's the owner of it. Like he gonna bring back, what we once had before. And I can see
Well,
how the people would get.
unfortunately, the only thing out here now that's that's decent is the African culture, and
Collar,
the
no,
Caribbean.
Collar. You can bring back a lot of older R&B artists
Also,
and
no,
whatnot. They
no,
could have.
hold on. So, this is a new age, right? The culture in Black America, right? If you want to be Black American, right? What's identified Black American now is drill music, hood, whole culture, and stuff like that. We destroyed our culture, So
Collar,
that's
do you
what.
know how many older black people that showed up? If it was like
Well, hold on, hold on.
R&B,
Well,
the
older black,
older.
it doesn't really matter. Essence magazine and stuff like that is supposed to be on the cutting edge. What's new? Innovative. What's new and innovative is either the ratchet culture or you got the Caribbean and
You gotta
African.
have Sexy Red on the cover, Ebony or something. Then
So the
And
bottom line is this.
I don't know what people are talking about. Afro beats
Okay. Also,
is
let me ask you a question, Steve.
hmm
Should Bill Porter, who was at should Essence Magazine have a picture of Joe Biden and Bill Porter
no,
celebrating
absolutely
Juneteenth at the
not,
White House?
absolutely
absolutely
not.
not.
But that's what that's what I'm talking about. That's Black America. See what I'm talking about? So I appreciate Rachel Aldenis by ignoring that part of Black America that's sick, we can't get rid of, right? And doing something new. I think, yeah, for a time period, for like at least 10 years,
But my
we
point
should.
is, like, couldn't they just have like two different festivals? You know, do a Pan Africanist festival and then keep that
No. I
Come
just,
essence.
on,
I think
bro.
Black
Come on,
culture in
bro.
America, right? I don't want no
hmm
damn Bill Porters up there. I don't want no Tyler Perry bullshit up there.
I agree
All
with
that
you.
stuff
I
gotta
agree with you,
go.
I
Colin.
mean,
So what
yo,
else
bro,
is there?
it is what it is now, bro.
It is what
Black,
it is now. I am glad. Look, I am
it is
glad
what it
those
is
part of
now,
Black
bro.
America
That
is
and
gone.
that Steve, that's some light
I'm
shit.
glad that part of
And
Black America
and
is
another
gone.
thing with Afro beats, man. Listen, Afro beats is cool, bro.
I
But
love Afrobeats, man.
a
I
lot
love
of that same
look,
over.
look,
Hold on, let me finish, Colin.
if anything could replace this garbage culture we have in Black America, I'm all for it.
Like I said, Afro beats is cool, Colin. But a lot of the over sexualization you be seeing in them, like you seen some of them music videos.
Wait, hold on, but hold on. It's not like this in America. Come on, man.
Nah, Colin, you got to see some of these music
I listen
videos.
to a lot of Afrobeats or songs and whatnot. It's really harmless compared to the
I
violence and
get what you're
garbage.
saying, Carla, but I see some of these music
Give me,
videos.
give me
These
an artist.
girls.
Give me an artist. I'll look them up.
Hold on. I wouldn't be able to tell
I
you.
know all the artists. Trust me, I know all the Afrobeat artists. But I got a whole catalog and shit. And I don't see none of the stuff you're talking about. I listen to Fire Boy.
There's a lot of over sexualization in
And what?
Afrobeat
You want?
music as well.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not like it is in the fucking hip hop, man. Come on, it's not a comparison. You know, you don't got nobody talking about wet ass pussy and shit like that.
Okay, you ain't got people saying that, but you got people shaking their
Oh,
behind.
yeah. But shaking your behind is one thing, right? But when you come out there and commit like blasphemy, talking about wet ass pussy and all this type of shit like that, that is just out of the pale. Just people talk about sexy red. So she got a lipstick out called Booty Hole Brown. When I
Right. Man, Sexy
fucking
Red don't even sell like that, man.
gonorrhea red. So the bottom line is
Do
this:
you
this sick culture, and also the LGBTQ. I have not seen the LGBTQ in Afro beats.
and plus Sexy Red don't even sell like that, man.
And so the bottom line, what I'm saying, what comes along with all this Black American culture is your Bill Porters and whatnot. So let me show you something. This is what we mean by a
Don't
Black.
I don't want to see Bill Porter color.
No, no,
Please
no. I
don't.
gotta show you something.
Oh man.
Let's see. Let's see.
I don't want to see a man with a dress on with a full beard. That's
Joe Biden, Juneteenth.
oh Lord Jesus.
Joe Biden, Juneteenth. This guy look fucking crazy.
When I
This is
saw
Black
when
America.
I saw, first seen it, I asked my mom. I said, "Mom, who the heck is that?" She's like, "Oh, that's Bill Porter." I said, "I was like, at least shave your beard off, man."
Joe
A
Biden.
grown man with a dress on and a beard on his face. That's crazy.
Yeah, look at this. Okay,
It's
let's see.
crazy.
Let's see if I got the right one.
Oh my god. And they up there singing a church song too, aren't they?
Yeah,
I said they ought to be ashamed. They said they singing a gospel song, and you got him up there. Crazy.
I want to see the one with Bill Porter. What the fuck is that? And black people, that's black people, man. Juneteenth, whatnot, you know.
All
And
I'm
then what?
saying is people don't like when things change from what it was originally meant for.
Well, the bottom line, hey, look, when people start doing the shaking, you know, like, was that what it originally meant for, bro? You know, when people with booty clapping, shaking, and acting a fool, tearing up New
This
Orleans,
is
you know.
horrible. This is
Exactly, and a lot of
horrible.
people were complaining about that, Colin. So
This
this
is
They
the
didn't do
plane
nothing
didn't just
about it.
start.
horrible.
So bottom line, they lost it, you know.
I get that. I get that, but
Is to actually bottom line, Rachel Dennis came in, turned their essence around.
Oh my god, terrible,
Ridiculous. This
terrible.
guy, this guy, look at it. A grown man in a fucking dress. Yes, Kamala Harris. This is your black. This is Black America.
That's our leadership, Kyla.
Yeah, that's it, man.
That's a,
That's Black
we
America, man.
doomed, man. We doomed.
The words of my good brother Hustle Smart Ripley, we are doomed. You know. Nobody look like he's fucking in another planet.
Do us, Kyla. They mixing the Juneteenth with the Pride Month and mess us up, you know? Make
Yeah,
us
so the
look
bottom line
bad.
is black people have been acting a fool for the last 8 years, man, for some reason, you know? And so the bottom line is other people coming in and they're serious. Let me tell you something about Steve. These immigrants that are coming here are not playing games. They're serious. They're trying to win. They're after the HBCUs. They said, since we're not doing nothing with them, they're coming over here. They got countries to build and stuff like that. So they're coming over here, occupying HBCUs, coming into the faculty, the alumni, all stuff like that. They're going to steer all Black America. They already took over the Congressional Black Caucus, you know? All these institutions, everything, the immigrants, black immigrants are taking the hell over. We're not, because we don't have an agenda. We don't know who the hell we are. Now we got people like 1776, you know, instead of us walking down and talk about black nationalist politics as far as African Americans, he's going to steer us to somebody else's dream, you know? While other people coming over here, they give a shit about some 17. No, they're coming over here, worrying about 2025. They're trying to take over. You know, we always got people going back to the past, 1776.
listen. My opinion, right? If people come over and take it over, it is what it is.
Well, hey, look, don't complain. I like this. Hey,
Right.
look, I don't care. You know, all I know is people. I don't go complain to me about it. Right? Don't go complain to me. You believe
If
that?
they wanted it, if they wanted it that bad, they would have, did
Yeah,
whatever
so
they
the
could
bottom
to
line is
keep it.
Black America. So
So
I've said these FBA and all these people like that getting up there huffing and puffing. Dude, shut the fuck up.
But
You know.
we let our music state our radio station shut down. I
Yeah,
remember
television, radio. We
yeah,
used to have UPN.
television.
You
We had
know.
all of that. Local
Yeah, all that. You know.
stations.
But somebody told
We
us
had a
that
lot of
our
local
culture is
stations.
not worth preserving. We looked at the people like Baruti telling us Black America, African Americans aren't worth preserving. We got to be something else. And we spent the last 10 years dreaming of Wakanda and shit. You know, instead of worrying about the fuck out what we have. You know. You know, we're trying to be a Wakanda. We're trying to be fucking everything else. We're trying to be white. We're trying to be everything. Look at
hey, Baruti, it's a good idea now. I just saying your last comment. It's a good idea now. I mean, an African dude controlling it, so why not? Why not go ahead and make it into the biggest Pan Africanist
Hey, go right ahead, man. You know,
There
go
festival
you
right
that you can
go.
make?
ahead.
FBA. Y'all rather the white man own it or a Jew or somebody? Y'all
Yeah,
rather they
yeah.
own it?
Rachel L. Dennis is a librarian.
Listen,
I just hope
No,
that
I'm just saying. You rather somebody like Kamala Harris, husband on it?
check this out. I
as
would
long
look. Check this
You
out.
know, I'm just saying.
I just hope Rachel L. Dennis, man, just takes some of that money and come back to Liberia and invest. You know.
College,
I'm like
I'm not
this, as
gonna lie.
long
Most of them traumatized. They ain't going back.
Yeah,
They
that's
ain't
what I
going.
try to tell
as,
Elvis. Right? He said, "Oh, Rachel is not American Liberian. He's 100% American Liberian. The
Yeah.
Dennises, they're 100% American Liberian. They were traumatized, driven. He said he barely been
He
out of
never,
Liberia with
yo,
his
they're
life.
never going. Look, yo, Colin, they're never going back.
Yeah, there's
That,
people like that, man. Say
that African
he's
American,
completely integrated, assimilated back into African
he not
American.
gonna forget about Liberia. He gonna, like I say, that's why he integrated, jollof rice and all that. But he's not going back. He's not wasting his time going
Yeah,
to Liberia.
so with
It, it,
Liberians,
it, it's like this, Carla. I don't care if the Africans take it over, right? But as long as it don't turn into like some LGBTQ stuff, I seen that. What is it that Kenyan girl? Because I know she a lesbian, so I hope she don't try to incorporate some of that
well, I
twisted
tell you
stuff.
what, when
And
these are Africans, right? They put their culture before all that shit. That's the difference, you
I
know.
hope so.
Africans always put their culture, and Caribbeans will put their culture before. Black people come in like that. The Black Lives Matter chicks, they came in talk about Black Lives Matter, when that whole time they didn't give a fuck about black people. They went out and bought mansions.
They
They
were
got rich.
sneaky with this, though. They
Right.
were
Did
sneaky.
y'all eat? Hey, did you see that little dinner they had though, Carla? Talking about everything they did. And I was like, man, like it was weird to me, man. It was crazy. Hey, yo, Rico, man, like they said, 1776 said it. Carla said it. We gave it up. We sold it away.
Yeah, we sold
They
it. You know what I mean?
right. The
We had
immigrants can't do anything unless we gave it up.
growing up. We had R&B stations. I remember we had
Yeah,
Kiss
we had radio
FM.
stations.
We had
WBLS in New York,
WBLS and
Black.
stuff. Like
One of my agents told me, I didn't even know this. The BLS stand for Black Liberation Station, and then WLIAM, that was Liberation. We had all kinds. We had
all
Chief
kind of
Crocker,
stations.
Frankie Crocker, right? Whatever went on the radio, right? Do you know they thought Run DMC was too controversial at one time for radio? Talking about My Adidas, that's how strict American gatekeeped everything that came on the air. Some
Yo,
people thought
Rico is
the Sugar Hill Gang was too controversial. That's how innocent Black America used to be when we had control over the minds of our people. Now the gates of hell is opened up.
Ain't worry about no FBAs, man.
Yo, Rico. How did Pan Africans trick Black Americans into giving up everything? How can we be tricked?
We gonna blame Pan
It's
for
a
everything.
trap. Yeah, they blame. They like love blaming the Pan African, man.
Pan African did it. No,
Yeah,
he's a
Rico? Are you
man.
saying Black Americans are slow or something? Because I'm not slow.
It's always the Pan African.
Oh, you guys like what I was telling what you call it, 1776. He said people got killed out there. I said, what color were they? I said, how do you know that these people weren't like extraterrestrial? Huh? See, that's what I'm gonna do with that one. Any white guy that comes up to me like Charlie Kirk or something like that, I'm gonna do that to him.
Colin, you want to know something crazy? I was out one night. I forgot what station. It was like a conservative station in the daytime, right? But at nighttime, a bunch of white people started calling in talking about how they see aliens and how they could tell they messing with their thoughts. And I was like, are these people really crazy? And it was like so many people calling
So
in,
many white people believe in extraterrestrials and shit like that.
right?
See?
Talking about I can sense them giving me thoughts inside my head. I said, yo, these people crazy. They
What
need to
you
open
call
up
it?
the
The
insane asylum.
multiverse. I'll say the multiverse here. I said, how do you know? How do you know that there's not aliens duplicating themselves as Black Americans? Trying.
Right.
You don't know that. It could be aliens.
Javante
These
Williams.
YNs could be from outer space, man.
Right. That's a good point, Carl. I'm gonna start saying that too. If
Yeah.
they can
So
talk about aliens and the grays and whatever else they talking about, we got
Yeah.
aliens as well.
Say like they aliens. Those gangster black people, they're aliens, and it's just
Those ain't
blending up
real
that
black people.
mix.
Those are aliens, huh?
those are aliens, man. That's what I said, man. That's how you deal with them. Them motherfuckers get so mad they probably want to fight you or not. Shut the hell up. You might get up want to fist fight you through the computer or not.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
like that shit. Like I said, we'll tell you, you guys don't take it. No, we don't take you seriously. You're a clown. Shut the hell up with your racist bullshit.
Pan Africans are slow, not Black Americans. So how do Pan Africans trick y'all out of y'all stuff if they're the ones that slow? You just said Pan Africans tricked us out of everything we own.
We're those tricky Pan Africans.
So if Pan Africans are slow, what does that make us, Rico?
What you call it? That's like can you imagine colleges sitting around scheming all these years? How am I gonna trick Negroes out of what's theirs and whatnot? Yeah, that's what I was doing, Rico. I was sitting around the whole time.
Oh man, y'all should. Did y'all see that video? It was an old video with Umar Johnson talking about the alien in North
Oh no,
Carolina.
I didn't want to see that, man.
Man, it was.
Yeah, like I said, Umar says somebody broke into the school. It's probably aliens, man. It's probably
He
aliens broke
said
into the
the alien
schools.
hit him on the forehead, man. Kyle, you gotta play that video, man.
Umar's too much, man. I believe him though. I believe aliens. I believe these YNs are really aliens, man. His
All
70
pain is self-caused. 90% of our problems are
Oh yeah,
self-inflicted.
man. That's stuff for the white man putting his foot up our ass, the whip on our back when that was self inflicted, man. You know, the white man burning down Black Wall Street, man, that was all self inflicted, man. Oh yeah, I get it. So, the white man burning down Black Wall Street, those are really aliens, extraterrestrials.
I, African goddess, I agree with you, but at the same time, though, the Black Americans are the ones that sold it. Well, it was the Black Americans that sold it away, so it is what it is.
Here's what it is. Black people complain. Oh, that's especially. Well, why would all that complaining when black people acting a fool?
Black people ain't want none of that stuff. Jet
Yeah, we don't
magazine.
appreciate
Couldn't avoid
anything
Jet
we have.
magazine for cheap.
Yeah, I said we didn't support the magazine. We stopped
That
all
Ebony,
this,
we could have bought all of that.
And
We
so we
could have
didn't.
bought
But
BET.
as soon
We
as
could have.
somebody like BT, when BT was sold to Viacom, everybody up in arms on that. Well, did you get a subscription from your cable? No. So what the hell are you talking about then? You ain't.
Yeah.
They said big at one time when Viacom bought BET, right? BET had 60 million subscribers. Now there was only at the time 38 million black people in the country, right? At the time, that was 20 years ago, right?
So who's the other people subscribed to?
White
White people?
people, yeah.
Mm.
That's why when you see the commercial of BET, they're not black specific. They know white people watching.
Yeah,
So
white people watch
you might as well.
BET.
So BET wasn't black centered anyway.
Had to bring in more money. They
So
wanted them more
it is
money.
what
So.
it is. Long as we're a minority group in this country, is very is the only thing that really could survive. Really, is black radio, because black radio, black people live in radio's demographic and region specific.
Yeah.
You know, so you got Kiss
But
FM when that you got millions of people in New York tri-state area. Black radio stations dominate in places like New York because of the population.
Rico Miller said you gotta leave that chicken coop. You whitewash. I'm not whitewashed. They make good points. I agree with you in certain things, but at the same time, they sold it away. So what can you do about it?
Because what cultural dances are doing ancient dances passed down to Africa. He thinks it's new or twerking. Fool, that's not.
African goddess. What do you mean by that? We need to raise people awareness on as far as what?
We gotta raise people's awareness. BT, the function was main foreign channel, main foreign. Oh, y'all watch BT over in Africa? Damn, I feel sorry for y'all.
That's that's what Kidola was telling me last night. They was like, man, they said they was not some. Well, yeah, they said they listen to all the old R&B rappers and everything else.
Yo, when
Amara was
Camille
in with
said they watch Soul Train, I said, did he say Soul Train?
yeah, Soul Train. He said they had Soul Train.
I had to mute my mic because I was busting up laughing, man.
Kidola talking about Yo MTV rap and all that. They was talking about people I didn't even know. I was like, man, that's before my time.
Yeah, which was Yo Through Rap was the biggest coon show ever.
And you wanna know something crazy? This man Kidola told me something. Have y'all ever met? He asked me. He said, "Y'all from North Carolina. Y'all ever met PD Pablo?" I said, "This man talking about PD Pablo."
Yeah, it's back in 2000.
Yeah,
People didn't understand the importance of keeping certain things within their culture.
black people got to understand that.
Can't
Black
do that with
Americans.
Black America. Black America is like this. If white people don't like it or about it, they throw it down the tubes. And really, if white people ain't feeling it, they get rid of it. Simple as that.
Man, it's like this. Black people don't care about stuff until they lose it. When they lose it, Black Americans, that's when they want to complain.
Kofi said you just need a Fire Stick. You will purchase a stream most TV platform. No kidding, Kofi. The thing is, Kofi, does Fire Sticks work in Africa? I think I'm taking mine over there. I might buy a North Africa. If I find out my Fire Sticks works in Africa, I'm leaving. That's all I really need in life is my Fire Stick. I can watch movies and everything all across the world. Whatever. I got this
I
channel.
work out there. It work out there,
It
Carl.
does.
Yeah.
All you need is internet connection.
All you need is internet. I got a couple of I got like 3 of them out there. It
Oh,
work.
good man. So I get to
Pre-
Liberia. I'm buying this nice flat. All we need is a nice flat screen TV. I have my Fire Stick.
I still
Oh my God, it's
internet.
gonna be heaven, man. Can you imagine sitting there chilling in Africa, watching a flat screen, watching movies on a big screen TV and whatnot, chilling? We was like that at the Wakala Lodge. That's how you Dave went to Wakala Lodge in Robertsport.
Yeah.
Oh my
pre-
God, that place was nice. We was outside on the hammocks with a big screen, outdoor TV screen, watching a movie. I'm watching a Bad Boys movie, Will Smith. Oh my God, that was so therapeutic, man. Right there on the beach. Yeah,
Prince of P, they gotta make room, man, because these black immigrants, more and more of them are coming. Starting to notice them.
I said FBA backlash. That's.
My cousin going dating a Nigerian dude, lady at my church with some African dude.
Yeah, look. I don't like Netflix. I got Netflix, but I don't like it. Netflix, man. I got Fire Stick. I got so many different. I got King TV on Fire Stick. That's the best thing. My Fire Stick. I pay like.
Man, I don't even have. I don't even. I got internet and YouTube. That's all I watch.
Oh no, I got my Fire Stick, man. I got so many channels. I got Pluto TV. I got everything. I love my Fire Stick, man. I don't know what the hell I do without it, man.
Fool said black immigrants. Yeah.
Where I
Why
live
you
at
call me?
my place in Liberia, man. The internet comes with it, man.
Why you call me a fool for it, ZV?
That's
That's
illegal.
illegal.
What's
That
he talking?
allegedly Collar has that. Allegedly.
Alleged what?
He said if it's illegal, then allegedly you do that. You
What? The Fire Stick?
whatever you was talking about.
No, I have. I said I got internet there. Then I got all I do is
Look at
buy.
Rico Miller. Rico Miller was saying all that. He talking about the truth is black Americans ain't watched the SFF in years. I thought it had been out of business. Look at this man. He over here.
No. I say Essence Fest went ratchet. That's why black people stop. You would have to learn that black people, 45 million people, right, in America, right. If you can't get somebody basically 300,000 people to tune in, something's fucking wrong. It's because these people are determined, right, to push their agenda. The LGBTQ, this ghetto ass black women ratchet shit. I don't know what they're doing to our black women. Our black women chosen. A lot of them are chosen to be ugly. They're chosen to act ugly. They're chosen to act nasty, ghetto. I don't know what. Who are the guys that think that's a turn on? You know.
Ziva, who is disgusted about black people procreating? Who said that? What you talking about?
No, I'm not for black people procreate. I'm talking about Oh Lord.
No, he talking to me. I believe he talking to me. I don't know when I said that. I never said that.
City of Truth wants to come up, man. What the hell?
Who is City of Truth?
I don't know. He's
I
a
heard,
freaking
I heard him
Nigerian.
before. Seen him
He's
before.
a clown Nigerian.
Yeah, I don't watch TV like that either, man.
You know. Well, I didn't say Cecil or Dennis, but I know Rachel or Dennis. They're part of the Dennis. They're distant relatives. I know that. They're not really related. They're related somehow. The Dennis's family is big. The Dennis clan is big. It's one of the biggest family clans in Liberia. You know, and so I know Sanea Dennis. That's Cecil Dennis's niece. She's friends. She's first cousins with what you call her, Helene Cooper, Sienna Dennis. She lives in D.C. That's my girl. She's the one that introduced me to Liberia. And then
Hey, yo, Rico. I didn't even know the Essence Fest existed. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Shut up, Elvis.
Hey, Kala, go ahead and play that Umar Johnson alien clip. I just watched
I'm
that
trying to
shit.
tell you,
That
it's
that shit
crazy.
is hilarious.
I don't have it. I don't.
Yeah,
Come on.
just play that shit, Roof. It's only
I don't
like a
have it.
minute and a half long.
Look, I don't have it, and I'm not looking for it. You know.
Oh man,
That was the shit, though.
that was crazy. I'm gonna hit him.
All right. Somebody named Farah. You guys put your face on the camera before you come up here.
And then you can turn your camera off after and wave your hand. Wave your hand. Carla, don't forget that. Make them wave their hand.
If a person
Cause
Farah, if you don't come up here, put your camera on. You cannot come up. We don't have strangers come up on this platform. If I don't know you, you ain't coming up here. You want to speak? Put the camera on. Show us who you are. So evidently, he or she don't want to come up. They want to come up here. So whatever it is, you know, food basically doesn't want black people to travel. Who's that, man? Who's ZV?
who are you talk? What is he talking about?
Who's ZV, man? Who's this
I
character?
don't know. I don't know if is he talking to me or what. Like I never said that.
Yeah.
This man arguing with himself in the comments. This must be a language barrier or something. I don't know.
This person, I got a person want to come up, but he disappeared. See, that's a troll, you know.
Hey yo, but Kyler, don't forget, man. You got to start making them wave their hand before they get on, cause last time they played a video of somebody.
Yeah, I know. Well, they put their face up to the camera. I think that's enough, right?
Well,
Oh
well,
yeah,
yeah,
you're
but
right. You're right. You're
you
right.
got to make them right. You got to make them do something so it's a actual like live and not a.
All right. That's right. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Good idea. You know, raise your hand. Give me the middle finger. You know, wave your hand. Now strike the pose.
Now Vogue.
Now
Oh,
vote. You know.
I'm
Uh,
about to watch it right now.
so
Dr. Umar Johnson, UFO
yeah,
alien.
if
Yeah, watch
Obama
it, and
wasn't
one.
so if Obama wasn't so lazy, he would go back there and find it and put it in the back chat. Now
Well, I better say, yeah, Diamond find it and post it. It was stupid, man.
All you gotta do is just type
all I
in
gotta do is nothing. You
is
know.
Umar Johnson aliens,
No,
and
I'm
it's
not doing
the
shit.
first thing that
That's
come
what I'm
up.
saying. I'm lazy as a mug, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting paid. Till I start getting
Huh,
super chats, I'm not doing it.
I'm on my phone,
Oh,
man.
this person, Farah. Look, you're not gonna get on. What part are you not gonna get on? And the next time you come up here, I'm gonna ban you and block you. You know?
Yo, and Dama, are you gonna get it or?
I'm on my phone too.
All right, I'm gonna leave and download the link and then post it to back chat.
Okay.
I'm about to show you my UFO video, bro.
Yeah, I want to see this. I love Umar, but any chance I get to make him like a fool, I will do it.
Man.
Hey, but Kala, you need to get out of America and just go to Liberia and just promote your platform in Liberia
Dude,
because
man, I got a
you
business. Elvis, I mean, Elvis, Adama. I have a business here. I would love to go to Liberia. If Elvis's people hadn't fucked the country up a generation ago, I'd be there, right, Dave? But right now, it is the hand that's dealt with. It's the best of times and the worst of times,
well,
right?
you keep complaining about like America. As long as you stay in America, you'll keep
Hey, yo,
complaining about
Kyler, I
America.
just seen that Dr. Umar video with the aliens. I almost had a stroke, man. That shit is hilarious. You gotta play it, man. I'm begging you, play that shit.
Well, somebody finds it, put it up there. I'll play it. He says, "See, the aliens are our brothers. They're coming from another mother. It's funny shit." No, Adama. It's the fact of the matter is, I say what I say, but in real life, man, I get along in America. I get along like that, right? But what I don't like is, it's like if you have a family, right? You got certain things in your family, whatever. Let's say everybody knows your father's drunk, right? You know it. Everybody knows it. But do you go up? But if somebody calls you and say, "Yeah, your father's a drunk," what are you gonna do? Well, tell me, Adama, what would you do? Let's
Wait,
say
wait,
you know
wait,
your
I
father's a
looked away.
drunk.
Repeat the question.
Okay, all right. Let's say your father's a drunk, and he's always
Yeah.
around. He's out there directing traffic, drunk. Like, I'm thinking about Uncle Jimmy. He'd be out there directing traffic, and when my aunt says, "Look at this fool out there directing traffic," when I in the drunk, he's drunk as hell. Get drunk out there, start directing traffic. Anyway, what I'm saying is this: everybody
All right,
knows.
Kyle, I'll put it in the back.
All right, I'll get it in a second. Everybody knows your father's drunk, right? He goes to bars. He gets into trouble. He's always getting taken home by the police or whatnot. So, oh yeah, here's Mr. Adama again, folks. Your Papa Adama, right? And they drop your dad off home. He sleeps it off next morning.
Uh huh.
Now, the next morning, are you basically saying to him, talking about it, or you just trying to pretend it doesn't exist?
I probably would talk about it, but Colin, my real dad
Hold on.
passed away.
My thing is this. Now, if you're walking down the street, man, and you hear somebody else talking about your dad, what are you gonna do?
I don't know, Colin. I
Kyle, I
don't
mean,
know.
dude, Abdama, you're a man. Are you soft? Somebody's talking about your father.
No, I wouldn't let them talk about my
Hold
father.
on. Do you have a relationship with your father? Your
I
father's man,
told
right?
you my father passed away, Colin. So this is sensitive territory right
All right,
here.
so think about it. So let's say your father did pass away, right? But and people, you walk around and people talk about your father. What would you do?
Look, Colin, nobody talks about my father, Colin,
Hold
other
on.
than
Listen
my
to what I'm
mother.
saying. What I'm
Hey,
saying.
Kyla, I posted a video in the back
Okay, I
chat.
get that. What I'm saying, Dama, man. What I'm saying is,
Nah, you gotta play
somebody,
mine, Scholar. Mine's only 2 minutes.
if somebody was talking about your father, how would you feel about that?
I don't know, Colin.
All right, Dom, forget it, man. You ain't a real person. You don't have no feelings. I don't know. Let's say what the fuck you mean. Let's say what the fuck you mean. If somebody talking about my father's passed away too. You talk my father to this day, I'll break your freaking face. That's how I am. I mean, in other words, there's lines you don't cross with people. You don't say certain things. If somebody says your mother's a hoe, whatever like that, what would you do, Adama? Not do nothing? Well, no, Cole. No, you would
Hey,
say
they don't know my mama, so I'll just
no,
walk
no.
away like this person is an
What if
idiot.
somebody was going around spreading that rumor?
My mama is a nice,
Well, it
God
doesn't matter.
fearing
If
woman.
somebody, if
Nobody will
somebody, if
believe it.
somebody's spreading the rumor around, what would you do about it? To tell me, you guys, I got some men on this
I
fucking
would
thing.
say, hey man, why you spreading that rumor about my
Yes,
mama?
man, you would do something like so. You would sit there and do nothing, huh? You would just say, well, please don't spread that rumor around me. I break you. I'll split your fucking head open. That's what I would do. You know, I don't give a damn what it cost me and whatever like that. That's what I'm saying about this whole thing. 1776. My ancestors were enslaved. You leave that the fuck alone. Certain things you shut up about. That's a lot of pain in my history. So you don't sit there and make a mockery and talk about stuff that's painful. You let people have their pain. Could we at least have that? We're not asking for black
But
people.
but but wasn't that what Indama was just talking about?
No, not saying that. I'm saying Adama's saying he would not have no feelings whatsoever. I would say he should have said, "My father's passed away. I appreciate you don't talk about that. It's a sensitive issue. He wasn't drunk, whatever like that, but don't talk about my father." He said, "I don't know. I don't know." That's what you would say. Just like I tell people all the time. Well, what do you think about America 1776 or whatnot? I'm like, "Yo, look, okay, I celebrate 4th of July. That's all you need to know." But it's like white people do. They'll probe you. Slavery's no big deal, right? Did I say that? Well, you celebrate the 4th of July. We're great. No, I didn't say that. Don't mean erase anything. See, the whole thing is they want our soul. That's the problem. They want our soul.
Principe, what do you mean I'm making the Caribbean look bad? I'm not Caribbean. What the heck?
Carla, can you play the video?
He made you a Caribbean. Damn, man. That's messed up. That's messed up.
Yeah,
You.
Kyle, I posted a video in the back chat.
I got it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. I don't know if I got
cash.
Nah, Kyle, you gotta put mine. Mine's shorter.
I had to go to school. I had to
What
get
are
a
you talking about, Elvis? This video right here is 2 minutes.
start in real estate. Corbin, do we have to go to school to get started in real estate? My daddy didn't go to college. That's right. Her daddy did not go to school or college. And
Are aliens real? Yes, aliens are real because an alien visited me in Jacksonville, North Carolina. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida right now, but I used to live in Jacksonville, North Carolina. I'm in Jacksonville, Florida right now, but I used to live in Jacksonville, North Carolina. And when I was in the 3rd grade in Jacksonville, North Carolina, 9 years old, 8 years old, me and my mother were looking out the window and we saw a UFO. We said, "Is that a UFO?" Said, "Now that might be a plane. Maybe that's the military expedition, military air." It was a UFO. So we watching this UFO. It kept swirling around. It was way up in the sky though, but it had all these lights and it was going in a circle. And my mom said, "Okay, it's time for you to go to bed." So I go to bed, but I'm not asleep. You know how you laying down in your bed before you fall asleep? Jacksonville, North Carolina. And the next thing you know, this yellow thing walked into my room. It was about 3 feet tall, shaped like a man, but no features. No, it was just pure yellow light, shaped like a man with no features, pure yellow light. And I'm scared as shit. I want to call my mom or my dad, but I'm scared because we just saw a UFO like 2 hours ago. And this little yellow man, stocky too, he was built like he was a bodybuilder, but all you could see was yellow light in the shape of a man, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, pure yellow. And I'm acting like I'm asleep because I don't want him to know I'm woke. And then all of a sudden, it ran up to me and punched me in my face. I just knew I had a black eye or a broke nose. I just knew I had a black eye or a broke nose. I just knew I had a black eye or a broke nose, and it ran out the room. And I got up and ran into my parents' room and I said, "I just got punched in the face by an alien." They said, "Boy, go to bed." I said, "Umi, we just saw that spaceship. It was real." Because right after you sent me to bed, this little yellow man with no face, made of pure yellow light, came into my room, punched me in the damn face. It felt like I had a broke nose, but I didn't.
Man, you bring that shit. What do you do to that alien to punch you in his face, man?
I tell you what. I tell you what. I believe aliens are coming to Earth dressed as YNs. You know, that's what
Uh,
I believe.
I think so
I
too.
do.
I think so too, Carla. I think so
Aliens are
too.
coming dressed as YNs, man. You know, so
Hmm. I believe you.
so every time 17 says, so what about the YNs out there? But those are fucking aliens coming to Earth, trying to blame black people for everything. You know.
Actually,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say that, Carla. They might try to say that the people that enslaved us was aliens or something like that. They want real white
I believe
people.
you. Look, I'm willing to say, look, that the people who enslaved us were aliens, right? The YNs are aliens, so like they'll say, no, 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 no. The YNs are black people. So you're saying that the people? I'm willing to say, to put this past us, I'm willing to say that people who enslaved us, slave owners, were actually aliens, not white folks.
Oh man.
See, that's my whole thing, Kyla. Is you and Elvis? You should be trying to figure out how to make instead of going in on Elvis and stuff because he's a crew.
Elvis goes in on me. What are you talking about?
No, what you should as black men, what you guys should be doing is y'all should be trying to figure out how y'all can make money with each other. Y'all should be trying to figure out how can you go make like a nightclub or
Yeah,
something in
look, I
Liberia
told Elvis,
or
man,
something together or something like that.
he should come back to Liberia, go back.
That's what y'all should be doing.
Be a prince in Grand Jita County and whatnot, and go back there, take over. And River Sace, man, River Sace, he should go back to River Sace or Grand Jita. Farah, whoever his name is,
Jacksonville, North Carolina,
look,
Principe.
Farah in the thing, you're not getting on until you show your face. The person he
Hey
dropped.
man, if you show your face one time and wave your hand, you can
Yeah,
turn your
so
camera off.
people,
He'll let you
look,
on.
bottom line is this: people coming up here, and you're not getting on. You keep up here all you want. You're not getting. Just wasting your fucking time. You're not getting on the show, man. I know these people, these weirdos out here and shit. First of all, you need more to move to Jackson. What the fuck? I need to go to Jackson, North Carolina, man. This is as far south as I want to go.
Jacksonville, Jacksonville.
This is as far south as I ever want to go, man. You know, right here. You know,
You gotta come to the real South.
no, I don't need to come to real south. You know, shit. All right, but around you Negroes, hell no. You know,
North Carolina actually not that bad, man. We don't got a lot of no crime. Is not that bad in North
you know,
Carolina.
I'll say this. Last time I was in North Carolina, trucking, I noticed Charlotte, they have a pretty strong black middle class out there. I went to a club out there and everybody was having a good time. You know, it looks like a solid town for black Americans. You know, you got a solid black middle class. You got, you know what I mean? People that's willing
Yeah,
to spend money, you know. And
well,
I
let's
think a lot,
get back to the topic now. The Essence
you know,
Festival controversy, right? The changing face of Black America, right? So Black people got to get it through their heads, man, that our story now is not the only Black story in America. You know, 'cause
and I noticed
you
that
got,
so
you
some
got you got these
immigrant
immigrants are moving in and they're hungry, they're desperate, they're aggressive, man. You know, they're almost
and
cannibalistic. You're trying to
Kyle, you
figure.
got a point about that, right? Some Black Americans don't want to be seen as number two. That's all that is.
Yeah, yeah, it's like they want to be the only Black America got a main character syndrome, right?
Right, fact, yeah.
They want to be the main event at all times and whatnot, you know?
Right.
The main
I
event at
noticed,
all times.
I noticed that when I got online, I started noticing that a
Look,
lot of
I
Black
look, I
Americans
look,
are like
I
that.
basically look, I basically am so happy with this SFS, and people call me a traitor. But the fact that we can get rid of this ghetto ratchet culture that destroyed things like Essence, whatnot, and let
Hmm.
the Africans. That is like the biggest thing, happiness ever makes me. That it shows me that Black America with their stupidity ain't invincible. You know, so
It's the same thing when it was like Afrobeats gonna take over hip hop. A lot of people were like, "Oh man, no, no, it's not, no, it's not."
look,
And I was like,
my whole thing is if only thing Afrobeats needs to do is start giving you more content that's deep. Everything is just
"Right,
party. You know, they don't have like real like Buju Banton was breaking it down. Right, he said man, what's going on Afrobeats? He said, look, man, they go, I was trying to listen to that. We were talking about liberation of Africa, but then again, that was the 80s. Africa doesn't have the same thing as they do. So Bougie Bacha is trying to apply his 90s and 80s philosophy to these are young kids doing Afrobeats. They're coming up with a time period where they don't know colonialism and all that shit like that. So
oh my god." Well, ZV, why you gotta keep calling me a fool, man? You don't know what a joke is. I ain't disrespect you not one time.
Steve, that's your detractor, man. You know.
I don't call other black men fool.
Oh, look at Rico Miller says you want to replace ghetto culture. Yes, with anything.
Oh
With
man,
ghetto
with human sacrifice is the ghetto culture.
Yeah,
That's ghetto as well.
they kill more. What do you think ghetto culture is? I saw YNs in a suburban neighborhood. You seen that? They gunned the dude down. It's funny, man. The other dude came out with a gun, blah, 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 blew his freaking head off. I'm like, damn, man. Automatic. What do these guys get automatic weapons for? They think it's just fun. You know? Yeah, YNs are human sacrifice. You know, what you talking about, Rico? You guys are on the run. You ghetto niggas are on the run. I'm determined to exterminate you. You know? You're the biggest threat to me. You know, the ghetto ass black culture is the biggest threat to us. You know, I would accept Elvis before I accept you motherfuckers. You know,
ZV man, where are you from, bro? Like, why you keep coming for me, man?
I don't know, man. That you guys, that could be a female like you, man. I like your voice. You know,
I don't know what it is, bro. Like every single time I say something, he got, oh, you said it. Like, oh, it's weird.
you ass.
You a grown man. I'm a grown man. Don't worry about me, man.
All right, let me get my good brother. I always good for a good laugh. You know, Kidola. I'm glad you showed up, Kidola. Want to hear your thing? You know, go ahead, Kidola.
Yeah, Carla, I've been listening to you guys for a short while, and about that SS Festival,
Yeah.
I think it might be your way to flop now. The problem is, why is that Black Americans they take it and turn it up upside down and make it boom? Because nobody believe in. I think what I'm seeing right now is Black Americans don't control anything entertainment anymore. That's what I just noticed. And and the white people that are controlling it, they're a little bit diverting it into other type of music, you know. And what you see some of them, maybe YouTube, I don't know because of YouTube or something. I think what that Liberia guy is trying to do right now, I think I'll be very correct. That dude want to penetrate, go back to Africa and start hosting shows like Afro Nation, Afrochella, and all those things. He will use uh, that platform of that access. He will spin it around. I don't think he will chase more Americans so much anymore, but he try to establish like, okay, this is it, and check it out. That's why he's serving jollof fries, whatever he's serving there, is African cultural food. But his view is to go to Delhi December, maybe in Ghana or Nigeria, and shoot it there. That's where the money is. You have to understand before the Burna Boys started coming to America, they will tell you, I can run a show for about $100,000 in any African country, right? It's because they were popular, good, and being brought by the African diaspora because Africa was yearning for something for themselves, right? Because the hip hop scene, they were not really want to be there, they were like putting them out. So when Afro beat came in, the African diaspora is everywhere. They grab it, and especially in places like London and any other places. If you check Afrobeat concept in Europe, it's all packed up with Europeans, other cultures, the Africans. Africans alone cannot sell a stadium in places like France, England, and other places. They now brought it to United States. If you check when Burna Boy fill up a stadium in Boston, it's all full of white people. So he's playing. He's a businessman. He will spin that thing around. He might even host this essence somewhere in the stadium where it will get packed up. It might even be in New York. It might even be anywhere else. So I think the Black Americans, what they have to do, you cannot get complaint. FBA or ADOS, these are tiny group of people in internet. No matter no matter how you want to shout your shout, the real world is not going to watch you because once these white people like the music, what is coming out there, they think it's safe for them. There's no gun being, no shooting over there. You understand? People will end
So
up.
you're saying Black American culture is violent, and the crowds don't want to come out and see it because they think they might get shot.
What happened with D12? When D12 was very popular, what happened to those Negroes? One was saying they were, you know, happy with guns being shot somewhere. Say, yeah, man, the
Oh,
dude was shooting around there, man.
that was proof. That was proof.
Uh, so the one did knock on his head. One get knocked on his head, and he was happy. So the more you become like a gangster, even when what do you call this dude from I've got a dude forget his name that pretend to be gangster, is not really a gangster. So essence of being a gangster in hip hop is fading. Tighten face, where you're not really that kind of person. Before you know, you try to project an image that will lead you to prison. All these hip hop boys, all these Afrobeat boys, right? They can't do that because that is not really where they're from. And if they try to mess up, their father, their relative will tell them, "What are you trying to
Yeah,
make
that's what I
money? Are
try
you
to tell
trying to be?"
Steve. You don't see Afrobeats. The compared to American music, the music is very clean.
Yeah, because
Afrobeats shows me that clean can sell.
yeah, because your parents will call you or your relative say, were you trying? Are you a fool or what? Do you want to make money, as career, or you want to become who you're not? So I think that what you're seeing that most Europeans are packing to this kind of Afro things and everything. Then the white man is coming in to start pushing these guys and everything. These white dudes cannot push these guys to start saying, I knock your head off, I slam you on the ground, I turn you to be like Hong Kong guy. It's not going to work with these guys. And these guys, they don't have real long-term contract with these men. They have what called short contract, and that contract is they have space to also do their own concert. I think they're using this white big labels just to push their music, but not really. These labels is telling them what to do, how to dress, and if you check right now, it might not be in Europe, it might not be in America yet. Fashion industries are now using these boys. Now using all these boys in their fashion show, which I think can be very dangerous because that's where they start really turning them into kind of like um, men wearing skirts and high heels and hoodie paws. You know, Apart from that, I think the fashion part scared me a lot. Because these French fashion designer, big houses in Milan and Paris, that's the only way I think, hey, be careful because these men over there, they might be seeing you as people that are very gullible. Before you know, they start giving people how he to wear and said it's an art, because it's already going on in America. All these basketball boys will be giving us long skirts, pink
Hey,
clothes,
Cadola, let me ask
high
Carla a
heels.
question, right?
Yeah.
So, Carla, if you had the money to buy Essence when it was going out of business, would you have bought it? And what would you have done with it to
Oh,
transform it?
well, first of all, when the culture, first of all, you got to look at why it went out of business, right? Out of business. The culture basically divorced itself from the mainstream of Black America. It was no, it was something that was pushed up by Black lesbians, feminists, man haters, gays, all this other shit, leftists, all this stuff, like even articles, right? There was this one article Essence did. I'll never forget. It's back in the '90s. They'll interview the relationship between Black men and Black women. And they had a consensus of Essence magazine was the one that started the whole thing about Black women exploring their options, and promoting interracial dating and stuff like that. So, what was I gonna do with a magazine that had degenerated into that thing? I was gonna I was gonna take over a magazine that promotes the death of the Black family, the death of the Black male female couples. That's what SMS magazine was headed towards. So after all that right there, you lose Essence magazine. Somebody else comes in with with more intact community. Black African men, Caribbean men are not at war with their own women. They're not at war. They're together, so they could probably do something better with it. So if I would have got the thing, I would have handed it over to Africans. Because they basically put their families together and their community together, and we didn't. You know, Black women chose to listen to stupid white people talking about explore your options and all this kind of stupid stuff. Trust me, I'm not stupid. I'm the culture critic. Right? I was watching all this go down.
So,
I told
Carla, what's the future for Black Americans then?
we don't have look, the bottom line. They decided our future. Black women, I would say a good half of them have decided that they either want to stay single, right? Or they want to explore their options. So the options means if they could sleep around with white guys and be whatever like that, even have mixed race kids. So you number of black women walking around with single mothers of mixed race kids that are abandoned by white and Chinese and that Latin guy is growing, you know. But they would much rather do that because the black family model was attacked and destroyed by institutions like Essence Magazine. They devalued it. Made it seem like black women were oppressed or being to a black man was a burden and black men were not worthy. They start spreading myths about black women being more educated and all this kind of stuff like that. And the bottom line, black men still they did most black men still make way more, almost double the number of money black women make. But they put out this narrative that black men were on the down low, homosexuality, all this stuff like that. As this magazine has poisoned the community, poisoned black women. So after everything, after they have this vanity of a fashion fair and whatnot, and that all those dumb spirits they put out there, it culminated into the behavior of black women at the Essence Festival for years. They literally would destroy New Orleans for a fucking weekend. with their behavior. Every restaurant refused to open on when Essence Festival was there because that's how ratchet and destructive Black American women became. You know, that's just the truth. Now, hopefully, Rachel Dennis could do something better. Bring something better because Black women failed. They chose to fail. I hope that answers the question. So now somebody else has it. We had our chance. Don't get mad at the immigrants. Do you see this coming? You're gonna spend like last 20, 30 years promoting dating outside your race, single motherhood, career woman, all this kind of crazy shit that you guys know what I'm talking about. All
But
this
is our marriage rates going back up, or
no,
they're
no,
not?
no. But Black
I'm
women
not.
are getting married later. They're not married. They're not married in the peak child bearing years. They get married in their 40s and 50s and stuff like that at large numbers. You know. So all this nonsense and everything. We could Chinese turning African women into single mothers and trying to stop it. Like, okay, well, it's like yeah, but Chinese Africa is a third world place. Black America is supposed to be the pinnacle. This is a first world. Black America used to be the model for all other Black people to emulate. Now we're like the scorn of the Black race. We're the sick man of the Black race. That's just the truth. People like this, and so we're gonna lose more than just Essence Magazine. So it's gonna be like this. And marriage of so is divorce. So is divorce principle. People getting married don't mean staying married. So it is what it is. We gave up the church. The church was always the anchor in promoting Black families, marriages, marriage counseling, and stuff like that. And stuff like that. We don't have those sort of communities anymore. We don't. We don't have those sort of Black Americans. So that Black America that once loved and whatnot is gone. You know.
Well, it sounds like we're doomed then, right?
I'm not doomed. Black people as a collective may be, but I'm not doomed. The Black people I know we're doing all right. But as far as a collective, as a millions of us and whatnot, I don't know where that's going to lead. Is there ever going to be some great revival? I got to tell Principally, Black America has always been rugged individual anyway. So the collective doesn't really
Yo,
never
yo,
have.
Principe, where's the sources on that? What are you talking about? Where's the sources
Principally
on that?
pulls sources out of his ass. So he's another Kwame. He pulls sources out the ass. Princess of P. Well, what can you do? What can you do? But I don't. Like I said, I'm not gonna sit here. People thought tonight that I was gonna come here, fire breathing about Black immigrants taking over. I don't give two shits. You know. I watched Essence magazine, that train wreck for a decade, and then when they finally put the some gay guys on their Ebony fashion fair board of directors, I knew it was over. And these white people couldn't stay out of our community. They started, look, Ebony magazine, Essence magazine control the thought process and the direction of Black culture in America for generations. So we always had people in our editorial boards who put out articles that they knew was going to be edifying to the people. But people start coming there promoting fucking homosexuality and all these alternative lifestyles and stuff like that. Even swinging and stuff like that. The community's on its way out. You know, and this is the end result of it. You got Rachel Dennis.
Yeah, hold on.
Kala, his name is Richelieu. Richelieu.
Well, I say racial out. Who cares?
Okay, Kayla.
Yeah. I say racial or whatever. Racial out. Who cares, man? Does it really matter? He's a librarian who owns Essence magazine. It's gone. Hopefully he can do something with it. Hopefully he can do something with it. I would like. I haven't bought Essence magazine in a while. I wonder what the articles look like. Probably be a bunch of praising Biden, Kamala Malak. I know that.
Man.
I know it was a bunch of. I know Elvis reads Essence magazine. Let me guess. They had. They're still thinking Kamalama won, right?
I don't know, Kyle.
Kamalama, you know. So, like I said, hey, that's just one more thing we don't have to worry about. It's gone. It's no effect to us or whatnot, So they're gone.
But
So I'm happy.
most of this stuff is online though, man. I ain't heard nobody in person say anything about Essence Festival.
Yeah, it's just online, But black people don't give a shit about this,
Right.
Online could be, like I said, Ebony Magazine, their friggin' letters to the editor. Before the internet, there was that was what black people went by and just judged what Black America was thinking, you know? It could have been just like the same people writing the letter edits or all that, but people really thought that's what's going on. But when they do an article and there's somebody, this is the problem is blah 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 blah, and everybody's like, man, I didn't see that perspective. These articles, these letters will be so well written, about shit, man. Let me tell you something. Black America was deep back at one time, man. Now we don't. That's not effective because people got blogs now. Letters to editor was before there was blogs and vlogs. Now but that's one time. That's all we had was the feedback. What people thought. What people thought. Your voice was no. Letters to the editor, Ebony, and the final call too. The final call had a letter to the editor too. You know, and your newspapers had letter to the editor. People putting their opinions. But black magazines and newspaper articles, their letters to the editor. That's how people found out what other black people were thinking. You know, that's the truth. Man. That's the truth. I don't know what to tell you. That is the damn truth. So when a magazine like Ebony magazine Essence go down, we lost something. We lost a real institution. And how do we get that back? I don't know. It's like Black America just like ever since Ebony fell down. His John Johnson's daughter took over and ran to the ground. Then also out of nowhere, we got people like Michael Eric Dyson showing up. Who the fuck invited this guy? We got all these weirdos pop up. I know Mark Lamont Hill, Tarore. What's it? Tadisi Coates. Where the fuck do these people come from? You know, white America. They wasn't on no beat, no Ebony Magazine's top 100 influential. So we knew who to listen to back in the days. Fucking Tanisi Coates. Who the fuck is that? Michael.
His name is Tanahasi Coates. Kyle.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about who cares. Nobody cares. Who made him popular?
The guy is a poet and an excellent writer.
Hold up. You don't just come out of nowhere and just through the way of the white media and talk about this. The bottom line is this: he was not in part of Ebony Magazine's 100 influential. So who gave him a stripes to fucking talk on Black America's behalf? That's what it is. That Black Americans. I remember Farrakhan made that list, man. Nation of Islam was so rejoices, man. They were like, man, Minister Farrakhan. It said Minister Farrakhan, leader of the Nation of Islam, had him up there with the bow tie and whatnot. He was one of the top official Black Americans. Like he was just so proud, that he made that list. Whatnot. That list was coveted. That list was coveted. Now we don't have that anymore. Now we got Ta-Nehisi Coates, Mark Lamont Hill, Michael Eric Dyson. Where the fuck these clowns come from? That's why Black America is spiraling out of control. That's why we got Yvette Carnels. We got Tariq Nasheed. Man, come on, man. One of these days you got to understand what college Genesis is all about, man. I'm trying to revitalize the real Black America. Man, white me if you love
Can
him.
it be done?
I don't know. The age of the internet. I don't know. We have to. Can we restore something like an Ebony Magazine where Black America? Remember something? Ebony Magazine came at a time where we did not trust the mainstream media at all. You know,
I
Ebony
mean, people
magazine.
don't trust the mainstream media right now. That's
Oh,
why
that's
everybody.
bullshit. Oh yeah, okay. Tell me why Joy Reid is on there. Tell me why Don Lemon's on there. Tell me why
Kala, a
Al
lot of these
Sharpton's on
networks
there. It does
suffer
not
from low
matter.
viewership.
Hold on, it does not matter. People listen to them. You know, people listen to them, and they basically, and also if we didn't have these black people in the mainstream media, whatnot, and all they are just paid Democrat operatives, how do you steer black people 90% in one party without hearing the other side or whatever like that? You do so by controlling what they see. Before in time, black America was more balanced. Even during the 80s, there was a large number of black people who voted for Ronald Reagan in 1984. My parents are one of them. You know?
Speaking of Ronald Reagan, have y'all ever heard that leak of him when he was talking? I forgot who he
Oh
was
yeah, it's
talking
talking
to.
about the Africans. It was like
Yeah, that was
African
crazy.
don't wear shoes.
he was just
Yeah,
joking. He was just joking. Him and Nix was just joking. You know,
nah,
they were just joking.
nah.
You know?
So
They were just
if it's
joking,
not a
just
joke
having a
that you
laugh.
can say in front of a whole audience of
They
people,
were
then you
hold on.
shouldn't be
First of
joking
all, it
about
was
it.
a private joke, and they were saying it in confidence. It leaked out.
I don't joke about stuff like
I
that in
do.
private.
I joke about stuff I say in private when I don't want to be like, oh shit, man. You said yeah, something
I
you
don't
say.
say nothing I couldn't say in front of a large audience.
I would, but just being polite. I would say it too, but I'm just being polite.
Can you tell us some of the jokes, Carla, that you?
I don't know. I'm not going to talk about some of the stuff on this. I mean,
Is it about
I don't tell jokes. I
Africans
tell
and
jokes, but I listen to jokes and whatnot.
okay.
Whatnot. So you make fun of Uber. What is he talking about? Foreign black destination. They stigma Uber,
Do you
dude.
know how many African
Yo,
Americans drive Uber?
I was
Prince
look
P?
in my area. I was the first Uber and Lyft driver in my 2014 when it came out. What are you talking about?
Man, a lot of Black Americans do DoorDash, Uber,
You got
all
black
that.
people in America. I know there's one guy. There's one guy. He's called Gullah Geechee Tony, and he lives here in Virginia Beach. This guy does what's that? Instacart. He does DoorDash, and he does Uber. And him and his girl, between the both of them, right? They work around the clock, man, and they two of them. They make $2,500 a week doing all that stuff like that. That's all they do is apps. I was like, that's all they do is apps. He said, me and his girl's wife or girl, whatever like that. He said, that's all we do. And sometimes they basically take a week off, whatever like that. But when they work, they can make up to like $3,000 a week, doing all the stuff like working around the clock, 12-hour shifts, doing Instacart, whatever pings they do. Because I did immigrants. Get the hell out of here. I'm sick and tired of this immigrants fucking worship bullshit. That's what Principally he does a lot of damage to the relationship. I'm trying to reconcile. Immigrants do this. Still, immigrants are not doing shit. Principally, nothing. You know,
Call it. Let's we ain't gotta
no. But I get so sick and tired of this immigrant worship shit. Then when we say something back, people get upset when I say this. I say stuff like this because it's like we're doing this. No, you're not. You're just doing there trying to pay bills, man. Like everybody else. Goddamn, immigrant. Everybody's coming here, man. It's like, dude, man, you want to press me, you build your country up. That's what you're doing. I'm serious, man. You want to press me, man? I would like to see all those Haitians, 500,000 of them, on boats.
they got bad leadership
I don't
over
care.
there,
That's
Carla.
not my problem. That's not my fucking problem. But he's always talking about us. What leadership we have, man. What the fuck? Remember Aristide? They put Aristide in power. He became a dictator. Then they had to remove him. So
Immigrants been hearing from disrespectful African Americans. Okay, they
who
don't
said
care at
that?
all, Carla.
Okay, here. No, I don't look. I don't see. Most African Americans do not think about immigrants. We're on their minds 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know.
I'm not gonna get into this argument again. I'm gonna leave it alone.
But the bottom line is, I tell people all the time. I said, look, let immigrants be, man. I don't give a shit. But these motherfuckers always coming over here acting like they're important. I'm like, dude, you're not important.
Principe, where at? Maybe in New York they used to do that, but As far as I know, Black Americans have always, did
Not here,
those
Virginia.
type of
We
jobs.
have no immigrants here. All the Uber drivers, Lyft drivers are black. Yeah, black American.
Right. That might just be a New York thing. They were complaining, talking about that.
And a lot of black Americans were cab drivers. They were complaining about Uber taking over. I remember that. The
How
people,
come immigrants do all these money rituals but never get any? Most immigrants don't do money rituals, Rico.
yeah. So all this tension between immigrants and black, you know, so fucking stupid. I see my leader. He goes, "Oh man, Prince B loves Aristide. Man, that dude was a joke." You know, and it's like I'm watching too much Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, man. Everybody's like,
Well, one thing I will get Tariq, man. Tariq is pretty funny sometimes.
oh, he's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
That that
That's
that that.
that's how he was able to take over. FBA became bigger than ADOS because he was more charismatic
I
than
remember
Vet.
that. I remember that the government. I would love it. He stopped. He took it down because I was playing it. And people are
And then
saying,
he used to call Yvette Strappy. Strappy. I was like, man.
hey, the
Strappy.
government. He came in there, freaking took her movement from her. The
Right.
government. The government. He took that video down, man. I want that video so bad, man. The government. The government. The government. The government. The government. I used to play all the time, man. But he took it away. I said, me and Hustle Smart, we gotta make another version of that. The government. We gotta
All
make
your family became doctors, homeowners, and
all my family came doctors. My family were already doctors, homeowners, and stuff like that. Why do these people think they're doing something that way? Look, my family were doctors and homes since the 1920s, bro. We still got. Oh my god, man! They come over here and do what millions of us already done. They own homes, become get their degrees, and all kind of stupid shit like that. Yeah, but look at all the fucking Jamaican homeless people in Brooklyn and shit like that. People are the Rosses sitting
there's
out fucking not.
there's Jamaican homeless people in Brooklyn.
Hell yeah,
Oh
picking
wow.
people Rosses out there begging, looking dirty and dusty and whatnot, with dirty hair and whatnot. Filth. And not everybody, like I said, they always try to paint this image that everybody start. As people are doing, see, look, I know I got a lot of Jamaican peeps whatnot, heavily into drug gangs, drug shit like that.
Oh yeah. Hey, do you know back in the day it was a
Everybody comes in
daggone
here with this idea that all immigrants are hardworking.
Kylie, back in the '80s, right? It was the shower posse that was bringing all the crack to America.
Yeah, so all these motherfuckers, they're still out there. So these
It,
guys,
it was the shower posse helped destroy the black community in America.
so the bottom line, these guys, motherfuckers, I know because I know a lot of them. I know a lot of Jamaicans, man. They were all into that fucking shit, bringing dope from the islands or whatnot. So these guys that sit here acting like they're all holier than now, man. Get the fuck out of here. You know. If everybody would just shut the fuck up and just work on their little shithole communities and countries, we all have a happy place.
No one told y'all to smoke it, man. Why y'all bring them drugs to our neighborhood, man?
Yeah.
Why y'all
Motherfuckers,
bring the drugs?
motherfuckers come over here like the Africans, man. Enough that they sold us into slavery, but now they gotta come over here beefing with us, man. God damn. Way the fuck over here. Now y'all said, no, we ain't done with y'all yet. We gotta get on the plane.
Oh man, hey, when somebody say, "Oh, that was funny," though, some FBA said they came over here to finish us off.
Yeah. They said they ain't done yet, man. Yeah, they said, man, we ain't done yet. No, it ain't over yet, boy. The African, it's some of these Africans, you look at them when they talk, if they could exterminate us, they would, man. I'm like, God damn, man.
Man, I didn't say Principally. I never said Jamaicans were the only ones bringing drugs, but they did bring a lot of crack over here in the '80s. We got videos about it. They control like 60% of the crack coming over the border. The shower posse gangs back in the day in the mid '80s. That's a fact. It was the Latinos, but then it switched over to them. I remember
No,
I watched
Poppy, I'm African American. I'm not a Pan African. I'm African American. I don't give a shit about Pan Africanism. I really don't. I
I'm
don't.
not listen. I'm not talking about all Jamaicans. I specifically said the shower posse gangs. They were coming to they were coming from. It was a bunch of just grown up youth in Jamaica, and they were coming to they were crack. Hold on, I'll find the video. Yes, crack, absolutely crack.
All right, Ahmed.
That was Reagan. We took advantage of the situation. Okay.
Now hold up. I would let 77. Can 77 ever join a conversation without white worship and worship America? That's what annoys me. I don't want to hear fucking
What
about
are you
white.
talking about, Carla?
No, I'm talking about not you. I'm talking
1776.
about 17. He's trying to come up.
1776. He just like your boy, but the only
What boy?
difference is he's not African.
Who?
Your boy, you know who your boy is,
Who?
man. The only
Elvis?
difference is
Elvis?
he's not African. That's why.
What do you got against Elvis, man? What did Elvis
You
do?
Man,
Hello.
can't
this man
stand him.
always beefing with Elvis, bro.
That's why you can't stand him. If he was African, you would love him. You would love him. I know. Just
Hey,
like honeyflower.
hey,
Just like
hey,
honeyflower,
Kyle.
man.
Honeyflower
What?
got deported, man.
Hey, Steve. Why when I get off the show,
What's
Kyla starts
good?
sounding like me?
I am not sounding like you. I don't sound like you.
You made his same point where you said that Black Americans give up everything and sell everything they own and then complain about it. And he
No,
said
no,
he
no,
did
no.
say
Yeah,
that.
look, that's just a fact. We live it. I don't think we gave you that. We just lose it.
As,
It just evaporates.
as a kid, I used to watch BET the whole day, man. They had Comic View, you had Black College Football.
I
Man,
never
BET
watched
was just a
BET.
great channel, man.
I never watched BET. I hated that shit from day one. I moved down here when I was in New York. We didn't have it in New York. So when I moved down to Virginia, I said they got BET, a black channel. I came on there, and the first thing I was like, as that all these motherfuckers do is play music videos all the fuck day. And they had one lady that was doing commentary, it was Bev Smith, and they took her out, and Cortland Malloy, and they took them off. Bev Smith was deep, man. Bev Smith was a deep sister. She was like BT's Oprah, and they took her off, man. Because she was getting too deep. Because I think she had Minister Farrakhan on one time one night. She was like supporting the Million Man March, and they got rid of her show. They BT. So I said, man, to then Team Summit. They had Team Summit. Then they got Ratchet. I remember Team Summit. Uh, I never forget this. Those kids that were doing Team Summit, right? They had this stupid rap group called Lord Tariq and Peter Guns, right? And at the time, the Team Summit was like, oh, the politics of Black America. It was a time people were conscious, right? But then the gangster stuff came in, and all of a sudden, there was like how do we do with this? People talking all this negative stuff about our people. That was going on at the time. We had C. Dolores Tucker, you had all these people going on. And so Team Summer was conflicted. Then Lord Tariq Guns come in and said, the reason why we don't do conscious rap, we tried that, but nobody wants to hear that. So we talk about a thing. And the kids on Team Summer, the hosts were like, okay, I understand. Right then, there should have been an adult in the room. Then something. Let's cut the tape. You guys got to get off. That's not what we're gonna do. But they just let it go on because they had a popular song called "Deja Vu" at the time. That's what I said to myself. It's over with. And then another thing that happened was Heavy D had a song called "Black Coffee No Sugar No Cream," right? And then that was popular, but they took it off. Why? Because it was too pro-black. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. That's not girl. I want my tea. He was like the Black American dream, born like the. And Henry D was Jamaican. He said the Black American queen. Blah blah. It was and I said they had these white kids out there dancing. It was like awkward. Yeah, white people dancing to a black coffee, no sugar or cream. That's basically saying I want my woman black, but not mixed, whatever like that. And that wasn't marketable to mainstream. So that song sort of disappeared you know. So I knew the change was happening back then. You know, I knew the change was happening back then. So I that's what I saw. So that's why I lost faith in BET. I said, this station's bullshit, you know. But I tell you what, I used to read Black Enterprise magazine, and I used to read Ebony magazine. In essence, back in the days, a lot, you know. Black Enterprise magazine is what kept me grinding. And the Final Call, the Nation of Islam Final Call. So I was in tune with Black America back then, with those institutions, those publishing institutions, you know. The Final Call, Essence, Ebony, and Black Enterprise. So I made sure that no matter how my last dollar, I always had those things. I knew I read a front page to front back every time, you know, as a young person. I knew what was going on in my culture and community, you know. They're reading that. So what you want to say, Adama? Not Adama. Ahmed, what you want to say?
Nah, nothing really. I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just woke up
So what do you think about this
about
Essence
10 minutes
Festival?
ago, about 10, 20 minutes
What do you
ago.
do Essence Festival? Y'all's people take over Essence
What do
Festival.
you, man?
Huh?
Man, call it, man. I don't want nothing to do with that, man.
Well, you click that victory, man. You got a victory over
How's
the
it a
FDA.
victory for us? Come on, man. I got bit of, man. My plan is take over our mineral deals, man. I ain't
Come
worried
on,
about
man. You
some
gotta think
magazine.
small, man. You gotta do
Man,
what you
I'm
can
not worried
do, man.
about some magazine, man. Come on, Carla.
You gotta do
I
what
would
you
not
can
worry about
do,
some
man.
magazine that's owned by some lesbian.
Yeah, it's actually a Liberian man.
That's the reason why it's owned by some lesbian, man.
Chrissy can't lie. We are black
Man, I'm worried about what's
who
going on with those
are Jamaican.
mineral
Yeah, we're
contracts,
the right
those
thing.
gold. I ain't
So
worried about Essence, man.
Trivia Garden Kingston was a
Man, Steven, you get me right.
whole posse. Those guys came
Say,
out.
say it again.
I said, I'm not worried about these emotional topics,
Right,
man.
right,
I'm worried
right.
about minerals in Africa because I know
I,
that's where the real power.
I completely agree with
Yeah,
you.
people
All
like
this,
people like
yeah,
people so focused on these emotional things,
right.
man.
It
There's
don't
a
mean
reason
nothing.
why. There's a reason why, Steven, is being
Hmm.
controlled by a lesbian. Think about it. You look at all these black cities, right? Who controls it? Look at DC. Our mayor is a lesbian. You go to Atlanta.
Is she? Is she?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Man. Yep. Oh, she's a cold lesbian. Her girlfriend is white.
Do you, I about to say I
Her
knew her
girlfriend is white.
girlfriend, her
She's a
wife was
cold
gonna be
lesbian.
white. I knew it.
She's a cold, hardcore lesbian. She's a dyke. Look at Atlanta. You understand? So what they doing? They taking
So you
the
say
power.
Teresa Bottoms is a lesbian?
The DC mayor. Yeah, Mary Barza. A
No, it's
cold
about the
lesbian.
mayor of Atlanta.
No, beside that, but
He
look at
said
Atlanta though.
DC. He said DC.
But at the same time, look at Atlanta with the whole like, you know what I'm saying, like gay stuff in it.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is they are removing the real power and focus on LGBT for a reason. You look at white neighborhoods that have the real power. Who dominated is the men. You look at Black America.
You think you're gonna you males are gonna dominate anything in a white man's country? No, it's a threat. You know.
That's how power is. Then that's how we get stuck on. That's why we get stuck on these emotional topic because it's basically we are defeated. It's the same thing in Africa. If we don't control our government that we were supposed to, we are defeated people. That's why a white company could come in and take 99% of our minerals. This is what I'm saying. So it's the same fight. So if you don't control things that matters, you are defeated people.
Hmm.
I'm seriously. The world goes back by power. It's not what's right or what's holy.
Okay.
Anybody that
Right.
believes it's righteous and holy is a fool. Is a complete fool. It's never about what's righteous and holy. I don't care. It's a complete fool. You got to dominate other people.
African guy said, "How are you imagining of getting control of the mineral resources, man?" I think you guys think small, man, because that's
Man, hey, Ahmed gonna leave a coup. Gonna leave a coup. Lead a coup. I'll be right there with you, man. Let me know.
I'm gonna
People,
see
man.
y'all on TV. These fools just shot a coup, man. Now they're facing fires. Yo, I told them niggas not to do that shit.
Man,
To
I'm not
you,
gonna lead a
Ahmed,
coup.
Dama on the front.
I'm not gonna lead a coup. I'm not gonna lead a coup. I just support real Africans. That's it. I just
I
support
get
real
what you're saying.
Africans. I don't like. I don't try to sugarcoat things that's not the truth because at the end of the day, my people back home they've been suffering for generations. That's 100% facts. So I'm not gonna try to pretend like, oh, because I live in a Western world, I'm better than them. For what? Look at black folks in America. That just tells you everything. What makes you special than them? When they have more people than you and they have way more history than you in America, what makes you think the white man is gonna love you better than them?
Mm.
If you think about power wise, you just gonna be another bootlicker. You're just gonna be one of them Uncle Tom in a different way. That's why sometimes I don't understand how some of these Africans they just completely they don't see that.
What's been going on in the AES? I ain't been keeping up
Oh
with that.
man, Molly be kicking ass, man. The last couple weeks, man, Molly
But
be kicking ass,
I
man. I
seen
did,
about that.
yep, Molly be kicking ass, man. The last couple weeks, man.
I seen with the 80 terrorists got did in.
Besides even that, they super close of getting the gold. They basically already done getting the gold back from Barrick.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, they basically done. Basically done. They getting it back as well. And then plus they just start building their own gold refinery. So basically probably within a year or year and a half, they're gonna be done. So that means they're gonna start refining their own gold. Which means it doesn't need to be stamped by fucking British. British ain't got no fucking gold in their fucking land. Think about it though. You
Right.
understand? So you see how these people and then the gold just sit in British and then the pound get more high. And people
Hmm.
don't realize these things. The British don't make shit. How the fuck their money's high? And it's a fucking island. It's like 70% of the size of Ghana. People don't
Dang.
realize these things. And then you have Africans just worshiping the British. The way, oh man, oh my
Hold
god,
on. Loki said, didn't Nigeria send troops to Burkina Faso's border? For what? Why they send troops for?
that's a lie, man. Nigeria ain't gonna do nothing with that old ass president. That president's probably 90 years old. That old fuck.
Man, what his name? Tinubu? How you say his name?
Tinubu.
Yeah, Tinubu. How you say his name? He was just in I don't know if he's still there, but he was just in what is it, Saint Lucia?
No. He was in the BRICS summit that was in Brazil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was making fun of him. It's it's like an embarrassing African men the way they embarrass themselves to these Western people, man. These men are just something else. They have no intent of developing. All they do is just
Mm,
steal from Sierra Leone to Liberia to Ghana, Nigeria, all these countries, all these vagina men. All they do is just steal money. They don't create
mm,
nothing. Like for instance, I'll give you an example, right? My country, right? They bring in an airline called Sierra Leone Airline. Steven, you would
mm,
not believe it,
mm-hmm.
right? The entire contract, our government does not have a say in it. Our government does not even own no percent out of it. So basically, what the government did, they just completely privatized the airline and then give them everything. So we don't
Man.
own shit out of it. But just the Sierra Leone airline, even a fucking name. Imagine an entire airline is completely owned and it's private owned by somebody else. So which means that they could come in and take anything that they want or bring anything that they want because it's the airline. These are these are men that's selling their people like this, and then they have their kids in overseas, and then you have
Right.
Carlos Favors African that comes in every fucking night.
Hey, nah,
When
nah.
17,
Hey,
when 17, worship the white man in America, Carlos get mad. because Carla lives in America. He knows his people live in America. He knows the real effect. But then, when I get mad about certain Africans like that, Carla doesn't understand it. It's the same reason why. No, think about it, Stephen. Man. Really think about how fucked up that is. Sierra Leone Airline completely owned by some Western guy.
Oh man,
Our government even said out of their mouth, we don't own nothing out of it.
that's messed up. But hold on 1 second. African goddess Tina Boo's not embarrassed. Who is great grandson of Madam Tinubu? Who is that? Who is Madam Tinubu? What what did she do? Or yeah, what did she do? You can go ahead. You can go ahead, man. I just
Who's
wanted to
that?
ask her that.
Oh, nah, man, it's pitiful, man. It's pitiful because these men that's in power in these African nations, they don't have no they don't have no intent how to create and develop and challenge Western countries. Their intent is to sit there, get power, have a lot of money, put it in like overseas account, have their kids
Hmm.
travel around the world, and then just sit there. But they don't have no intent how to create, how to produce. None, none. Like right now, right? We There's a bridge, right? They're trying to build, right? So within that bridge, right, it's connected to the we have an island. So within this island, it's connected to the city in Freetown. So
Hmm.
so that there's not a bridge. So then you gotta take a ship just to get to the you know what I'm trying to
A
say.
little. You talking about that little barge thing?
No, not that. It's called Lunge. Lunge
Okay.
is like an island, and
Uh-huh.
it's connected to the city, but it's not connected by land.
Right.
So yeah, so the airport is in Lunge. It's a nice area, but it's undeveloped. So then they're trying to build a bridge. This has been going on for years, stealing money, right? So then the Chinese said, okay, well, we could build a bridge for y'all. But then if we discover anything that's underneath the ground, it's belong to us. The last party tell them no, which was the APC. They said no because the Chinese discovered there was a crude oil there. So now you have a new party that's been going on in several years now. They try to do something so that they can hold on to power because the next election it's 2028.
Hmm.
So now what they're trying to do is they're trying to give the crude oil to the Chinese just to build a fucking bridge. Think about it though. You're gonna give up a crude oil just to build a bridge. These men, they don't do shit but just steal money. I'm telling you, Stephen, all they do is steal fucking money, man.
Just still up, man.
And and they use tribalism. It's serious. So now because they got to do something for them to fool the people for the next election. So I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to give the contract to the Chinese, and then let the Chinese own the crude oil that's underneath the water. So it's basically you're giving up free for nothing. But at the same time, you're not empowering your people because you're not creating nothing. That's why the AES are dangerous to these people because the AES they create things. They try to innovate. You understand?
Hmm.
When you produce things, that's when you get challenged by these Western people. Because if you don't produce nothing, the Western people just own you. They just completely own you. You understand?
Hmm.
Because anytime they want, they can just cut you from this. They can just cut you from this. Because you don't produce nothing. Because you basically a vassal to them. That's how they want you. That's why I keep saying a lot of time when they have problem with the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians, it's because these countries produce things. They don't have a problem with them because of they bad. No, they have a problem because they challenge them when it comes to world power. You look at it, right? Any country that don't produce nothing, the Western nation don't have no problem with them. 20 years ago, the Western people did not have no problem with China. Why all of a sudden they have a problem with China? With the past 10 years now, they call it over producing, over capacity. Does that make sense, Stephen? Think about it. It's like you going to school, right? Me and you going to school.
Mm-hmm.
You got an A on the test. You got an A plus, right? And then I have a B plus. And I'm like, Stephen, you study too hard. Stop studying too hard. Does that make fucking sense?
Nah.
That's the U.S. government against China. Understand me?
Right.
That's what basically the American government, the American elite telling China. But who caused that? America wants to go to war and spend trillions of dollars invading other countries. Think about it. If you spent $10 trillion in war, you telling me you can't take $3 to $5 trillion and spend it in education? But they didn't. Instead, they go to war for the past 30 years. What China did, invested in their own people. Now look at China. Look at China infrastructures. Look how much China, mass produced. China is number one mass produced by far. So you see, like the last 30 years, and look at our education system. You got people coming to social media talking all type of stupid shit. You're like, what the fuck? Where do you live at? Because of the lack of knowledge. And then how you connect it back to the education system. Look at colleges. It's a fucking scam. Look how much you fucking pay for colleges. You get sick in this goddamn country, you ain't got no money, you're gonna die. Right or wrong, you're gonna fucking die. Because the medical bills.
Mm-hmm.
They got the medical bills, man. These are facts. America should not be like this. Instead, the government spends endless money in fucking war. And now, you know what I'm saying? They want to blame China. Look, does that make sense? China is far away over there, far away from America. But people think, oh, China is the enemy. That's why I tell Africans, study China from the view of a China. Don't study China from a Western view. If you study China from a Western view, it's the same through Black Americans. Study China from a Chinese view. Do you understand? Because right now, if the black folks, let's say, if this was the 80s, right, or the 70s, right, the way Africa is opened up right now, oh my God, the black folks would do so much in Africa. But these black people in America nowadays, oh hell no. Africans is something else. Think about it though. Much more education, much more put together family-wise. You understand? Compared to
Right.
nowadays. So if you go back in the 70s, you take these black folks, oh man, they're gonna build bridges, they're gonna build roads. So many contracts they're gonna get. They're gonna get mining contract, oil contract, diamond contract. But look at these black folks in America now, they just say like, oh, this and this and that. Looking up some emotional topics. Fuck that.
Right.
Who gives a fuck about Essence, man? Essence is owned by some dyke. Why the fuck Essence is owned by some dyke? And she's African as well. What's that tell you? Somebody is funding that ideology. Kenya is the most pro-West state in Africa. Look at Kenya right now.
Man, I watched a video.
Look at Kenya.
There's a lot of them type of females over there.
Because you know what? They've been brainwashed.
Right.
They've been brainwashed. And then you know what I'm saying? Man, I don't want to bring a religion thing. Kenya homosexuals started years ago when you had the Catholic Church went up there and started touching those boys. You got to go back years. I think it was the 60s. You have all these people from Utah as well, right? They went up there and they started
You
touching
talking about
those
the
boys.
Mormon?
Yes.
Yeah.
You already know the Catholic have history of touching boys.
Right.
That's how it started in Kenya. Kenya is the most vassal state under America. Look at Kenya. If Ghana don't watch out, Ghana will be next in West Africa. Look at Kenya. You see what's going on with those protests. Why do you think those people was protesting? Because the IMF and the World Bank. They wasn't protesting because of China. They were protesting because the World Bank and the IMF
Well,
who
Kenya,
control.
they want human rights.
No. The reason. Oh, Carla, come on now.
No,
The
they want human rights.
Carla, the
I thought they were
reason.
protesting because of police brutality as well,
A human
No,
rights.
and they want the
Stephen.
president out. They want Ruto out.
H stands for hunger.
Oh, Kyler.
U stands for unrest. M stands for malnutrition. And A stands for anarchy. N stands for neglect. You know,
Man, neglected Negroes. Yeah.
I got one for development too. I can't think of the top of my head, but I got
Stephen,
one for
Stephen,
development.
Stephen, Stephen.
Yes, sir.
Let's be, a little bit serious.
Right, right.
Kenya youth trusted America for years, for the past 10 years, right? Because you understand, when America, I'm talking about like America wise, the people that control America, right? When they get to your country, right, they come in very friendly and stuff like that, right? And then at the same time, you got these people thinking, oh, America is so good and so nice. Our country gonna be developed just like America and this and that, right? As time goes on now, look at these countries. Kenya, you
All
start
right,
realizing.
all right. Ahmed. Other people on. I'm getting ready to go to bed, but I want to hear Musa. What Musa has to say. What do you think, Musa? Are you guys winning finally in America? You got your immigrants taking over Essence. Are
Yo,
you?
yo, Kala, man, don't start with me, man. I just got here, bro. Chill
I'm
out.
just asking. I'm not starting. No, I'm not starting nothing. No, no beef intended, man. I'm just starting to ask a question, man. Jeez, man, can I ask a question once in a while? You know.
Go
Yeah, you
ahead.
sound
What's
like
your
Cuddy,
question?
man. Cuddy, I say hello to Cuddy. He's like, "What do you want, caller?" Nothing. I'm just saying, come here to say hello. One night, Yeah, every time I see Cuddy, you see Cuddy today, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. This is just too funny.
Man, leave Cuddy alone, man. At least, like, well, he's living his dream. At least he's in Africa. He's in
Yo,
Burkina Faso doing
stay,
something.
what's up,
And
man?
you talk about Africa, Kala, but yet you're still in America.
Yeah, man.
Make
Hold
that make
up.
sense.
Hey, look, The bottom line is this: I don't Africa worship. I love Africa, but I don't worship. Right? Cuddy looks like he's starving, man. We gotta send him some food.
Hey, Cuddy's my fellow North Carolinian brother, so let's not.
Well, that's the problem. He's from North Carolina. That's his problem. Okay.
Come on, Carla, man. That man's a skinny guy by nature. You know that, man. He's just trying to make
Right.
some.
I mean, listen, I got his body frame. I mean, I'm a slim dude. I can't get big. You know,
Yo,
Carla
I'm
knows
like
that.
Cuddy,
starving.
There's
like
some people
body
like that.
frame. You
Starving.
know,
Feels like
Carla
he's
knows that,
starving.
man. There's some people like that.
Starving.
he's not that don't mean he's starving. It's just
He's
that's just his
Matter of
body
fact,
hungry.
type.
every
That's
time we
all.
see him, he eating. He eating every time we see him.
Hungry,
So
man. He
Yeah,
eats
because
whenever he
Carla's
can.
trying to make fun of something else. Because Carla getting tired, man. His people not listening to him. So then the more his people in America don't listen to him, the more he gets frustrated and they trying to make fun of Africans. That's
Oh,
all
I'm
it
not
is.
making fun of Africans. Come
That's
on,
all
man.
it is, man. Carla, man. Carla, man. I'm good at
Look, hold
understanding
on,
people.
look. I'm saying like this, Ahmed. Look, right? You say all night how the white man's robbing Africa, right? And because of that, you got extreme poverty, right? Now,
Carla, Carla,
hold.
Carla.
Shouldn't we all
If you take
try
me
to
back
go
in
to
the
a place where
70s,
the
right?
food is at, where there's
If you take
comfort
me back
and
in the
everything?
70s, the black folks in America in the 70s, that's who I want. Not these men that you constantly talk about now. These men are not men. Even you know it. Come on now. Even you know it. I'm not worried about some of these. Come on, man. Pants sagging,
All I'm
talking all that
saying
crap.
is we gotta if we're gonna make this move, we gotta do it right, man. I'm saying what I'm talking.
Even Africans that's in this country, half of them, I don't want nothing to do with them.
You can't have all this hate, Ahmed,
It's
man.
not a hate. It's the mindset. The mindset is gone. The
Yo,
belief is
people
gone.
trying to eat, man. You ain't got no big grand
The
scheme.
belief is
You
gone,
ask
man.
average African, what do you think about this? All he's thinking about is where's his next meal at, Anything got
Carla,
their grand
Carla,
Yo, Kala, there is a lot of food in Africa, bro. There's a lot.
no. Africa has a
Fruits,
food shortage.
vegetable,
Look. Everybody.
grains,
So Dynasty did a show about Africa nuclear. No,
meat,
you
animal
get
meat.
food. Africa should stockpile food. That's the whole thing. We need food in Africa. You know.
What
There is
people in
only food
Africa
in
are
Africa.
starving, Carla?
Nobody's starving in Africa like that.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, you want me to play the video?
No, don't play no videos,
Let
Carla.
me play.
Play the
Let's
video,
ask
Carla.
African guy.
Nobody's
Hold
starving
African
in
guy.
on.
Africa like that, Carla. Come on, man.
Hold
Stop
on.
it, man.
Hold on. Literally, your area, northern Nigeria, there's a famine going on. People are starving.
I can't believe that people that have been
That's
living
not true.
in a
That's
place
not
for
true,
thousands of
Carla.
years
Play, no,
don't
Carla,
know how to
show me
grow
the
their own
evidence.
food.
Show me the
Okay, I
evidence,
will.
Carla. That's not true.
Okay, I okay. Look, okay, poverty in Nigeria.
He's about to play his white man video, man.
No,
He about to
it's
play his
always a
white man
white
video so
man
he can
video.
feel good.
No,
He about to play his white
poverty
man video so he can feel
in
good. All Carla
in
does is just
Nigeria.
emotional topic, man. That's why
In
sometimes
Nigeria.
I just stay away. I told you his favorite guest is Elvis for a reason. That's why I
African
hate.
guy that said there's a lot of food in Africa. Can
That's why
people
I hate
afford it?
No, there's not a lot of food,
1776,
man.
man.
No, yeah, but some people
1776,
get
where
the
you at?
food. You got. Oh, if there's food in Africa, you gotta start spreading it out, man. You know.
Carla, there's nothing in Africa that we don't need that we don't have in Africa. So
Yeah,
your
but
point does not make
you
sense.
need people.
Your point does
Thank
not
you,
make
Africa
sense.
needs
Ahmed.
more. Africa needs Africans to come
Your
home.
point
You
does
know.
not make sense, man. So if Africa has it, that means Africa does not need to step out to go get it.
Yeah, I
So
said,
your
why is that
point does
also
not make
Africa
sense.
rich? Now this is
The
a
second
nice
largest economy in Africa is facing
You
its
better
food
play
price.
a
decades.
company
Inflation has
that's
reached
under control by the white
30%.
man.
The cost of food is rising 35%.
There's a
More than
reason why white
40% of
people
the
go to Africa and make
population
all
are
these
living below
documents.
the poverty line. Its
Yeah, because they took
currency has
all the food.
plummeted, meaning
We kick them
imported
out,
goods
and
are
what they
much
do,
more
they don't want to
expensive.
leave Africa.
Millions
Yeah,
of
white people take
What
Nigerians
all
are
happened
the
with the
unable
food.
to
AES
buy
kicked them out?
food,
They don't want to
fuel,
leave
and
Africa.
basic needs to survive.
AES
In a
kicked them
country
out.
where
They
half the
don't want to leave
population
Africa.
is younger than 18, these factors are causing the worst struggles in years. Things were not too bad just a few
These are the
years ago.
same
So what
people
exactly happened?
when Marley
Let's
tell
go
them out, get
back to
out.
how
They don't
this
want to leave.
catastrophe started. Nigeria's modern economy began with the discovery of vast oil reserves in the 1950s, turning them into one of its largest exporters. The oil price boom in the 70s meant revenues exploded. However, corruption and unstable governments prevented Nigeria from developing into an oil giant. Over time, the nation neglected its agricultural output as people crammed into large cities and newly privatized services overtook
You
as
see
the
how they
leading
set up
sector.
everything?
It currently
Neglected
accounts for
the
55%
agriculture.
of its
You see how
GDP,
this white
though
man
oil
said
still
they set
contributes
the standard for
two-thirds of the
the way
government's revenue. So
Nigeria
whenever
wants you
oil
to think.
prices fall, its economy also falls, which was seen in the 2016
Carla and this white
recession.
man.
Despite consistent economic growth of around 3% in recent years, the lack of diversity in its economy has led the government to rely on imports for basic goods such as food and fuel. Nigeria has long had fuel subsidies to keep fuel affordable for its citizens. However, this has been extremely costly to the government. It is a rare policy due to its inefficiency and expensive nature, but at least the people have had the benefit of cheap fuel. That was until last May, when the newly elected President Tinubu, under pressure from the IMF and World Bank, ended the subsidy program on his first day. This single action has caused the economic fallout we see today. Without any transitional plan, the end of subsidies caused a sudden shock to the system. Inflation, especially in food, has skyrocketed. The second part of Tinubu's growth plan was to depeg its currency, the naira, from the US dollar, making foreign investment more attractive. However, this has backfired immensely. Its value has dropped 70% against the dollar, making it almost worthless when buying foreign goods. This has only exacerbated the inflationary effects by making it more expensive to import the food and fuel that Nigeria relies so heavily upon. The effect on the poorest is why this is such a big deal. Half of all Nigerians are children, meaning childcare costs make up a huge portion of overall family costs. Parents are unable to provide food, electricity, and power for their children. For most Nigerians, 40% of whom live under the poverty line of $2 a day, it is the worst economic hardship in their living memory. When the currency is losing its value more and more every day, it becomes harder and harder to buy the products needed. Until inflation is brought down, every day will only get harder. Thankfully, there are actions being taken to address inflation. Raising interest rates brings down prices by making borrowing more expensive, reducing the money supply. The current rate is 18%, but the Nigerian central bank is expected to raise these rates sharply, which should slowly but surely bring overall inflation down. Despite this, the government should bear responsibility for its lack of long-term planning. The reasoning behind the policies were theoretically sound. The growth rate was barely outpacing population growth. The subsidies were unsustainable, and removing them would free up much-needed funds. But the implementation has been a complete failure. There has been no evidence so far of using these funds for the poor. The lack of cushioning to recover from such a shock just shows Tinubu's incompetence. A phased introduction of subsidy removal would have softened the blow. Instead, he opted for shock therapy. As a result, he has thousands of protesters lining the streets to show their anger. They are asking whether they will see the promised benefits or whether the money will continue to fall into corrupt hands. They are also concerned that their cash could become totally worthless over the next months. A key problem here seems to be a lack of transparency and communication. Distrust between the public and government has never been higher, so future reforms and policies will likely be met with the same skepticism, particularly if they
the British man
giving up the news.
No, this is accurate, you know?
Oh wow. The British man getting up the news. Oh wow.
So in other words,
the British
basically
man giving up the
saying
news.
Nigeria's not going through all these hardships.
You see, Carla.
That is propaganda, Carla. Do you know how much food they got in the north? Like, especially if you go like to the northeast, like state, like listen for a minute, Carla. Like state like Gombe, because you know, and Gombe and Gombe in northeast Nigeria, Gombe is a Fulani state. You know, like they have a lot of cows, goats, you name it. Like they got everything up there. It's like that state is literally like the breadfruits of Nigeria. It's the bread basket of Nigeria. You know, I don't even need to mention like other states like Bauchi State and the Middle Belt. It's a lot of food in Nigeria. Now it depends on how they distribute the food. You know, it depends on the economy. But other than that, just put in Nigeria. Like nobody's starving like that in Nigeria. Like you're trying to portray. Nobody's starving in Nigeria like that, bro.
Let me say
Stop
something.
it, man.
Let me say something. Right? Let me say something. First of all, right, man. First of all, you gotta look at the mindset
It's
of these
hard to
people.
watch this video, right?
You gotta look at the mindset of these people, man. Carl is trying to make himself feel good emotionally before he goes to bed. He wakes up and then he gets mad because the white man is in charge.
Hold on. Colin, what am I watching?
Huh? This is like hunger in Nigeria, man.
I mean, Colin, I seen Black American kids do the same thing in the store when somebody allowed them to get
Please
something
stop
free.
it, man.
They
Stop
about to
it.
tear the whole store down to get everything out the store.
Please,
Man,
stop
leave
it.
Carl
Come on,
alone.
Carla
Colin.
is a
People,
propagandist. Like there's
Yeah.
nobody starting like that in Nigeria, bro. Like
Oh yeah,
you,
that
I
was
see
like
the
so
you
so
same
find,
those
like
are
thing.
you find the
oh yo
videos that
so let me
talk about
guess.
starvation and
Let me guess.
everything,
Let
and
me guess.
all of a
Let
sudden
me guess.
you think
Let me guess.
everybody in Nigeria is starving.
Hold on. Let me guess. Those are all paid actors, right? Those are all paid actors, right? Okay. Right. You know what I'm saying? So I say, like I said, we want to solve the problem of poverty in Nigeria. You know, ignoring
Well,
it.
Colin, all I saw was a video of a bunch of kids just grabbing up a lot of
Well, hopefully
food.
some
Like, I
more.
don't.
You know, tomorrow come poverty and violence in northern
Man,
Nigeria.
keep strolling, Carla. Keep
Poverty
strolling, Carla. Man.
level.
You
You
gonna look.
know,
You gonna look.
addressing
Man,
poverty in northeastern Nigeria.
keep strolling, Carla. You gonna see
Okay,
a bunch
so
of
like this.
videos.
You know,
You gonna see a bunch of
this is
videos.
this is Nigeria. Said
You
he
gonna
wants
see
to
a
fight.
bunch of
No,
videos.
so you gonna tell me this Nigerian is not telling the truth? He said he wants to fight abject poverty in northern Nigeria. You know,
Keep strolling, Carla, man. You gonna see a bunch of videos all
you know
made
what
by
I'm
your
saying?
white man.
So it's like this.
Keep
So yeah,
strolling, man. Keep strolling, Carla. Keep strolling.
poverty
You
in
gonna see it.
Nigeria.
You gonna
Let's see
see it.
like
You gonna
this.
see it, man.
He said, "Why
You
so
gonna
many
see it.
living in extreme poverty in Nigeria?" Let's watch this video. You know,
You gonna see it, man, Carla. You gonna feel good emotionally. You gonna feel
now, I'm
good
not gonna feel good
emotionally, man.
emotionally. I'm saddened by this. You know,
No, you're not saddened by this, man. You gonna feel emotionally good.
you know what I'm saying?
You
I
gonna
feel
wake
good.
up the next morning. You gonna wake up the next morning. Everything is around you.
It
It's
is a
controlled by the white
ranking
man.
no country wants, a first place position for the most people living
Look
in
at the voice. A
extreme
white man
poverty.
in Africa again.
Nigeria has now overtaken India
But
in the
then when the
less than
black man kicked
envious
them out,
top
they don't want to
spot.
leave.
But it is Africa's second largest economy and oil rich. So for a land so richly blessed, why are Nigerians not reaping the benefits of the wealth? Extreme poverty means people surviving on less than $1.90 a day. In Nigeria, it grows by 6 people every minute. 87 million Nigerians, or nearly 50% of the population, live below the breadline. The figures come from the World Poverty Clock. It is counting down to 2030, measuring progress on the UN's major sustainable development goal to eradicate poverty worldwide.
The problem literally grows every day. Our population happens to be the largest in Africa and one of the largest in the world. And in the next 2 decades, we will be,
look at these
the
fools,
fourth,
man.
some say the third
He's worth
most
billions of
populous
dollars,
country.
but he's
Nigeria's
come on,
government
Carl.
rejects the data modeling by the World Poverty Clock, but there is no denying the country's inequality. Extreme wealth is in the hands of a few. And despite being the largest oil producer in Africa, successive Nigerian governments have struggled to lift living standards. President Muhammadu Buhari took office in 2015, vowing to improve the lives of ordinary citizens. But the manufacturing, transportation, and agriculture sectors have not recovered from the 2016 recession after a drop in oil prices. The unemployment rate is at 19%. The youth rate is 33%. Buhari's anti-corruption campaign has clawed back $1.6 billion
a few years ago. It was like
in
2 years ago.
misused funds.
No, that's not
But
2
his
years ago. That's
critics
Buhari,
argue
man.
that barely
That's
scratches the
4 years ago.
surface. And although he's credited with pushing back the terror group Boko Haram, insecurity persists in the northeast.
Western soldiers,
the
Western
battle
foot soldiers.
against poverty in Africa and the world
The white
cannot
man,
be won unless there is progress in poverty
the white man with the
reduction
terrorists.
in Nigeria.
There's another one by the Guardian, right?
Nigeria's rapid population
All right, Carl,
growth
that's enough
is
videos,
outpacing
man. We
attempts
get
to
it.
Let him
eradicate
go.
poverty.
Let him keep playing.
Without greater efforts to beat the world
Life is
poverty
extreme
clock,
poverty.
will Nigeria become a ticking time bomb? And is time running out to meet the 2030 target to improve the lives of the world's poorest people?
Steven.
Yes, sir.
This was 4 years ago, right?
Oh, 4 years ago? I didn't see that.
Hold on. Let me say something. When Niger, right?
Yeah, but right now it's worse. Now it's worse. That was
Carla,
actually
man.
better for you. So
Let me say something, Carla. Remember, you live in America. You are an American. America comes for you first. Everything is given by you because of America. Let's say it quick, right? When Niger, right, tried to kick out the French ambassador, right? He did not want to leave. He was there for months, hiding, eating dirty foods. These are the same people calling Africa poor. All these news media that you play, it's on the white man.
So you're saying Africa's not poor?
You missing the point. Then how come when Africans tell them to leave, they don't want to leave? 2 years ago, I remember a year and a half ago, the French ambassador did not want to leave.
Well, just the fact of the matter is,
missing the point.
Just because white people always, when they go to Africa, they're always rich because they in certain circles and stuff like that. You know, so it don't matter with them, man. They always go there because they're rich. You know,
the man
like
works.
You got a lot of rich Nigerians too, bro.
Carla, the man works for the French embassy. He did not want to leave. He hid in the building for weeks.
Yeah, because
he hid in the building.
I swear to God, for weeks.
Dang.
I swear to God, if I send a video, Carla will not play it. Carla don't want to play a video that people like me.
The African guy says, "Yeah, it's a ticking time bomb in this country." Yeah.
Man, African God is man. I'm not dealing with Africans like that.
She's right there in the country.
I'm not dealing with Africans like African God. African God goes to Africa and build churches everywhere.
She lives in Africa. She lives in Africa.
Nah. She
probably, you don't think she lives in Nigeria,
Lekki area of Nigeria? What are you talking about?
She probably owns about 20 churches, man, taking people money.
No.
I'm not worried about African guys,
bro. I'm not worried about delusional, bro. You in Musa.
He said she owned 20 churches taking people money. That's crazy.
I care about what AES does. The AES is destroying the white man.
For you, bro?
The AES is destroying the white
man.
Giving
hope, man.
Yeah, I don't care what all these president does in Africa. Tinubu could go to hell. My president could go to hell. The
Tinubu
president,
sending
the
he's
president
sending an
in Guinea
army
could
in
go
there
to
to
hell.
restore ECOWAS order in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Guinea.
Oh,
Will you be on the battle line to stop him?
you mean the white man foot soldiers? That's
Yeah,
what you're talking
but it
about?
doesn't matter. Are you
You
going
talking
to
about the white
stop
man
him
foot
though? Are you going
soldiers?
to stop him, Ahmed?
You talking about the white man foot soldiers, huh? That's what
Oh,
you
but
talking
are
about.
you going to stop him?
That's what you talking about. Oh, you saw what we did, right?
Nigeria, one of the most
We
inimitable
stopped.
societies in the world.
Steven, we stopped
Yeah.
at Russia like what last week, and we got some new weapons. We bought them
Oh
back.
yeah. I
Who
seen
we
that.
who we gonna take out? Western country foot soldiers.
Mm.
What we
Yeah,
just did 2
man's
days
ready
ago.
for war,
We took
man.
80. We took out what 80% of them, like 80 of them in one day.
Right. Mm-hmm.
What the Western media did, they got mad. They
Right.
got mad.
They try to
Exactly.
downplay it. They didn't tell
Yes,
all the facts.
exactly. So,
Yeah.
Carla, you live and breathe in a white man country. So keep playing your
So
white man
do you. Where you at
documentary.
right now?
It's a difference.
Oh,
It's a
how's the
difference.
difference? We're breathing the same air, man.
Hey man, Ahmed, African goddess is a farmer, man. She's a farmer.
Nah, man. I heard her spoke before, man. I know the type of
You heard her
African she
speak
is.
before? You heard her speak before when? I ain't never heard.
Yeah.
What she sound like?
I know exactly the type of African she is. Trust me. I
Oh,
know
okay.
exactly the type.
You say she's like Elvis?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think she like that, man. I think she just, she just want the best for her people, for Africans. That's all I.
No, the problem with Nigerians, they don't want to speak the truth. Tribalism and religion have destroyed them. When it's time for election, right? When it's time for election. Oh, it's a Christian election.
Ahmed,
Muslim
you don't
ticket.
know what you're talking about, man. Like the type of tribalism you're talking in Nigeria does not exist, man. Stop it. Like
Who's this,
you are
Musa?
pushing it, man. Yeah.
Who's this,
It's supposed to
Musa?
start talking.
Oh my
It's supposed to
God!
start talking, man. Like
Please, please, please,
it's
please,
not
please,
happening. It's not
please,
happening.
please.
Like
I
the way
beg
you
you.
think it is, it's
Please, I
not it.
beg you, man.
It's not
Don't
it.
make me sound like Nigerian. Please, I beg you, Oga. Please, I beg you, Oga. Please, I
I'm
beg you,
telling
Oga.
you the truth,
Don't make me
man.
sound like Nigerian, man. Please, I beg you, Oga.
I've talked to
Oga,
Nigerian.
Oga,
Yeah,
I've
Oga,
talked to
Ahmed
Nigerian
believes
both
in
on
this
the
whole
ground, and I've
multiverse.
talked to Nigerian I consider my
Oga,
friends. So, like the
Oga,
type of tribalism you're talking
Oga,
about, man, it's not
Oga,
happening,
Oga,
man.
Oga,
What you have in Nigeria is region. Like you have
Oga,
a regional
Oga,
problem.
Oga. Nigeria is nothing about tribalism and religion. That's what's stopping Nigeria from
Stop
becoming
it, man.
a world
Stop it.
superpower. Okay, that's the main focus of Nigeria: tribalism and religion. If it's the opposite, I'll be in Nigeria right now.
What makes you say that, Ahmed? What makes you
Wait,
think that?
let me ask you this. Have you ever been to Nigeria?
Okay, you listen to Nigerians on social media. You listen to the government.